cold at the touch, dead in the eyes, no signs of life no more. I put your love under the knife. Leave me to die here all alone. No signs of life no more, no. A crying dove may never fly. Black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh, 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 oh. It's black and white. Black and white, just let me go. It's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico, it's black and white. Just let me go. It's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico, it's black and white. White, white, white. Black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh, 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 oh. It's black and white. Black and white.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, and welcome to another race here in the DynamiXX Endurance Series here on Sim Racers World TV. We're here for round 5 of the championship at one of the most underrated circuits on iRacing, if you ask me. My name is Chaz Draycott, and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Ed May. Sounded a little bit worse for wear though today, but we all have our differing reasons. Ed's got internet problems, and I've got COVID. It's a bit of an ailment-filled commentary box, isn't it, Ed?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Chaz. And yeah, the 5th round of the DynamiXX Endurance Series, you touched on it. Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, what a track this is. One where there is very little room for error, with walls pretty much either side boxing you in, and thankfully we don't have the real world worry of any wildlife escaping out onto the circuit that we've seen in years gone by. That's become almost a hallmark of this Gilles Villeneuve circuit. But here on iRacing, it's just the drivers, just the track, no outside influences, and I'm really excited to see how they will manage. And of course, we have our different reasons for being excited, for different reasons, for different teams. I'm looking at the moment, Porsche Sport lighting up the timing sheets as we've just started in qualifying.
Yes, we have indeed. Qualifying just getting underway, and they have a special driver with them for this race. He is just a guest driver for them this time round. It's not a permanent fixture as he is part of Coanda, but Loren Heinrich, the German, driving in the number 101 car. He's going to be a real star to watch out for today. Hopefully, for their sake, he's going to help the Porsche Sport squad to the top spot. But Loren, an absolute demon, as we all know. Very, very quick indeed. When it comes to the iRating front, he has 8,700 iRating. One of very many drivers at the top that have exceeded that 8,000 mark now. There's even some above 9 or even 10 and 11k, but not many of them from that point up. But still, great to see. We have, of course, got our Lamborghini with Olivier Bultink at the wheel. Championship leading car at the moment. This thing's been so dominant all season, hasn't it, Ed? There's not really been much that we can do to get near these guys, or not much that the competitors can do to get near them anyway.
Absolutely not. It's that consistency over a race distance that is the really scary factor. You can obviously put in the effort to try and beat them over one lap, but over the course of the race, they can just absolutely pull the time out lap after lap, work the strategy to their advantage as well. They seem to go 1 or 2 laps longer than everybody else somehow while putting out these rapid lap times. We're going to see Olivier Bultink just come across the line now. No time being set, of course, just an out lap for the Belgian driver. But now we're going to see him really start to turn the pace up, just coming out of the center chicane.
Yeah, this car has won every single race so far this season. They are on 80 points, with DynamiXX Racing Pink on 57. They are second in the championship. And to be honest with you, it looks to me like this DynamiXX Pink car will have to outscore them today by quite a long shot, because really, if they get it, and that is it, then they're sorted. You know, if the car ahead of them doesn't quite do it, then yeah, they've maybe got a chance. But to be honest with you, another win for Sim District GT3 will give them 100 points. The most these guys will end up with is 64, and with only one round of the championship left, you will not be able to overturn that deficit.
Yeah, it will be very tricky for DynamiXX Pink, but one thing that we've seen across all rounds of the championship, we saw it displayed greatly in the first round at Zandvoort, is this car's ability just to race so hard, so cleanly as well. There's something about how they're able to get the car stopped for the corners, really send moves that you don't think are beyond. They managed to get it stopped for the apexes every single time, and yeah, been treated to some excellent race. I remember seeing them have a great race last time out as well at Brands Hatch on some excellent moves. All drivers in that DynamiXX Pink car can certainly have their bit to say about this conclusion to the championship, I'm sure.
And actually, Brands Hatch was this team's worst finish of the season. They actually finished down in 7th position, scoring 11 points. But before that, they'd had a 3rd, a 4th, and a 2nd. So 2 podiums to their name this season. Hopefully, they can continue that trend. We've got another new driver to the series as well, from what I remember. Nilton Carvalho in the BMW. They've not quite got the numbers sorted on that BMW, I'm afraid, but that's one of the other Sim District cars. This GT3 BMW, actually Nilton is listed still as their first driver, apologies. Best result this season is a 10th place finish. They've then got 3 12th place finishes amongst them, but currently 4th in qualifying at the moment, so not too bad at all. But looking further down, we've got the Zenom Esports Lamborghini. That's the number 169 car. Zenom Esports won, currently 6th in the championship. Finished 2nd at the very first round of the season to the Sim District iVibe BMS Esport Lambo. But since then, not quite been able to match them as they then pull over to the side of the road.
Touching on Sim District, we saw last time out, there was a period in the race where we thought potentially we could see a Sim District podium lockout. It was the first race of the season for the Sim District Audi that put on a very valiant fight, a great effort for themselves, and that BMW started brilliantly but just started to trail off towards the end of the race. A few mistakes here and there and incidents and accidents befalling them saw them drop out of that podium fight. Then we come down to the challenge by DB guys, and I mean, DJ de Vlaminck, what a driver he's been, putting in some very outstanding performances this season. Currently 7th in qualifying, but in terms of how the racing is going to go, I don't think he'll be finishing 7th. I definitely think that car has got the potential to finish a lot higher up the order.
Yeah, definitely. You know, there's been a lot of competition this season. It's been very, very close throughout most of it, but sometimes teams can just give you that odd surprise result, can't they? Just by a little bit more, just a bit more persistence further on. Here's Stefan Bequis in the WPR Racing BMW. And this is a car that's 13th in the championship at the moment. They've named 5 drivers to their team this season. They had a 15th place finish and then a 14th place finish in the first 2 rounds, but then came up through the field to finish 6th at the 3rd round of the championship, and then they only got 1 point for finishing in 17th at Brands Hatch. So WPR hoping to maybe have another one of those surprise results, but that's a team that really embodies that. You know, if you just push hard, if you just work hard for that certain round of the championship, then you can have an absolute belter, and it could just turn your championship around, can't it?
Yeah, and if there's any round to have that surprise result, well, it's going to be round 5, isn't it, here at Gilles Villeneuve? Plenty of opportunities for drivers in front of you to make mistakes, for you to pick up the pieces, as long as you can just keep the car steady, keep it going, and obviously have a bit of reasonable pace about you as well. You can definitely have a very good, maybe a shock result coming through from WPR Racing. Definitely ones to watch. Just looking through, though, as qualifying moves into its 12th minute of running. Lauren Heinrich still top of the timing sheets. That 1 minute 34.0, proving enough to hold on for the moment. Sandra Marsani in the iLivery's Vibe Sports Porsche in 2nd place. That's a very good effort, actually, from Marsani. Yet to see the Sim District by BMS and Vibe Esports Lamborghini get up to pace. Olivier Boltink just trying to find that little window of clear track space. But now you can just see from the attitude of the car, he's driving a little bit quicker than we've seen him before. Not sure if he's fully pushing, but maybe looking just to get a time on the board.
Yeah, just giving it that little push like you mentioned. Trying to keep it smooth around here is very important as well. You can use a lot of momentum up on the curbs as he clips the grass on the way to the chicane. It almost looked like it helped him there for a second. Gets very close to the wall on the exit, uses the grass as well. You know what, that might have been a blessing in disguise there for Olivier Boltink. I've seen it before where drivers have gone through those corners and they have overdone it on the way in, but it's just pointed the car exactly where you want it, because the curb on the inside is so scary. Jens Goossens just went up the order, I believe, a little bit there. We're going to get the lap times sliding out on the left, because that's something I turned off a while ago, never turned back on. So we don't actually see drivers improving their times. It wasn't Goossens that went across the line. It was actually Niels de Kuiper in the other Zenom Esports Lamborghini. But here comes Olivier Boltink out of the final corner. There was the Flemish Sim Sports car of Hendrik de Grave there, stopped in front of him. What does Olivier do? Does he improve on what everyone else has done? No. 2nd place, but still very quick indeed.
And with that little mistake as well, touching onto the grass, there's definitely still more time to be found in that Lamborghini. I'm not sure if there's going to be much more time, but it all depends on how he approaches this. The second flying lap, you can see he's really attacking the curbs this time around, much more aggressive than we saw. So he's got his banker in, and now he is on a charge.
Yeah, it looks good doing it as well, does that Lamborghini, the BMS Esports car. Sim District GT3 by Vibe, BMS Esports I should say, but you all know what team names are like in this day and age. They're always very long. Here's Ward Mallarts in the Decimo.be Porsche, another one of my very favourite cars on the grid. Really looks tasty. It's quite an interesting off sort of mustardy yellow colour, but still looks very striking indeed. We have Nilton Carvalho just improving his time. Sorry, Ed, in 6th place.
I was just about to touch actually on this Decimo car. You were talking about the livery. I was talking about some of the performances as well, actually. They haven't really rekindled that form that we saw in Monza, Chaz, have they? They've started to struggle a little bit in some of the previous rounds, but here, as it stands in qualifying, starting in 5th place definitely gives you grounds to really start to challenge those drivers for that podium place.
Yeah, definitely. You know, again, another team that's had a very, very strong performance, and then since then it's just not got better. A bit of a kiss of the wall, and that is that, unfortunately for them. Here's Jesse Hendricks, currently, like I said, 2nd in the championship, this team. So they're wanting to crack on with it. That was the Zenom car of Niles de Kuiper, just going past them. Interesting to see, though, how savage this championship has been, with the fact that you do have these teams that they haven't always been at the top, but one decent performance is just all you need. As simple as that, really. A lot of the time you just need that one breakthrough and your championship does turn completely around. What other cars haven't we looked at? We've not looked at Jurgen van der Perre yet. He is in the Dynamics Bell Speed car, currently in 14th place at the moment. We do actually have Jochen Lennart's showing on our timing screen, but I think he was just in the practice session. He's not actually come out to play in qualifying. There's the racing machine of Sam Putterville's as well. Now that car has had a very trying season, it has to be said, especially after at the very first round of the championship, which was, I can never remember which the first round was, because we had Monza, Hockenheim, then Brands Hatch.
Yeah, I think you joined for Monza, which was the 2nd round, but we had Zandvoort, which was the first.
Yes.
I think was myself and Dan Handover in the commentary box for that one.
Yes, it was Zandvoort, yeah. At Zandvoort, this team finished in 8th place. That was their best result of the season. They had no points at Monza, and then they've had 2 16th-place finishes after that. So, again, to reiterate the point...
I remember as well, Monza, they got really unlucky, didn't they, Chaz? Horribly, horribly unlucky with incidents right at the start. And took them out of the equation.
Yeah, they did. They were a team that really got done over, unfortunately. This is a very pretty car, isn't it? The iLivery's Vibe Sports machine. Currently 3rd fastest, just 3/10 off Lauren Heinrich. Sandro Marsani at the wheel. Hard on the brakes. You can see that Porsche dip down on its nose. And something to mention about these GT3 cars is what we were discussing just before the broadcast went live, actually, Ed. These GT3 cars have had big balance and performance updates from iRacing over the new release, and these GT3 cars are suddenly rapid. They've got a great feel about them again.
Yeah, they do feel a little bit like the GTEs do in terms of the aerodynamics and how the cars feel when you turn into the corners. You can really start to abuse the cars, as we see a brush of the Wall of Champions for Sandro Marsani, the exit of the final chicane. I think maybe also followed through by Jeremy De Bova in the challenge by DB Audi. Only one McChallenge car this evening, which is the same. Usually you see a pair of them out there, but it's just the one effort from that car, the number 10 Audi, currently driven by Jeremy De Bova.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on, Chaz.
The other car hasn't had a great season at all, actually. It was Tony de Moink, Kurt Van Onacker and Jürgen Knockaert. Those guys have 3 finishes this season, but the best of which was 11th. The other 2 were 15th and 16th, so they've not had a great season. I think they might have potentially called it a day on the championship as, Jesse Hendricks just pops up the order and then pops off the track. Still not enough, though, is it really? 2nd place for them. They need to beat Olivier Boulting & Co. in that other Lamborghini, really. That's what they have to do for the championship. As we've got...
Yeah, but I mean, Lauren Heinrich able to get one over on that car at the moment does help them out a touch, does allow them a little bit of prospects to get into this race. If there's going to be a car battling that Lamborghini, allows them to get closer into the action, closer into the fighting, maybe scrap for the podiums and then see what they can do with the action up in front. Anything can, of course, happen here at the Gilles Villeneuve circuit as we just follow Robin van Gogh, this sim district by BMS Esports by NL, Netherlands, I'm assuming, even though there's Belgian in the car.
I don't have a livery on that.
They had a great time out last time.
I don't have a livery on that car, do you?
I'm seeing a livery for me. I'm not sure if it's been uploaded to the paint pack or not, but I do remember trying out trading paints last time, and that livery's, I think, still cached from last time out for me.
I think maybe it was maybe they've signed up as a different team number or something for this one, but I have Robin van Gogh with a rather pretty white, pink and blue livery on the car this time. It's very striking indeed, but the Audi makes its way out of turns 1 and 2 towards the first of the two very, very challenging chicanes on the sort of backside of the circuit. This really isn't it, at this point? Let's have a look.
Yeah. They had a great time out as well at Brands Hatch, putting some really, really amazing performances right at the end of the race to secure a brilliant finish, brilliant result, getting into the podium.
No fastest sectors coming in by many of them at the moment. Only 3 sectors on this circuit. It is one of the many that are sort of split up into only 3 sectors. Sometimes in iRacing, with the length of the circuits, they do get sort of split up into like 6 or even 7 sectors. Watching lap times at the Nürburgring Nordschleife is a nightmare because there's, I think, about 13. It goes off the edge of our timing screen. But it's very, very close at the moment, Ed. Only just over a second separating the top 9. Considering that's more than half the field, that is not bad at all, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely not. And I mean, if Porsche Sport can stay in that first place position, see what Lauren Heinrich can do to hold on to it at the start of the race. I mean, handing over to their drivers, we know how good they are at defending. I mean, last time out, Peter Mackay put in a brilliant defence in the end to try and hang on to a podium. It wasn't to be in the end. The strategy on the fuel was sufficient to throw them out of that fight. But nevertheless, we know Porsche Sport, what they can do and how good they are at racing. I mean, at Hockenheim, we saw some great drives from them as well. So don't count them out just yet. Lauren Heinrich, of course, probably, we will say, the fastest driver in that entire package, but their other drivers can definitely play their own part, pull their own weight when it comes to racing wheel to wheel.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen some great stuff from Ryan Parkins. We were watching him at Hockenheim try and sort of save fuel at the end and have that epic battle with, was it this McChallenge car? Pretty sure it was one of the McChallenge cars.
I think it might have been, yeah. I think it was one of the 2 McChallenge cars. I'm fairly certain it probably was this one. And then as well, I think we saw iLivery's Vibe Spots play their own part in that fight, didn't they, as well?
Yes.
They were putting on a great race at Hockenheim that we haven't really seen consistent performances from that iLivery's Vibe Sports car. We've seen flashes of it here and there, and then sometimes they encounter difficulties, encounter problems, and drop down the order. Hopefully we'll see them going a little bit better here today.
Yeah, 3rd and a 5th in rounds 2 and 3, but then last time out at Brands they were 10th. So it's, again, another one of those inconsistent seasons, but that's what makes it so exciting in the championship like this, because we've only got the 6 rounds. After this, the next one will be the 12 hours of Spa, which will be in just over a month's time, I believe. And we are going to be bringing you all the action of that.
I think the only team that has been consistent across the whole season is that Lamborghini, that Cindistrict GT3 Lambo, has been consistently winning every single race. Maybe not necessarily getting it on pole every race. We might be seeing them starting on the front row, but in 2nd place behind the Porsche Sport car. But we'll definitely see what Olivier Bulting can do. Only 3 tenths to find out. And I mean, here at Gilles Villeneuve, you don't want to be pressing too hard all the way through. You might leave your best right up until the end.
Yeah, definitely. The walls are really close here. It is basically a street circuit. It's Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. It's really, really tight, really twisty. You have to carry a lot of speed through the chicanes as well, and to do that you have to get really close to the walls on the exit. So it's quite a confined space. Good thing it's not multi-class racing though, if you ask me. I think multi-class racing here is a death wish, but I think these GT3 cars really do go well around here. I've raced here a number of times in other championships and other leagues on iRacing. It's so enjoyable to drive this track. Maybe not always the most enjoyable to hot lap it, but when it comes to racing on it and you've got other cars around you and you have to try and see your apexes and your braking points and everything around the cars that you're chasing and really concentrate lap after lap, it's so thrilling to race here.
Yes, it is a wonderful circuit. My mantra is you drive at the walls but not into them, which we're seeing there from Olivier Bulting. It's so close to just brushing the walls, and even though that would be a 0x, it still is enough to invalidate your lap time on iRacing. Look at this, really wringing the neck now looking through. Can't see any sectors coming through at the moment from Olivier Boulting. He's not far enough around the lap for our timing software to pick him up to find out what he's able to do. But this is looking like a very good effort here from Olivier Boulting. Much nicer through that chicane than he was previously. And again, look at how close he was to the wall. You could see the shadow ever so close to the car. Tells you all you need to know about how hard Olivier Boulting is wringing the neck of this Lamborghini GT3. Right around the hairpin now onto the casino. Not quite straight. And there's a personal best in the first sector, not so much in the second. But as we see him come towards us now, up towards the final chicane and towards the Wall of Champions, are we going to see a champion-like drive from Olivier Boulting to get one hand on this title?
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not sure we're doing double points at Spa, because if we aren't, then these guys could win the title today. There's no improvement there from Olivier. Oh, no, it is an improvement.
Sorry, close, though.
Yeah, sorry, it was an improvement. Wow, we must have absolutely nailed that first sector then, considering that the other two weren't personal bests. That's incredible. 69 thousandths of a second between the top two. Incredibly close here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Now, I found out the other day, actually, when I was just doing a little bit of research on the circuit, that the final corner's wall is not just called the Wall of Champions. It's also called the Quebec Wall as well. I don't know if it was that first, but I never even knew if it was in the first place. But yeah, the Quebec Wall apparently.
Oh. Yeah, I was definitely not aware of that, but I think it'll always be the Wall of Champions. It's just got that sort of name about it. It's etched into motorsport history now, isn't it? You can't call it or think of it by anything else. As soon as you think, oh, what's that? What's at the end of the lap at Canada? Oh, Wall of Champions. And you always have images of various different drivers throughout the ages meeting with that wall one way or the other.
Yeah, it's an absolute pig. Absolute pig. But the thing is, the curbs sort of invite you into the corner, and you always clap into them. Now, here's a car we've not looked at yet. One of the prettiest cars on the grid. Great friends of ours at Sim Racers World TV, Flemish Sim Sports. Hendrik de Grave was at the wheel of this car earlier. Now it's Kimber Haight. And this livery always looks nice, although it's not looking so tasty on the grass at the moment. Jeremy de Boven next up. That's another belting car. Love that livery on the McChallenge.be. Sorry, McChallenge by DB. Audi R8. I really got COVID brain at the moment. My brain has not been functioning well over the last day or so. So
I think I've got permanent COVID brain, so don't worry, Chaz. You're right with me on that one.
Please do forgive me, though, everybody. I know I sound like death, but oh well. John Bruins is, hopefully, he's got a lap brewing at the moment in 4th position in the 145 Sim District by BMS Esport NL Audi R8. He's currently the highest placed Audi in the field. 2 Porsches ahead of him and 1 Lamborghini. The 2 BMWs we have in the field are 6th and 14th. But this Audi, not too shabby at the moment, looking to start from the second row of the grid.
Yeah, one of the final attempts for drivers to get themselves higher up the order in this qualifying session, an all-important qualifying session as well, because with the walls, with it being a street circuit, of course, I mean, you've got the long casino straight, but there aren't really many other opportunities to overtake and send a move, so qualifying is certainly going to be key for these drivers to get up to a good start this afternoon. Just seeing what John Bruins can do as Babo Follon improves, goes up into 3rd place, a cracking effort from that Decimo.be Porsche. Then seeing the challenge Audi come up to the line. Looking very tightly. We're going to see what he can manage. Comes across the line. No improvement as of yet, but is able to get through for one final tour of this Gilles Villeneuve circuit. Now, Nick Pouliot. And he manage as he just comes up towards final chicane, approaching the Wall of Champions. Down in 14th place. Looking to improve, of course. Sends it over the curves. You can see 2 wheels up in the air. Definitely pressing the car to its limits. But as he comes up to the line, I'm not sure if this will be enough to improve. No personal best sectors. Then I don't think that is an improvement for that number. For the car in 14th place, the number 251, nope, stays in 14th. What's John Bruins did. We saw him on a lap, but I haven't seen any improvements come through. So I think he is on his final attempt. Actually, no, he's on an outlap at the moment. Look at Simon as look at that up to the top of the timing sheets. He is inevitable. Olivier Boulting taking pole position provisionally, and with no reply Ryan Parkins in the pits. Bavo Follon not out there either. Looks to me like that is pole position, signed, sealed, and delivered to the way of Sim District GT3 in that Lamborghini.
Yeah, indeed. Now, I saw the car going slowly in the background earlier on in the shot. I don't know if you're going to sort of click on here to what I'm hinting at, but I think there may have been something that he did on his outlap there to help that, because that's a sudden improvement of over 0.2 of a second, is it not?
That could have been, yeah. Maybe he was obviously trying to get the tyres in perfect window. I don't know if he had any assistance from a car, maybe slipstreaming him down the casino straight. Not entirely sure, but he's going to go for one more time to see if he can get an even tighter grip on P1. Not any more drivers out there looking to improve. Olivier Bultink decides he's not got a chance in hell of improving, so peels off at the end of the lap. Looking now, much better line from the 251 Porsche that time. A little bit squirrely on the exit, though. Is that going to cost him a chance to improve on P14 as Nick Pouliot comes towards us, comes across the line? We'll see update now, and no update comes through. So again, that looks like there's probably an incident point somewhere. No improvement for the car that will be starting this race in 14th place, the DynamiXX Bellspeed Porsche.
Yeah, indeed. It's certainly very tough out there not to get an incident point on these laps. Sandro Marsani will be the last one to cross the line. Let's see what he can do. He keeps it nice and tidy through the chicane, does he? A lot of curb on the way in, a lot of curb on the way out. Nice run on the exit, though. Across the line. Doesn't look like much of an improvement, though. No, 35.3. Oh, no, 34.3.
He had a really good run through that final chicane, and I think that was what did it. We saw it light up green, and right at the death there, Sandro Marsani, he's going to stay on the second row, but up into P3, just ahead of Bavo Follon, which could be crucial coming into turn one.
Yeah, definitely. That is going to shake things up for our grid then. Interesting how the timing software then at the bottom, you could see it said 135.3, but it was a 134.3, so maybe I should be a bit more hesitant in future before jumping to those conclusions. Right then, grid time. Olivier Bultink on pole position in the Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMS Esports Lamborghini. Ryan Parkins will start for Porsche Sport with Sandro Marsani and Bavo Follon on row 2. Then it's John Bruins and Nilton Carvalho. Kimber Haight is 7th for Flemish Sim Sports with Jesse Hendricks for DynamiXX Pink in 8th. We're going to be looking for a big improvement from that DynamiXX Pink car as this race goes on. Jeremy de Bover is in 9th ahead of Ewald van der Maren in 10th. Joel Eulenbroek is 11th with Niels de Kuiper in 12th. Behind them is Stefan Bequist for WPR Racing, Nick Poilart in 14th place for DynamiXX Bellspeed, and then Jochen Lennartz will not be taking to the start. He was just around for the practice session. So, any picks, Ed? What do you reckon for this one, mate? This could be either a bit of a mess to begin with because of how narrow and twisty this circuit is, or we could have a very nice, clean, tidy race all the way through, because we had issues at the start of Hockenheim, didn't we, with massive contact, a huge incident. But since then, it seems to have been a little bit cleaner.
I'd say keep your eyes open for the cars on, I think, the 4th row of the grid. Kimber Haight and Jesse Hendricks, 7th and 8th. We know how good they are at racing. Not having the qualifying session that I think myself or yourself, Chaz, were expecting them to do. And those two, Jesse Hendricks especially, is going to be coming into turn one with a point to prove and with a championship to try and keep alive going into the final round.
Yeah, that's it. They all have to think about how long is left of this season. There's not long left of it at all. We're just waiting for Sandro Marsani to fill a spot on the grid. He's going to be the last car to take a spot. There he is, with the Swiss markings on the top of the car. And then any second now, our iRacing Porsche pace car will lead us away. Only a few seconds now.
I think he's waiting for Jochen Lennartz, but he's not making it. So, as the time ticks over past 2 hours, well, not 2 hours, 2 minutes rather, well, that'd be a long time. We definitely would see a few engines blow up there from being idle for so long. But no, there we go. Porsche pace car gets us underway. We do go rolling up behind as Olivier Bultink and Ryan Parkins lead the field down towards the chicane. It will go straight on the pace car, and then that gives the mantle to Olivier Bultink to get this race started.
He's fuel saving already. He's dipped the clutch already. The car is literally idling down the straight, but he's leaving enough room to the pace car at least. Listen to the gearbox scraping along in this thing. Sounds fantastic. He's ready to go in first gear here.
So much space.
He is, and he's
Here
gone.
we go.
He's gone before the chicane. He's absolutely lit it up, and he's on with it. Let's see if everybody else makes it through nice and tidy. I hope they don't try and stay too wide at the back. No, they're all good. So we're off and racing then. Cross the line, and 6 hours starts here in the DynamiXX Racing Simulators Endurance Series. Round 5 of the championship at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. And it's a solid start by everybody so far. Looks nice and tidy. Nice stuff, exactly what you need. But now comes the challenge of trying to get these moves done in the early moments in this tight and twisty circuit.
Yeah, they've all kind of stayed as they were. No positions have changed around since the start of the race. It's all as they qualified. So the drivers acting very, very careful, very cautious, which is good to see. Tyres cool, of course, on the new model, the new revamped iRacing GT3 handling characteristics. It does take a little while for the tyres to come into shape, especially in the Lamborghinis and the Porsches. I found from my testing, those cars are a little bit tricky on the opening couple of turns of a circuit, but then after that point, they become a lot more stable, a lot more drivable, especially the Porsche. Actually, we've seen that car become a lot more drivable in the recent days. So we're going to find out how everyone's been able to adapt their setups as we get through the chicane. The closing speed is definitely there for Ryan Parkins. And he's not allowing Olivier Bolting to get away with it. You can see already, feeling the pressure is the Lamborghini driver, weaving just a touch. And now look at this, 2 BMS cars in hot pursuit of the Desmo.BE Porsche. Are we going to see any moves into the final chicane after we get the first lap in the books? Well, we're going to see the Audi definitely look for it, but think better of it here. The first lap of racing now in the books, and thankfully nobody caught up in any instance, but there is some side-by-side action there. Sam Puttervale's holding on to 10th place from a very aggressive looking Jens Goossens. I want to see how that move shaped up, because there was a period that Lamborghini was just ahead, and then look at this in the background. The WPR Racing BMW looks to go around the outside, makes a bit of a mess of it, and then returns to the circuit very dangerously close to the 251 Porsche. But again, somehow throughout all of this, they're staying as they were from qualifying.
This is Jens Goossens looking down the inside of the Porsche into the chicane. That's so close, but great stuff.
Oh, brilliant.
Wow. That was really, really good. Really, really good. And then, like you say, the WPR BMW thought, oh, I could get something out of this as well. Ooh. He's on the grass. Tries to carry it around the outside. Car just doesn't behave itself. And unfortunately, it doesn't make the move. But still, there's a lot of close battles going on already, especially in this last stage. I hate that bridge on iRacing because it generates the shadow as the cars come towards us for some reason. So it's like a slider of the shadow coming down. You're going to have to deal with that all race, I'm afraid, everybody, because so am I. Either way, we've got Sam Putterville's on the inside, moves over to the left on the 69 Lamborghini. You can't do that. The cars do move around on the brakes. We all know that, but wow. Sam Putterville's really pushing the limits of how little room you could give a Lamborghini there. And right now, Jens Goossens is tucked right up behind him. Over to the right he goes. This is going to be deja vu for what we saw just a lap ago. Is he going to be able to get it done later on the brakes? Nice and tidy stuff on the way in. Yeah, Putterville says no thank you. And Jens Goossens completes the first successful overtake of the race, Ed.
Yeah, good stuff from Jens Goossens. He had to work hard for it. You can see that Sam Putterville's really put the pressure on him coming into that hairpin. Gave him just about a Lamborghini's car's width. Maybe a little bit less of that as we saw onto the brakes. The two cars touching tyres, touching doors. But thankfully, that was the extent of the rubbing that we saw. As we find Stefan Bequis just under a little bit of pressure from Nick Pouliot. And then Bavad Fallon. Oh, look at the pressure he's been under. Two Sim District cars harassing his rear bumper. Audi very close behind. BMW just lurking in the background. Meanwhile, up in front, we're actually seeing... Oh, that was close. That was scary. I was just going to touch, though, that the other Sim District car is starting to build a bit of a gap already to Ryan Parkins.
Yeah, Olivier Bolting having another lightning bolt start, as he usually does. Great, great stuff from him. Very, very quick all of the time that you put him in the car. Sandro Marsani, there in third. He's trying to just stick with his sort of fellow Porsche driver. as they go down the back straight, the Casino straight as it's known, also known as Droit du Casino, if you speak French. But this little trio is looking quite interesting, isn't it? It's your favourite BMW, Ed, with the two, well, very different configurations ahead. The mid-engined Audi R8 and the rear-engined Porsche 911.
Yeah, definitely in the best seats in the house to see this battle unfold for 4th place. Babo Follon and Orin van Gogh, 2 Belgians, battling their way through the Gilles Villeneuve circuit. And just see the Audi is doing the best he can just to sort of fill the rearview mirrors, looking down the inside, not in areas where he's going to be making an overtaking move, but still, just to let him know that he's there and he's not going to have an easy time of things for this first stint of this race. Nilsson as well, just struggling to get the car turning in. Tyres not quite warmed up. You saw him just miss the apex a touch on the left-hand side. Picks up the second one, though, for the right-hander. And then coming up to the bridge, that I don't think we see the shadows pop in when we're on board, which we are grateful. But no, they vanish when we go on board instead, which probably worse, actually.
Just love listening to this BMW sort of mumble its way around the circuit. Very clicky gear changes on the way down. Look at that, though. Robin van Gogh tries to get his nose down the inside of Bavo Follon. Doesn't quite work, though. Still only 1 place gained in this whole race, though. Jens Goossens over Sam Putterville's, and that's Zenham getting ahead of Tri Racing. Shows you how difficult it is to overtake around here, but I think that's going to be one of the main things, is not always overtaking on the road, but trying to use strategy to your advantage here. Because this circuit really demands clever thinking and long-term planning as the race goes on.
Yeah, definitely. Races are never won on the first lap of an endurance race either. They're always won, usually, in the strategy boxes, with all the team members in the background trying to formulate the best possible plan to come out on top, especially in this midfield fight, where the cars are so evenly matched on pace. If you can shave off, a couple seconds here and there in the pit stops, maybe save an entire fuel stop at the end, which gets you a whole 15 or 30 seconds, depending on what you're doing, that can really see you gain more than just a couple of places. It can gain you a whole host of them, because we do see very close racing all throughout the evenings in this DynamiXX Racing Simulators Endurance Championship. Every single round has had action right up until the end. I'm fairly certain we are going to see that here once more at Gilles Villeneuve. Robin van Gogh, though, is in the perfect space just to save fuel and back out. He doesn't necessarily need to fight Bavo Follon too much here, although he is starting to see Bavo Follon lose touch with 3rd place. So maybe that's the reason why we're seeing Robin van Gogh start to get a little bit of a hurry on, start to think maybe about passing the Porsche sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think he is going to need to make some sort of a push, to be honest with you. Need to try and get this done ASAP, because as you've seen, you can try and make a move and look down the inside, but all of a sudden you can find yourself getting held up and then losing ground. You have to sort of compromise your own exit of a corner to even just try a move. And some of these drivers, I think, are going to be doing that over the course of the day and getting frustrated at the fact that they lose the time from it. So if you're going to make the move, you have to sort of plan it for quite a while and just do it first time round. It's never that easy, though. It's easy for me to sit here and say that, but obviously it's not easy to do at all.
I'm looking at how the car is set up as well. I'm thinking that the Porsche is set up for low downforce, because you can see in the straights it does seem to be able to extend a little bit of an advantage. And then we saw through the first chicane, Robin van Gogh really closed that advantage back down to well under a couple of tenths. So for me, it looks like that Porsche might have the better car in terms of a racing scenario, because you can't really overtake through this tight twisty bit. You need to sit behind and be patient, Robin van Gogh, and then when you come onto the fast back straight, you won't be close enough because of that straight line, those extra few kilometers an hour going in favor of the Porsche. We'll see it here, just if we can go on board with the Audi, just if there is that straight line deficit.
Certainly got the traction out of the corner. We've discussed that before, how that Porsche really does bolt out of corners. Bit of slipstream going the way of the Audi. It's not a massive amount though, is it? Look, he's really not closing in all that much. Not at
must
all,
not
really.
be having that straight line speed. Must be geared up more for the corners. You can see he gets a little bit of a better run out of the final chicane, but then you'd be expecting him to close and close and close and be able to make a move now into turn one. But we're not seeing that.
No, definitely not. You would expect them to at least try it on the brakes, but I mean, if they are geared up for the corners, like you say, ready for that little sprint out of each chicane here and there, then it should be absolutely... Oh, there you go. Love it. Lovely stuff by Robin van Gogh. Nice and tidy. And, you know, Bavo Follum thought, I'm not going to defend this too hard. I don't want to lose too much ground. He wants to make a move early on. He can go for it. Now, Nilton Carvalho, what does he do other than drive into the back of the Porsche? He was incredibly close there in the BMW. But he's had this now where he's sat behind them for long enough and he's thought, right, people are making moves now. Maybe I need to crack on with this.
Had a good sniff of the exhaust there, didn't he, of the Porsche up ahead. Just seeing him out through the chicane, very nicely balanced. Just too close to the wall there. I thought for a moment we were going to see BMW get a bit of a bump in the barrier. But Nilton Carvalho holding on, just backing off the throttle a touch more than he probably would have liked to. And now it's all about getting the traction down, which is a thing that the BMW is notorious for struggling with. Power down on slow corners is something that car has never been quite good at. But then in a straight line, it does have the ability to gain and gain and gain. Not seen that view from the top of the BMW. Luigi on the roof. I think we might be seeing that as well, actually. Is that on the Audi that, at least I can see, that I don't think is loaded for you, Chaz? I think there's a similar thing on across all the cars, actually. It's all the BMS cars.
Blimp cam doesn't quite do it justice. We can't really see it, but I'm trying to figure out, is it Luigi, you say?
I think it's a Luigi.
Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like a sort of white outline of a Luigi. We'll have to ask the guys. But either way, the BMW certainly looks striking in that livery. It is a striking car, I must admit. Over the season, you've all heard me moan about how ugly the front end is, but you can't argue that it's not a strong-looking car. But this is a strong
look. It does look very nice.
This is a strong-looking car that's not quite where I'd expect it to be. Jeremy de Bover in the number 10, challenged by DB Audi, down in 9th place, and the car in front of it isn't where I'd expect it to be either. Second place in the championship, Jesse Hendricks, currently in 8th position. Now their nearest rival is a Decimo BE car, which is up in 5th, so they would definitely take second in the championship ahead of the last round if it finishes this way. 4th in the championship of Flemish Sim Sports. They're sort of on their own here at the minute, but my God, it's a pretty car. But either way, not much to worry about right now for Kimber Haight.
Kimber Haight's main worry is trying to catch up to 6th place Nilton Carvalho, because he can see the trainer cars. You can see a 4th place potentially on the cards here, but we haven't seen the ability for those cars that we were expected to see climb up through the field actually do so just yet. Maybe they'll come into more of their own later on in the race. We have seen that before for Kimber Haight and also that DynamiXX Pink car. They do tend to come good towards the end of a race, so we will see how that materializes. Look though at the challenge by DB car in the background. Jeremy de Bover piling the pressure on the Porsche.
Yeah,
putting so much pressure on that the Porsche actually missed its apex, but managed to regain it just about for turn 2, and then powers out. That Porsche is so good at applying the power out of the sorry speeds, which is what you really need at a circuit like Gilles Villeneuve, the ability to get the power down, constantly slowing down and accelerating. Never really a dull moment here, so good to see that the Porsche is definitely going well. I think recent developments in terms of the balance performance, the way the aero has been calculated, has helped out that car, especially in some areas where it's struggling. High and mid-speed corners is where the Porsche was a little bit unstable, but the ability to really push the limits of the car through those corners has been increased. Much more in line with how the cars are like to drive in real life, or so I've heard at least. You can really wring the neck of these things. There's a reason why you see so many of what we call, I think, gentleman drivers in real life motorsport taking their forays into racing in a GT3 car, because they are just so easy to drive, but also allow you to really push the limits, but do so in a manner that's a lot safer than you could in other cars where you are on that knife edge.
And it's very similar with GT2 cars as well, GT2 machinery, which are a bit of a step up from GT3s in pace, but to be honest, not that different by the look of it. They've certainly got a massive gentleman driver following. I even had the pleasure of commentating on none other than Hans-Joachim Stuck last year, driving in a KTM Crossbow GT2. There's also an Audi R8 GT2 car as well, which is one of the prettiest race cars you'll ever see.
I was going to say, that Audi
life.
is beautiful.
It's insanely gorgeous, is the Audi GT2 car. So do go have a look at it if you want to. Here's Stefan Bequis. He's chasing down the Zenom Lamborghini, the 169 car, which currently, as far as I know, is 17th in the championship. So not having the best of seasons. But looking at the WPR car, they were the example we gave earlier about having one strong result to turn your season around, the 13th. But they had a 6th place finish at the 3rd round of the championship at Hockenheim.
Now racing very nicely. Look at this, just trying to find a way past. Can they get one over on the Zenom Esports car, the 169? Hard on the brakes, but then thinks better. But definitely asking questions of the Lamborghini up the road, making sure that it's not going to be an easy race for Niels de Kuiper or that Zenom car. And I mean, that BMW, it's not the car that I'd be choosing to drive around this circuit, that's for sure. Car that is famed for its understeer, as we see a little bit of actually oversteer on the exit. That's again the car struggling to put the power down. For some reason, it's very understeer everywhere, apart from when you're trying to put the power down out of slow speeds, where it just can't seem to get it down. And then when the traction control kicks in, it starts to slide, and it's very, very strange in terms of its handling characteristics. And I mean, an understeer car is not really something that I'd want to have at a street circuit. The walls are close on the exits.
No.
But it's working all right for some, working all right for Nilson Carvalho. He's up in 6th place still.
Yeah, that's it. It just depends on how different teams can manage it. As the Zenom car goes around. And he's going to have to try and loop it back around very, very quickly. But how many times have we seen that in a mid-engined to rear-engine car? Just that change down there as he chucks it in one final time. And it does that quick pirouette. And he loses a couple of spots because of it.
Looks like it was maybe a little bit too aggressive on the downshift. The revs too high when you turn in. It starts to break traction, and then it just continues to go around and around and around until you're facing the wrong way. But I guess that's the other thing. That's the other side of the coin. You can have a car that's understeery, and you don't get that. You might brush a wall here or there, but you won't have the worry of doing what we just saw Niels de Kuiper do, of looping it all the way around with just a little bit too much oversteer. As a touch of the wall there from Robin van Gogh. Really getting eager on the throttle to try and pull away from Bavo Follon, but that's not forthcoming. In fact, actually, Bavo Follon could be closing down enough to think of making a move, be it into this chicane or backing off and looking for the drive around the exit. He's made the Audi go narrow into the corner. Can he get a good exit? No, not quite. So Robin van Gogh is able to hold on for yet one more lap at least. I'm expecting actually Robin, after the battling, after the pace he was showing through the first sectors, to try and run away with P4 and think about closing up the gap to maybe P3, Sandro Marsani in the high liveries Vibe Sports Porsche, but that hasn't been forthcoming. It's been a great effort from Bavo Follon to keep with it through the corners where we know that car isn't necessarily geared up for more straight line speed in the 451 Porsche. And it's all about the different characteristics of each of these cars. You can see the Audi very aggressive on turn in, all about trying to carry the speed through. Very, very squirrely sometimes on the exits, whereas the Porsche just, slam it late on the brakes, get the acceleration down nicely as well. It's so good at putting the power down as the Porsche, but then, a little bit sketchy through some of the higher or medium speed corners. And the BMW in the background, which is, I think, affectionately the BMW barge. As you see it, understeer through some of these corners, but it's a nice stable car. You know what you're getting with the BMW. Very rarely you see it have those scary moments of oversteer.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I remember a while ago doing the Bathurst 12 hours. The last time, that was actually my last official race on iRacing that I did.
Oh.
It was Barcelona. Bathurst 12 hour 2020 even, so it wasn't even last year's, it was the year before. But we raced in the Z4 GT3, and it was very similar. You've got the engine at the front, so all the weight's there, so you've got to lug it around. But I'd rather a car be oversteery. Sorry, I'd rather a car be understeery. You can tell I've got COVID brain still. I'd rather a car be understeery and you have to sort of live to deal with it than it be oversteery and live to deal with it. Because let's face it, Ed, if we're going to get a car that's oversteery, you know, just as if you had no choice, it is going to oversteer. Would you rather have it oversteer on the throttle or on the brakes?
On the throttle.
Yeah.
I'd find it on the throttle, because on the brakes there's not really much you can do if it goes when you're trying to slow down for a corner. There isn't really much you can do other than just be a passenger, and that's the thing that we see. Actually, we don't see it now because no one's driving it, but in the Mercedes,
Yeah.
you get a lot of that now at the moment in terms of it slowing down and it starting to oversteer. You get that a lot, which I think is the reason why we're not seeing that anymore. But sorry, carry on, Chaz.
No, I was just going to say that I'd rather the car be, like you mentioned there, I'd rather it be oversteering on the throttle, because I can get out the throttle and it's about speeding up. You know, I can deal with that. If it's doing it on the brakes, then you're trying to slow down for a corner. You know, you're probably going to have a massive accident. So you really wouldn't want it to be oversteery on the brakes at all. And I've found a few cars like that before where you're not confident slowing down for a corner ever. Like it's horrible to drive. Whereas if you know that when you get on the throttle something might happen, you know, it might get a little bit leery, then you know you can deal with it. You can be prepared for it. But there's only a certain amount of preparation you can do for a car to try and kill you when you get to some corners, because it's just not an ideal place, is it? Let's face it.
No,
to
not
have
at all.
an issue with how your car's behaving.
Not at all, but I mean, you mentioned about that BMW Z4. If only we could have that BMW Z4 sound coming out of this BMW M4.
Yeah.
Because, my word, that Z4, that was a great sounding car. Shame that it's not part of the iRacing current roster of GT3s. Strangely enough, the Ford GT is.
Oh,
Not
don't.
sure why.
Yeah, don't get me started on that. It annoys me so much.
Not sure why we have the Ford GT, but not even the BMW Z4, which I think would it'd look better out there. But hey ho, there's still some great chances. There's been some of my most enjoyable times commentating has been on a lone Ford GT trying its best in a field full of modern GT3 cars.
Yeah, the Ford GT certainly is a staple of GT3 racing. It has to be said, but yeah, not quite in the same vein as a Z4, if you ask me. But still, the race goes on here at Montreal. Olivier Boultink still leading the way at the moment by some 5 seconds over the Porsche Sport Squad. Ryan Parkins in there, 911. Just coming into the chicane. Sandro Marsani's now 1.4 seconds back, but not long ago it was only about 3/10. So Ryan's obviously had to open the taps slightly there. He's now closed the gap a little bit to the race leaders. Robin van Gogh has disappeared up the road from Bavo Follen and Nilton Carvalho, who we were watching there. And then Jesse Hendricks and Jeremy DeBova, 2 drivers really looking to improve as this race continues, because these guys, we were saying earlier, they're not normally in this sort of position. They're usually a lot higher up than this.
No, definitely not. But then, of course, we don't know how the race will shake up with the driver changes coming into effect, and, of course, how they've managed the tyres, because looking at the temperatures here before we got started, I was astounded by how hot it was. I think it was 44 degrees, and it was just after midday. So the track is going to stay hot for a little while longer. It means that this first stint is going to get very, very sketchy towards the end. And maybe if the drivers still think about double stinting, that second stint on these tyres is going to be very, very scary, especially considering you're at a track where there isn't any room for error. The walls, you can see either side of the circuit very close in. No room for any mistakes, no room for those tyres to suddenly give up on you and find yourself facing into the wall.
And that's it. It's easy to make mistakes, isn't it, really, when you've got the walls so close. You feel under pressure to just go around every single corner with a push, but it doesn't always work out, because some drivers, they take the risks, they turn in that little bit early, but then you see them just clip a curb or something and it just pushes them out wide. And this is probably the epitome of circuits where that happens, isn't it, really?
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, you can't really be given any quarter at this circuit. It really does punish you, and it's one of the circuits that I haven't really enjoyed driving too much in a GT3 car. Give me something like an MX-5 or Formula 3. It's so fun just to, send it through. I mean, I did a few laps as well around here in the old not Formula 4, the Formula 1 car, the Formula Mazda.
Oh yeah.
Good little track for these cars, but in terms of, lap after lap, it's so difficult to get it right. It's so tricky.
Yeah, I guess it's a track that once you get it right once, it sort of installs this big level of confidence in you. But then when you push the limits of said confidence, it can bite you in the backside incredibly quickly, can't it?
Absolutely. I mean, I was doing it for, I think one of the media days, wasn't it, for Formula 1? We were at this Gilles Villeneuve circuit.
Ah, it was, yeah. We
was,
were messing about, weren't we? Like a bunch of idiots.
Having a little bit of a play around, and yeah, I mean, I can speak from experience in that car. It's a great little circuit. I haven't driven it too much in the GT3s since that day. But you do really need to carry as much momentum as possible throughout all of these corners. It's all about getting the power down nice as well, making sure the car is nice and stable before you do. Because if you get that little bit of oversteer on corner exit to recover it, you will get pushed offline and potentially push yourself into the walls. So it's almost a thing of, do I just take the spin and hope I don't hit anything, or try and recorrect the spin and hope that I'm far enough away from the walls to not touch them?
Yeah, that's it. Sometimes even an overcorrection here can be the end of your race. Well, that's one of the things about this track, though, because it still feels like your normal everyday Grand Prix circuit. There's grass around it, there's barriers around it, as we see here, but the barriers in certain places are so close that then it reminds you that it's basically a street circuit. The mixture that we have it's so charming, isn't it? I think that's the best way to describe this track.
Yeah, you see a lot at Albert Park as well, isn't it? A very similar circuit in terms of it looks like a bona fide race circuit. There's runoff, there's gravel traps, but then other parts, walls are just so close, and then you remember, oh my word, we've just driven through a car park here. This is public roads. Look how close the walls are.
Yeah, definitely. The car park thing's very, very true as well, especially with Albert Park. But it's when you get all the weird little white lines on the road as well that are just for everyday use, and you think, oh God, like, really? And then you can imagine that driving on them day to day, and then considering how fast race cars go around them must be quite the interesting thing. I know my uncle and my auntie went to Monte Carlo a long time ago, and it was about a week before they started setting up for the Grand Prix, and they had all the barriers and everything lined up ready at the side of the road, sort of just to pop in place. So they drove around what the circuit would be, and it's very far from the pace of a Grand Prix lap, that's for sure. You're basically stationary the whole time because it's just pure traffic, as is Monte Carlo, I guess. But anyway, we're looking right now at Sandro Marsani, who's got a bit of work to do, to be honest, to try and catch up with Ryan Parkins. He has dropped off slightly, but I think more than anything here, Ed, Ryan's just sort of opened the taps a bit. He knows what needs to be done now, and he's cracking on with it. We've seen Ryan do this so many times before. He's so good at this. The King Hippo, double King Hippo, as Peter Mackay and I call him.
Yeah, you can see now, Sandro Marsani, like you mentioned, just trying to close the gap down when struggling on the past few laps, but now he's in a nice little window where he can save a little bit of fuel. He's getting slipstream assistance, but also not getting any dirty air. It means he's using the tyres while using more mechanical grip to try and make up for that aero deficit. Tyres as well overheating a little bit as a result, causes more wear. Actually closing in a little bit through the fast flowing chicanes as well is Sandro Marsani. Like you mentioned, definitely getting a little bit of a move on to make sure that Ryan Parkins isn't able to disappear off down the road. But speaking of disappearing off down the road, Olivier Bolting, Synthesis GT3 by Vibe, BMS Esports, that Lamborghini yet again showing why they are likely to secure this championship, potentially even by winning every single round of this championship here. They're definitely on track. We're only 30 minutes or so into the running here at the Gilles Villeneuve circuit, but you'd be hard pressed to think of anyone other than this 45 Lamborghini that will be taking the checkered flag in first place come the end of proceedings.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, let's not forget though that in endurance racing sometimes all it can take is a mistake from maybe a lapped car, or just a bit of miscommunication, or just one genuine mistake from the car itself or the driver itself, let's say. These things can happen.
Yeah,
but
I mean, they're not immune to that, are they, Chaz? Just touching on mistakes. Monza, we saw that a few times, didn't we?
Yeah, he did actually push the limits with lap traffic, didn't he? I think I remember rightly. I'm not sure if it was Olivier or his teammate. Just had a few brown trouser moments with pushing it a bit too far. But fuel saving coming in already. Now, this is another thing that's been scary about this team this season, is the fact that they've been as quick as they are, but it's the fact that they can do it while fuel saving as well. It's absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I imagine he's probably got button clutch or something, Matt, so he just lifts off, presses the button, coasts it into the corners while slowing down on the brakes, and then picks it back up again. But yeah, it's a great way to save fuel, because when you clutch in, you don't lose as much speed, but you're not putting the revs in. And of course, iRacing manages it on throttle position, not revs. So if you're just not putting any power down, you're not going to worry too much. You're going to see it probably again here into the final chicane.
You know,
coasts in.
Based on the fact that it is on throttle position and not revs, I always did wonder. I was like, well, what's the point in putting the clutch down then? But you don't get any engine braking.
Yeah, you don't slow down at all from that. So it allows you to carry speed. And that's probably the reason why the lap times are staying as quick as they are.
Yeah, it's just lifting and coasting, isn't it? He's just got the exact momentum he needs into each corner, and he doesn't need any more or any less than that. He just wants to make sure that they can do that extra lap. And round here, obviously, it's a lot shorter than some of the other tracks that we've been to on the calendar, so it makes it a lot easier to maybe save a lap or even two of fuel per stint here compared to what some of the other teams and drivers can do.
Yeah, and I mean, by also clutching in, he does lose a little bit of speed, but that just allows him to push his braking zone a little bit closer to the apex by maybe a couple of feet here or there, but that allows him to sort of recuperate those losses from clutching in.
Yeah.
So that there's basically no net gain or loss of time, which is really, really difficult to do. I've only been able to do it on one circuit, and that was Daytona, I think, a couple of years ago. So this is a brilliant performance from Olivier Boulting that we're seeing now, but it isn't just Olivier Boulting, is it? I mean, Scott McFall comes into this car, we would imagine, in an hour and a half's time, and he'll probably be doing exactly the same thing, because those drivers are so evenly matched, and we're seeing two drivers on the circuit battling it out. There is still racing going on, and this is between Stefan Bequis, the WPR racing car, trying to find his way through on Sam Putterville's. Can he do it around the outside? No, not quite.
Yeah, it looked like there was a swap one way and then the other here. Fantastic battle going on between BMW and Porsche. This is the battle for 11th position, apologies. Went the wrong way there with it. Again, COVID brain. I'm going to use that as an excuse for everything. Like, that's literally going to be an excuse for everything. And the annoying thing for me is I've dodged COVID for 2 years. I travelled all around Europe last year, and I probably just picked it up the road at Harry's school or something. Harry being my son, by the way. But, yeah, it's frustrating to have it, but either way, we're not going to. I'm not going to go on and on about it. You know, there's worse things to worry about, and that is the fact that this BMW's not got a proper livery on it. Anyway, Bavo Follen is up in 4th position, but Robin van Gogh is one of the only cars to have gained a position in this race and has completely disappeared from this battle now. 3.5 seconds up the road, so it's Nilton Carvalho that he really needs to worry about here, which is that BMW still just sticking behind. Maybe, though, could that be helping them do a bit of fuel saving, do you reckon, Ed, as they go down that back straight?
Yeah, it certainly could be. I'm just having a look, though, at some of the lap times. We saw, obviously, Robin van Gogh disappearing up the road. He's actually closing up the road to Sandro Marsani. Sandro's actually dropped back now 2 seconds, the deficit between second and third. All of a sudden, Van Gogh is finding a little bit more pace compared to the Porsche in third. You might be seeing, yet again, a couple of Sim District GT3 cars sharing a podium come the end of this race. But, of course, plenty of time still to go. Driver swaps, driver changes need to be made. Never know what the pace of everyone is like around this Gilles Villeneuve circuit. It's a circuit that some drivers love, some drivers hate. A very Marmite circuit, I find. I'm one of the weirdos that doesn't really love it or hate it. I'm sort of quite neutral about it, but I know, Chaz, you are really in love with this place.
Oh, yeah. I've always enjoyed watching the Canadian Grand Prix. I've always had a soft spot for that event, just because the whole circuit feels so tightly packed and so close together that it feels like an event no matter what's going on there. You know, you feel like a lot is going on because there's such little space between all of the happenings out on circuit. So it really is a favourite of mine, and I have no shame in accepting that. Now, to be honest with you, though, I'm not actually that quick around here. Then again, I'm not quick anywhere. But I'm not that quick around this circuit in particular. It's very, very challenging, as we keep saying. And it's one where it denies anybody any level of consistency, because you think you've got it and then the circuit says no. Basically, it seems to move the curbs every single lap or move the braking zones every lap, but still, it's a fabulous place, and it's beautifully located as well. Have you ever sort of looked at where this circuit is in Montreal? It's like its own island.
Yeah, it's a really nice bit of land this car's on. I mean, the wildlife definitely knows it's a very nice bit of land, because it's not really used for much until the racing arrives. Then all of a sudden, the poor animals get so confused about, oh my word, what's going on here?
Yeah.
But it is an absolutely beautiful racetrack.
It really is. And Nilton Carvalho has dropped off a little bit there from the Porsche in front. A little bit further back, it's still getting feisty between Puttervilles and Bequeis. They're closing in on the Audi, which is Jeremy de Bova, who has been off the road, actually. We'll have a look here as well. The back end swings out on the BMW, and Puttervilles
the BMW car with the power down.
Oh!
Whoa.
Well, that'll do it. Oh, no. Wow. Great avoidance there by Jens Goosens, it has to be said. Flipping heck, son. Look at this. That's a moment. But Jeremy de Bova now will not be too pleased with how the car is, although, to be honest with you, I expected him to come into the pits there. I would have thought that damage might be a little bit much for how the car is, because that was a very straight-on hit into the wall, isn't it? And we've seen that sometimes that can actually do more damage than hitting it side-on.
I think for Jeremy de Bova, though, it's so late on in his first that he just needs to power through this and go on until the end, because by pitting in now, not only will you lose time, but you'll also probably need to take one more stop than everyone else, which again will lose you time. So it's not just about damage and the speed you're losing. By staying out, he's probably losing maybe half a second a lap.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, if that. Whereas
Yeah.
if he was to come into the pits, to need that extra stop, that's suddenly, that could be 20 seconds added to his overall race time.
Yeah,
so I
that's a very
think
good
Jeremy de
point.
Bova is being very, very sensible right now. He's keeping it going, and to be fair to him, the car looks stable. It might be down on downforce, of course, from the front end being a bit banged up, but most importantly, the rear is nice and strong and stable. You can see that rear wing has not been messed with at all. It's a nice, well, the normal shape for an Audi R8 GT3 rear wing, which is what you would be wanting to see if you're Jeremy de Bova.
Yeah,
Of course, he
definitely.
doesn't know that, so he needs to be asking his teammates, I think, just to have a look and tell him how bad it is.
Yeah, I guess so. As long as it isn't all banged up, he'll be pretty pleased. But
The main thing to worry about is suspension
Oh.
damage, as he actually does now come into the pits. So maybe there was a meatball, and he was just trying to, extend it out for as long as he possibly could before he was forced to come in. Drivers are allowed one fast repair, so this will probably be their one and only time of getting the car fixed up for the remainder of the race. So that means that they can't afford any more mistakes here at a circuit that really does punish you for them heavily.
yeah, that's it. You have to be absolutely on it, because, let's face it, even in the real world of motorsport, when we're not doing sim racing, the reliability of modern day race cars, and especially these GT3 cars, it does just become basically a massive run to the flag, doesn't it? It just becomes a massive run to the flag at full pelt. There's no letting up at all. You are just absolutely on it from the get-go. And there's no sort of, we're going to lose a few seconds a lap, but, the car will go further. It's all like, they are just flat out from the very start to the very end of the race now. It's absolutely nuts. And it just sort of highlights how more competitive endurance racing is getting year after year. And not having to worry about reliability here on iRacing as well of the cars. It's more about your hardware and your software on your sim rig at home. Then there's even more reason to be able to just push to the limit, and that's what these drivers are doing, and they do it well.
Yeah, I think another reason though why we saw the Audi actually come into the pits could have been to do with the damage affecting the cooling of the car. It's the whole front end structure that was bent in. There was maybe an obstruction. Maybe you saw something like the oil or water temperature rise very sharply, and
Yeah,
that's usually a key sign on at least this iteration of the iRacing damage model that your car's about to go bang.
yeah, and that's not ideal for anyone wondering.
Thank you, Chaz.
Yeah, science with Chaz.
No.
Don't let engine get hot, go bang.
Engine get hot, engine go bang, engine no work.
Yeah, team manager angry.
Oh yeah, very angry. Don't want that at all.
Wallet light. But
Thankfully, we don't have to worry about that in iRacing. Although, of course, with the cost of it, your wallet is a little bit lighter, but not as light as it would be if you were doing real life racing.
yeah, I like that. Nice save. Nice save. But yeah, you're very right, though, Ed. You know, we pay good money for the sim. It has to be said, though. I think really with the product that we get, it's a hell of a sim, and the fact that it looks so smooth and it looks so natural as well.
It's good for us as commentators because we can justify it in terms of buying all these new bits of kit. But you know, if you don't have that, it's a lot harder, I think, to justify buying the newest, car on iRacing, the newest thing that's come out, because they are definitely very steeply priced when you compare them to something like R Factor or Assetto Corsa. But the level of detail that goes into it, if you buy a car on iRacing, that it's had time and effort and love and care put into it.
Yeah, it's not just modded by Keith, who lives in Lancashire. Like,
that's the
it's
thing.
properly scanned by iRacing themselves. It's all laser scanned. It's done to the nearest millimetre. Even the tracks as well, with where the bumps are, the curbs, all of it. They may not always be in date, but at the end of the day, that's because the logistics of getting these cars scanned and detailed and built, a lot goes into it, as Ed says. So you need patience and money to be on iRacing.
Yeah, definitely. To be fair, there are people that spend more on their rigs than they spend on iRacing. So, sim racing in itself is an expensive hobby. And if you're griping about every last penny that you spend on a bit of software, maybe you should, look at your 500 or 1,000 quid rig and think, maybe this is all right.
Yeah. Now, the McChallenge car, as Hendrik de Grave pointed out, was still in the pits, but they had a 3-minute 22-second pit stop.
Also, they didn't take a fast repair.
No, they haven't,
actually,
have
still
they?
A bit of that. You can see it's a bit bumped and banged, but definitely nowhere near as bad as it was. So, they're probably thinking that if it's a 3-minute repair, they're not going to take it. If it was something maybe like half an hour, engine exploding, that's probably when you would take your fast repair.
Yeah, definitely. That's when you'd be sure to go for it. But no, it seems that's not the case. But Hendrik de Grave obviously got the car in and went, yeah, we need to change drivers here. Maybe he wasn't quite in the right frame of mind. You can easily get frustrated by making a mistake when you're on your stint. So maybe he just thought now is the time to get Dieter de Vlaeminck out in the car. And here he is.
See, actually, a helmet there. I'm not sure. Is that the new Max Verstappen helmet or last season's one? I'm just having a look. Just trying to squint my eyes and have a look closely to see.
We'll see
These
if we
little
can...
details you can see in iRacing, which are absolutely lovely. The driver's helmets, you can just about see him.
Trying to see if I can. For some reason, our slow-mo's not working. Oh, there we go. Well, we'll. I think if we go on board, no, we can't quite see it, unfortunately. But no, I don't know why I thought slow-mo was a good idea then. Apologies, I'm all clicking all the wrong buttons here. I'm doing a great job. But yeah, I'm not quite sure on that one, I'm afraid, Ed. But it's your eagle eyes that astound me. I did not notice such a detail.
I just love the little things you can see, because you can see it a lot better when the car's coming towards us. I think that might have been last season's helmet. But still, very nice little details you can see. Drivers obviously repping their favourite real world or various other drivers that they want to on iRacing, which is that's a great little thing. You can actually see as well, it's modelled on the visor as well. You can see sort of the different sheens, a nice sort of...
Yeah, that's one thing I do love, that you can paint visors in iRacing.
Yeah.
You can paint the visor to have a certain coloured sheen on it, and it looks awesome. It looks really cool. It's a mate of mine, Steve Burke, who has a very shiny green visor on his helmet in iRacing, and you can always see it. There's always a green glint when he's on his way towards you, and it just looks so cool. And I love the fact that you can do that, and it can be so bright as well. It makes a big difference because you can tell from a distance who's going to be there. And well, it's all about identity, isn't it, really? It is a battle for P7. Thank you, Hendrik de Grave. He's just become our new director with Kimber Haight and Jesse Hendricks. Again, 2 cars slightly out of position to where we'd expect them here, Ed. We would have thought that Jesse Hendricks in particular will be right up there fighting for this championship, because they are the only ones really at the moment that are close enough to stop the overall race leaders.
Yeah, my smooth brain is now focusing on the drivers' helmets rather than the actual action on circuit, so I'll try my best to focus on what we're actually seeing and what everyone's more interested in rather than what helmets the drivers are running. The 88 Jesse Hendricks there. We know how good he is on the brakes. We know how good Kimber Haight is, though, in terms of his racecraft, both attacking and defending. Come to us now. Let's have a look at this replay. Squabbling side by side. This was down into the hairpin just a lap ago. Oh, look at that. So close. Trying to squeeze onto the entry of the corner. Kimber Haight went defensive, then drifted the car slowly to the more left-hand side of the circuit, more onto the conventional racing line, to allow him to carry the speed, the momentum through the hairpin, get a good exit as well. The 88, Jesse Hendricks looked to the outside line. Wasn't quite able to get the position done and dusted. Look at this, giving each other just about enough space. That was brilliant stuff. Good, respectful driving. Hopefully we see that carry on and we don't see any frustrations from either driver creeping through. That's the thing, when you have side-by-side action battling for many, many laps, drivers might start to throw a little bit of caution to the wind, and we're definitely hoping not to see that, because this is a great fight so far between 2 very, very good, capable drivers as well, Jesse Hendricks, Kimber Haight. We've seen them all season long give us some great battles, and now it's the pair of them together.
Yeah, I agree, though. You know, you can sometimes throw caution to the wind because you think, oh, you know, I can battle this guy closely, you know, and people then take a few more liberties, don't they? They start to push the limits of what they can do a little bit more, and that's when it ends in tears, unfortunately. 90%
I'm only saying that because I've done it a couple times.
Love it. Love it. Here is.
Yeah, don't want anyone to think that I'm ribbing on him, because I think we're all racist, Chaz. We've all done it, haven't we, at one point or another?
Oh, yeah, mate, definitely. Definitely. I do it every single time I get in a car. But
well, just, you know, school run.
Oh, yeah.
Especially school run.
Yeah. I've only got 120 brake in my BM, but I can overtake that idiot in a Tesla. Oh. Then again, I'm not saying if you're a Tesla driver, you're an idiot. Just there's one guy around here that I always see him, and he's in a Tesla, and he's an idiot. But either way.
I mean, I was about to say, I disagree with Chaz. I think everyone is... No, I'm not going to go there.
If you drive a Tesla, you're an idiot.
No, if you want an electric car, get the Porsche. Get the Taycan.
Yes. Everyone knows my feelings on that. Everyone knows my feelings on that by now.
See, I know it was safe saying that opinion here. I know it's safe to say that.
Oh, yeah. It's not like me saying the BMW is ugly. That's not a safe opinion in this room.
No. Not when I'm around, Chaz. You've got to be very careful.
Just to give everybody... I mean, everyone that watches these broadcasts, you know how brutally honest Ed and I love to be. We do have a few breaks planned today. I have added an extra one in because I am suffering with COVID, so I'm going through sort of cold sweats and all sorts every 10 minutes. And then suddenly going hot and suddenly going cold, like having a fever, and I can't really breathe. So you are going to have to bear with me and have a little bit more time without me commentating. But we are going to be having breaks at race time every basically time from now that it hits half an hour. So 1.5 hours, 2, 3, 4, and then we're going to be with you until the end from when the 4.5 hour mark. Once we come back from that bit longer break, be about 10 minutes there, we will then be with you till the end of the race. So just to let you know, that is the plan of action. We need our hydration, we need our food, Ed needs his internet, and yeah, but we obviously aim to bring you the best race coverage we can, and we are sure that we will do that for you. And these guys have been so entertaining already, but the Lamborghini of Kimber Haight certainly can't shake off Jesse Hendricks yet, can he? He's not going anywhere fast.
Yeah, and actually, we're seeing a little bit more closer action. I touched on it a little while ago. Sandro Marsani is under pressure from Robin van Gogh. I noticed that he was lapping relatively quickly with Robin van Gogh now that he didn't have Barry Fallon harassing his rear end. All of a sudden...
Oh, well, there you go.
Oh, my word. Curse of the commentator has definitely struck with a swift hand to Robin van Gogh. Apologies, Robin.
I've never known a commentator, Ed, with as strong a commentator's curse as you. I've never in my
Good
life.
Lord. That was...
I can't even rewind to that, I'm afraid, because he didn't slow down enough for it to show that he'd stopped. It didn't come up as anything, so we can't actually go back and look at that. But
So it's good that we caught it, otherwise we'd be questioning what on earth has been going on. We wouldn't even realise that Van Gogh has gotten as close as he did. So there we go. My commentator's curse has worked in our favour, at least, here on Sim Races World TV. Not, however, in the favour of the Belgian driver currently occupying P4. However, one small comfort is that his pace is looking good. His lap time last time by was his personal best of the race. A 1:35.17, around about 3.5, maybe actually last time by that would have been nearly a full second quicker than Sandro Marsani. So
Wow.
definitely the pace is there from Van Gogh. Maybe though, with those tyres being scraped sideways, not quite as quick now for the remainder of this stint. But we will definitely see, Chaz, and this is one battle to keep an eye on, as is the battle between Kim Bahia and Jesse Hendricks, because I'm just seeing that. Look at these two, side by side, wheel to wheel, almost door to door. Look at how tightly they're squeezing each other through the chicanes. Right and left and right. Pick your battles, pick your positions. Kim Bahia slotting himself back up into P7, but these two, wow. What
Great
a race
fun.
they're giving us.
yeah, fantastic fun from these guys. Really entertaining as ever. Two of the sort of most easy to watch teams in this series, it has to be said. You know, they're so enjoyable to watch, these guys, because they have the right idea about their racing and they just go about it so well. I'm thoroughly enjoying watching these guys this season. It's a hell of a lot of fun, and we hope that it continues into seasons to come, because especially when it's two cars like this as well that are very different, to see them being battled so closely and so intensely is just beautiful, because it shows how close the balance of performance and how correct the balance of performance in GT3 racing is.
Absolutely. I'm just having another look here at this Porsche. He was trying his best, wasn't he, Jesse Hendricks, to find a way through on Kim Bahia. Couldn't quite get that finishing touch of the move, but at least that bodes well that he has the pace to challenge and to try these overtaking moves all throughout this race. It was turning in nicely for the first corner. Definitely a little easier on turning than I think previously, this Porsche. You can see picking up the apexes nice and sweetly. And then through here, this chicane, I always seem to struggle with. The wall was always really close. There's a little bump of the curb on that left-hand side that can spit you off into the wall. Here is a little bit nicer. You can really coast through, be a little bit slower, pick your moment to get on the throttle for the right-hander. Flat out all the way through. And then this one. This chicane, that's all I can describe it as, because there's bumps on the insides. You want to try and cut it as much as you can, but you can't because of the big humps on either side. And then if you hit one of them, you can either get spat off into the grass, which is a bit more favourable, or spat off into the wall, which there's no hope of recovering. Then into this hairpin. Look at the brake discs glowing on this Porsche as it comes back into view. You're having to decelerate so hard, so quickly, and then looking to pick up the power nice and early, which Jesse Hendricks has done, going down onto the casino straight into the final chicane. Probably won't look for a move. It might look to unsettle Lamborghini and try and figure out a way through into turn one.
Very close indeed. Lamborghini moves back over to the left, tries to optimise the line through the chicane. Jesse Hendricks still not finding a way through, but all this time, yeah, he has got a good run. All this time he's just putting pressure on and he's unsettling Kim Bahia. But Kim in that Lambo looking strong so far. A little tiny bit of damage on the front right of that Lamborghini, actually. I'm wondering whether they've clipped a wall at some point, because there is a few scrape marks and it's a little bit sort of disfigured. Well, it can't have been too much, because I mean we'll probably see every car with at least a little ding on it here or there by the end of this race, won't we?
Yeah, I think as well, just because of how low that Lamborghini is at the front, that could have been picked up through one of those aforementioned humps on the curbs, maybe through this next chicane on the inside perhaps, or even through that final chicane. If you hit the right-hand side a little bit too hard on the first curb, it can cause a little bit of damage to these cars that are a little bit of a bit of sensitivity about them. Look at this, though. Really nicely planted to accelerate out from that 88. It's all about, though, this next corner. One thing I love to see as well is the brake discs glowing on the Porsche. You can't see it from the angle I've got, unfortunately, but look at that when it comes around right at the rear. Having to work so hard with all that weight placed atop it. Struggling a little bit to put the power down, actually, as the first pit stop has just come in this race. Sandro Marsani, I think earlier than planned. I think you and I would agree, Chaz.
Yeah, maybe pushing a little bit hard to try and catch Ryan Parkins and the Porsche Sport Boys. Might have used a little bit more fuel than they might have expected. What do you reckon?
Yeah, potentially. It's just he hasn't really had much running with a car ahead of him to utilise to obviously lift and coast and to slow it right back down as Stefan Beckquist is moving through the pit lane. Gotten back up and running.
Yeah, that was an early
Sandro
stop as well,
Marsani.
actually, wasn't
That
it?
was an early one, yeah. Niels de Kuiper coming in also. Very strange. Usually you'd be wanting to pit in around about, or maybe a couple minutes time or so. Just to try and make it, if you can, to the 1 hour mark. Niels de Kuiper slightly overshooting, so to back up. That's not going to help him in terms of the pit stops.
No, that's
Sandro
nightmare
Marsani
scenario.
back up and running.
That is nightmare scenario to overshoot your box there, because even if you just add that odd second extra in the pits on, you've got to think about how much a second is worth on track. It's incredible. So Niels de Kuiper will not be best pleased with that. But there is your race leader still going past, and of course smaller fuel tanks after the update. Yes, Hendrik de Grave pointing that out. Yes, apologies. This is the thing when you've commentated on these cars before and you get so in tune with when they pit and sort of when the scheduled stops will be in a race like this. 16 litres less in these cars. That's actually quite a substantial amount,
That is
isn't
a
it?
significant amount, yeah, considering that I think, at least from my knowledge of the car I've driven extensively in endurance scenarios, BMW 120 litres.
Yeah.
And I think most of these cars, actually, I think all of them have about 120 litres. So 16 litres less.
It's like a sixth of the tank.
That is a significant cut. And usually that means that what we'd be expecting to come in, or what, if there's 60 minutes in an hour, sixth of that is 10 minutes, sixth of the fuel tank, so we'd be expecting them in probably
Now.
around about now, actually.
Yeah, that's it. And to be fair, 16 litres less, that's actually quite good fuel saving economy, that, because in the UK right now, 16 litres will probably cost you about 70 quid. But either way, I'm joking, that is a massive exaggeration, but still, it's ridiculous fuel prices at the minute, and I'm hoping for everybody else around the world, especially our wonderful international audience that watch all of this, they are not experiencing the same hike in prices that we are here in the UK, because it's nearly £2 a litre for diesel at the moment. I've seen it in places where it is, actually. And I recently was watching an older episode of Top Gear, Ed, between you and me, where they had it was the old episode where they bought the sort of less than $3.5 grand supercars, which all broke down. Absolute classic of an episode.
Best episode. That was, I think, the point where because that was the first time they ever tried something like that as well, wasn't it, Chaz?
Yeah.
Top Gear. And they realised it was a winning formula, but whoa!
That's not a winning formula. And
certainly not, as Cavallo, after doing that, decides, I'm going to come into the pits.
yeah, he's like,
Maybe very sheepishly.
stuff that noise.
But was that actually his intent all along? Was he intending on going straight on into the pits? Because that's the other thing, pit entry on the racing line, you would go straight on. In fact, I think that was probably exactly what was going on. It was.
It was clumsy, though. It was clumsy. You have to realise that the car in front may not be going into the pits. It is going to slow down. That for me, that was very clumsy by Nilton.
That was.
But it's difficult. You know, it's not easy to judge, I guess. It's just.
I think, yeah, he was expecting the closing speed to be as severe because in what situation can you replicate that? Can you repeat it to know the closing speed? You can't, really. It's something that I don't think a mistake that we'll see Nelson Cavallo make ever again.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you do feel pretty torrid when you make a mistake like that through, one mistake that the other driver is completely 100% innocent. You've just given him a big bash for no reason, and yeah, it's going to be making Nilson Cavallo feel pretty unwell to the pit of his stomach. But hopefully we won't be seeing that happen anymore this race.
Yeah, I doubt we will, but it's just one of those moments where sometimes in sim racing you see that people don't always practice pit entry and pit exit. It's actually quite surprising how little you see people practicing it. And there are incidents like that every now and again, and you think, was that necessary? But either way, Nilton Carvalho, honest mistake, I said it's clumsy, yes, but it's all about being prepared for those closing speeds and so on. And with this pit entry here at Montreal, that is something that you really do need to be prepared for. We look right now, though, at the Lamborghini of Kimber Haight, Flemish sim sports car, back out on track after its pit stop. I think the only two cars not to pit now are the Decimo BE car and our race leader. So once again, they're showing the ultimate pace out front with the fact that they can save fuel to go with it as well. I mean,
absolutely.
Unbelievable.
That's brilliant as well for Decimo.be to carry on. Maybe not so great that they've got a helping hand up the rear end, but that car is actually looking, thankfully, rather clean at the back. I can't see any damage from the camera angles that we can see of the rear end. Everything looks in order. So somehow the iRacing damage model has given the Porsche that is notoriously sensitive to damage a bit of a reprieve there, which is great to see. Have a full-on carrying on as Olivier Borsic comes into the pits. We'll expect Decimo.be Porsche to do the exact same thing. Actually, just noticed as well that Jesse Hendricks, after the pit stops, up ahead now of Kimber Haight.
Yeah, there has been a switch around there, hasn't there? Let's have a look at Jesse Hendricks in the Porsche. That's what they wanted to do, is just have that extra position gained after a stop, because it means that they don't have to get the job done on the road. Now, the problem is he just needs to stay ahead now, and that's easier said than done, isn't it? Let's face it. But one thing I do want to point out is I could tell Olivier Bulting was going to come in on that lap. Do you want to know how I could tell?
How could you tell?
He did a purple sector 2.
Ah!
Now, Olivier Bulting's had a theme of doing this in his stints over this championship, where he'll get all the fuel saved, they'll know exactly what they need to do to get in, and then when he realises, right, stuff it, we've got enough fuel for this lap, we can maybe push a little bit on this last one, he just goes absolutely ballistic on his in-lap. He is ridiculously fast when it comes to in-laps. I mean, he's fast anyway, but you know what I mean? When it comes to the in-lap itself.
It's basically his equivalent of hammer time, isn't it? You just see, right, the purple sector's light up, right, we know what he's doing, he's coming into the pits, off he goes. But yeah, great stuff from Olivier Bulting, because we actually see a driver change now. Cohen Bevers now behind the wheel of the Decimo.be car, and usually if you're doing a driver change, you're doing a tyre change. Not seeing the car up on the jacks yet, though, Chaz, are you?
No, I've not seen that the stop's taking that much longer. We've had 3 cars with pit stops over a minute. Jürgen van der Peer in the Dynamics Bell Speed car, and Stefan Bequis, and Dieter de Vlaming is the other one.
Although is still stationary in the pits.
Yeah,
tyres are going on now.
It is up on the jacks. Nicely mentioned, Ed. Nicely mentioned. I should have actually stayed with it for a bit longer, seeing as you asked me the question about looking at the car, but, that's...
COVID brain is fine.
COVID brain!
I'm using the excuse for you this time. There you go, COVID brain. But no, that was usually what you see in these scenarios. If you change drivers, you usually change tyres. You don't really want to hand over a car with worn tyres to a driver that's obviously used to, when you're practicing for a race, you usually get in the car and you have full 100% tread on the tyres, full 100% grip, so you're used to obviously going through and then feeling the natural progression as you work through the program, as you go through and come in for maybe a full fuel run. Maybe you try a double stinting run if you're absolutely, got the time on your hands and you don't stack it in a wall for every 5 laps like I do in practice and keep it going for long enough, then usually a double stint is worth trying. You get to know the feel of the car, the feel of the drop in performance as it goes on as well. Because if you were to obviously throw a driver in at the deep end, give them, tyres that have got, say, 70 or 60% when you come into the pit box, chances of them making mistakes are, probably 60 or 70% higher. Yeah,
definitely. And one thing we need to know is that this car has something looming over it right now, and that is a stop-go 30-second penalty for avoidable contact with the other car at the end of the lap, the Decimo BE Porsche. So they have been given a theoretical slap on the wrists for that, but slightly more.
Yeah.
A 30-second long slap on the wrists.
30-second stop and go is a pretty big punishment, but one that I don't think me or you, Chaz, could disagree with, and certainly not. I think
No.
Nielsen Carvalho would disagree with that. I think it was to be expected.
Yeah.
Good to see that the people in the background are on top of things. I'm imagining that's probably actually that might be Jochen Lennart's actually working his way in the background.
Yeah, he was in the session anyway earlier, so he may as
Yeah.
well make use of it up there in the race director's room, as I would call it. But still, it's a shame though, because Nilton Carvalho has showed some fantastic pace in that BMW, to the wrath of the stewards. We've seen it in all forms of motorsport, people getting penalties even when they're leading a race. You never know what could quite happen with it. Just watching Kimber Haight and Jesse Hendricks though, right together. We are losing a few frames at the minute though, so I do apologise everybody. Just having
I did notice you just dropped out for me for a second, which was slightly worrying. I was worried that my internet had packed it in.
Yeah, again, brutal honesty here from Chaz and Ed. At Ed's accommodation, they are doing an internet bit of maintenance on the Wi-Fi this weekend, so
Yeah,
Ed could
love it.
disappear whenever, but we don't know when. Because what was the time frame they gave? It was really vague, wasn't it? It was like
It was the most vague thing. I think it was something like
9 a.m.
9
to
o'clock
6
in the
p.m.
morning to like 6 p.m. in the evening. So for the last, probably 3 hours or like 2.5 hours of running, we should be golden. But
That's
up
if
until that point comes, we don't know.
that's if you come back.
Yeah. That's if, they just knock it out for the night and decide, we'll deal with it in the morning. Have fun, everyone.
Yeah, have a
The
good night.
joys of uni accommodation.
But still, we're here and we're loving it. So, nearly an hour, over an hour done here at Montreal. Olivier Bultink and Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMS Esports, get it right, Chaz, lead the race. Ryan Parkins and Porsche Sport are in second, with quite a gap now over Robin van Gogh in the 145 Audi. Sandro Marsani now down in fourth position.
Just looking actually at Robin van Gogh, and at times he was putting out very, very good, very stable. Actually closing a margin down to Ryan Parkins as well now. Tyres seemingly working wonders on that Audi R8 as we see just in the front of the shot. Just bring out of way as we come down to Sandro Marsani. But for me, Robin van Gogh has been a real star of this first stint, making up 2 places up into third, into the podium, taking advantage as well of Decimo.be, making one additional pit stop as I'm having a look. I've been distracted by the helmet again. I think that's a Lando Norris helmet on Robin van Gogh.
See, I don't dare have training paints on, so
I always got it from previous races that I think it caches it for me. Looks
yeah.
like a Lando helmet.
I think it. What it does is it just saves
There
the
it
file on your
is.
PC, so it hasn't got rid of it.
The Lando Norris helmet there for Robin van Gogh. Lando, of course, is actually, I think, dual British and Belgian nationality, I think, isn't it? He's got family, relatives, I think somewhere in Belgium near Spa. So it's basically like his second home race. Yeah, look at that lovely helmet there from Robin van Gogh that I'm able to see. Fortunately, Chaz doesn't have it loaded, so I'm basically just nattering to myself here. But
He's enjoying
lovely,
it.
lovely little details. I'm enjoying myself.
You enjoy it, Ed. If you've been through the time and effort to have that helmet downloaded there, you enjoy it.
Yeah,
mate. You enjoy it.
I'm using up every little bit of the internet that I've been able to use while I still have it. Downloaded it. Got to make use of it while it still lasts.
Brilliant stuff.
Ryan Parkins just at the front of the shot. You can actually see the gap isn't that great. Only 6 seconds.
Yeah, it's not impossible for this Audi to carry on moving forward here. And like you said before, we have seen them almost lock out a podium. They could definitely get a second car on it for now. There is no doubt about that. But looking good at the minute. 3 manufacturers in the top 3 as well, which is what we always like to see. Great to see that different manufacturer representation going on. Shows you again how good the balance of performance is. That is the Dynamics Bell Speed car just in front of us. That, I believe, is Jürgen van der Peer at the wheel, is it not?
Yeah, I think you are right on the money there. So Robin van Gogh will be looking to get past the 251 Porsche as quickly as possible. I think this is him doing it now. Sweeping his way around the outside. Yep, good stuff from Van der Peer. Staying predictable on the right-hand side of the circuit. lifting out, didn't need to worry about fighting. It's in his interest as well to let that car through, because now he's going to get a nice helping of slipstream for the remainder of this lap, at the very least. That did obviously slow down Robert Van Gogh. Ryan Parkin's able to extend his advantage now. It was 6 seconds, now 6.5, 6.6. But of course, it will ebb and flow throughout the evening with traffic playing its part. Circuit as well, actually, Chaz, that is, you touched on it, grateful that there is a multi-class because of the traffic, but still, there are plenty of cars on the circuit. Traffic will inevitably play a part later down the line in this race, and it's going to be about who can manage it best.
Yeah, definitely. And when you're in traffic and it's cars that are the same pace and the same capability as you, that actually makes it even more difficult, I think, sometimes, because they have to make a more in-your-face decision to get out of the way. And a lot of the time, that's where the miscommunications come in. So it can be just as exciting when you've got multi-class, well, when you've got traffic, at least, that isn't multi-class, because they have to do more to make the situation work on both sides. So we'll have to keep our eye on anybody that is coming up to lap traffic during this race and see whether that changes much. The lead gap now, though, is over 12 seconds, Olivier Bultink to Ryan Parkins. Now, I'm excited, though, to see, because let's not forget, with Porsche Sport, they've got Lauren Heinrich in their team for this event as a guest driver. Now, there was some special warming up of the tyres going on in the Sim District GT3 lap in qualifying, which put them on pole. But so far, they've not quite been able to be matched by anybody else. I say that like it's their mission to do, but no, nobody's been able to match them yet so far, have they?
Yet, I think, is the key word you use in there, Chaz. Olivier Bultink looking very strong, though, out on the track by his lonesome. I think this image is pretty much summing up the championship. Just them by themselves, no one anywhere near them in terms of their pace so far this race. Just in the background, you can see Ryan Parkins in the Porsche Sport car, just coming out of final corner. Yeah, what a performance all season long we've been seeing from that Lamborghini, from those two drivers. Got off to, a great start to the season, put 2 laps on everyone at Zandvoort. Then had a bit of a tricky time, didn't they, at Monza, with a few mistakes coming through from both drivers. Olivier Bultink, I think, was actually quite harsh on himself after that race, but from then on out, he's been a real star performer. There's a reason why he's the driver that tends to qualify and start the race.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice and consistent, nice and stable.
Yeah, he always has been. You know, he's been a safe bet for that team from the very start. You know, he's always exciting to watch as well in the way that he just glides the car around the circuit. But I'm excited to see what more we will get from Olivier Bultink as the season goes on. I say as
same
the
with
season
actually his
goes on.
teammate. Yeah, Scott McFall, I feel sorry for him actually, because Olivier Bultink does so much at the start of the race that it almost overshadows Scott McFall doing pretty much the exact same thing. It's just he doesn't have anyone to worry about behind him.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. Scott is a real star behind the wheel. And, again, another exciting driver for us to watch round after round. Just, as you mentioned there very correctly, Olivier sort of has the limelight because he's the one that starts the car.
Yeah, I want to see maybe at the last round of the championship, maybe we'll see Scott take over driving duties for the start, just to see what he can do at the beginning of the race. Of course, it's all down to driver preference as well. Maybe that's just how they work best. It's a winning formula. Why change it? I'll tell you why you should change it. Give us something exciting to try and, think about how it works, think about what's going on. And another thing, Chaz, you missed out on this last time out, but me and Jack Johns, we were doing a thing that you'd love to do, and that is look at the tyres of each of the cars and figure, are they using Pirellis or Michelins? Here you can see yellow sidewalls on the 101 Porsche Sport car, but then I think there was Audis that looked like they were using Michelins, and then other Audis that looked like they were using Pirellis. It was a very, very strange time out at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, I think that's down to some of the series branding that you can get on the cars now in iRacing. Based on the licenses that you have for certain series, some of the teams and drivers and everything there is either based on Michelin usage or Pirellis. And it can get very, very complex, I believe. But I think it's still great that you can see that variation. But I think for one series, I think it'd be better to have one tyre manufacturer. But that's just me being picky, I think.
I wish there's a way. Maybe there is a way, and I'm just not aware of it. But when you have obviously leagues and you organise it, there was a way to sort of force certain branding, like maybe force sort of IMSA branding and have the yellow headlights and everything like that, or force.
You can, yeah, you can have it like that. I'm pretty sure, but I don't think it affects everything. I think that it just changes the number boards on the cars, and that's if you're not using custom number boards and stuff anyway. But yeah, I think it's for IMSA stuff, but we'll see here. I mean, we just saw the Porsche there with Pirellis. Look at the Audi, and I'm pretty sure the Audi will be on Pirellis. Also Marsani on Pirellis, right with them again now as well, actually. So this is 4th position. The number 41 Porsche closing right in on their rivals. Got 2 Sim District cars on the podium at the moment. There'll be a happy squad as things stand, and that is because Robin van Gogh has actually been off the track. That's why this gap has closed. So he's had a little bit of a moment somewhere. Let's have a look at it. Oh, into the chicane, and he would have got a slowdown for this as well, would he not? Whoa! Suddenly snaps around on the brakes. And that is nightmare scenario for him, isn't it?
Yeah, really, really not what he was hoping for. But we've seen that happen with the car before, haven't we? Sim District, the Audi has been struggling a little bit with the rear end, just breaking traction into corners. We saw it, was it through turns 6 and 7, I think, Chaz?
Yes.
Where the rear end almost broke and nearly sent them into a wall.
Yep, turn 6 and 7, very, very difficult because of the fact that you're carrying so much speed. You're changing down the gears from a very fast section, and you want to get the car turned in early to clip that curb ASAP before you go anywhere else. And you have to be so accurate through there, so being on the brakes and having it turned in nicely is really important. Sandro Marsani felt like he was sliding the car a lot then through the chicane. Certainly pushing hard. Another very exciting driver to watch this season has been Sandro Marsani, actually. He's been really, really good fun. And he continues to give us these impressive laps behind the wheel of this Porsche.
They have had some brilliant performances all across the board, though, haven't they? Really, I mean, you say it, Kim Bahayat has been a real treat to watch. I mean, a great fight as well with Jesse Hendricks. The defence he was putting up in that first stint was wonderful to behold, but unfortunately I think his tyres have gone past their best, and the Porsche light on his feet as ever. It seems to be a characteristic of all Porsches, really, how good they are on the tyres. As Sandro Marsani again pressed the limits. Look at how much the car's moving about on the exit of the corner. It's dangerously close to the wall when he corrects it to get it back under control. Love this camera angle that we're treated to here on board with the driver of the 41 car. So just all the little minuscule sort of inputs he's putting onto the steering wheel to try and keep the car pointed on the straight and narrow to keep the car straight. When he puts the power down, overshoots the braking zone a little bit, looks for the later apex. Almost gets into the back though of Robin van Gogh. Not necessarily the greatest way to take that corner. Does get a good drive out though and able to close the gap down to an Audi that we've been seeing is more geared up for the tighter twisty bits after the battle between himself and I think it was actually a battle between himself and Sandro Marsani earlier on, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, yeah. Sandro has closed back in now to be the one doing the chasing rather than being the chased. This is still great to watch though. Great fun for both of these teams and drivers. They'll all be sat watching as well in the session, of course, will the team. And that's one thing that's really cool about endurance racing, isn't it? Is that when you are sat in the session just watching your friends and your teammates crack on with the job at hand, you still get the chance to communicate with them and shout at them if they're being idiots and so on.
Another thing as well is what I really love about these sorts of endurance races as a driver, when there is a broadcast, you can sort of watch it and figure out in a bit more detail what's going on, what is the broadcast seeing that maybe you're not seeing on the track, and you can use that to help you in your fight through the field. So if there are drivers that are getting in the intel, maybe that they see themselves on the screen. I know I like to do it. I like to give a bit of a flash of the headlights, say hello. I did that
Did that
other
to me.
day in the GT4. Yeah, to you in the GT4. Well, I like doing it just in anything that I'm racing that's getting broadcast. I like to let them know that I'm tuning in.
And it's always entertaining as well. That's the thing. Always entertaining. So, what's next is what I'm thinking. What is going to be the next big move for any of these guys? So, are we going to see Marsani go past Van Gogh? Are we going to see anyone from further down the order make a mistake or close up and ignite a battle that hasn't quite been on our radar yet? This is the thing with endurance racing. So much can change because these races are so long. It can all develop over time, either really slowly or really quickly.
I'm thinking the next fight to follow is probably going to be Cohen Bevers on fresh tyres. He's got a point to prove coming back up through the order. That Decimo.be car definitely out of place from where he saw it earlier on in third after that tyre change. Is that going to prove like the right call, however? I think only time will tell, as the track is starting to cool down just a touch. Started at around about 40 degrees. And I was having a look earlier. I think now it's a lot colder. It's down to 34.
Oh, heck. Much colder then, in that case. And that makes a big difference for these cars, that sort of temperature drop. Only a couple of degrees is all you need to change, really. And the cars will behave very differently.
Tyre wear has been increased, I think, in the recent updates as well. I remember seeing a thing about that. The car should still be able to double stint. The intent from iRacing was to allow the cars to double stint, but I think they've increased the tyre wear to probably work in tandem with the decrease in fuel tank size.
Ah, okay. So there's a bit more of a balance to it, basically, meaning that you can't really have one without the other.
Yeah, I think they've probably made the fuel last a little bit less, and also made the tyres last a little bit less as well. But then they have also done a few little tweaks as well to how thirsty the cars are, how much fuel they use. So that's probably the reason why we haven't seen the cars pitting in, 10 minutes earlier than we used to, maybe about 5 minutes earlier instead. There has been a huge change, of course, to these GT3 cars. So I think me and you, Chaz, we're only really going to get to grips with it after a few more broadcasts. Hopefully we'll be all in touch with the little tweaks and quirks of this new model, this new handling characteristics in time for the final broadcast on Sim Racers World TV. 12 hours of Spa in this DynamiXX Racing Simulators Endurance Championship. What a race that's going to be. What a way to round out the Sim Racer World TV chapter too.
Yeah, it's going to be a real shame to see the doors close on Sim Racers World TV, but at the end of the day, it's been a hell of a ride, and it's going to be done in a way that's very apt as well with the guys here at DynamiXX and their Endurance Championship, because at the end of the day, they've been one of the key supporters of Sim Racers World and Sim Racers World TV from the start, so I think it'll be very, very apt indeed to round it out with these guys, and we're grateful to obviously have their custom on our channel as well. It's a great pleasure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, DynamiXX, they are a great group of people, aren't they? Working away in the background, doing lots and lots of effort. I know, Chaz, you've got good relationships with everyone there.
Yeah,
as well. I really do enjoy their partnership here on Sim Racers World TV and across all of the broadcasts as well that I've done. When I see DynamiXX pop up, I'm like, oh, there we are. Familiar days. So you always know that it's going to be a good show, because they do put a lot of effort in the background to make sure everything works nicely.
Yeah, they certainly do, and we are grateful to have them. Very, very grateful indeed. So, current situation then, we've seen the BMS guys saving fuel again, as they are so very, very good at, and that's what they did in their first stint, and now they are in their second stint. I imagine they're probably going to do more of the same here. Certainly looking like it at the moment, but it's not an easy circuit to do it at, because while you do have that long straight, that's probably the only, well, maybe the chicane, I suppose. Maybe if you're going down towards turns 8 and 9, the right-left chicane, that's probably a good place to slam on the brakes and get it sorted, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I think so. It's very, very tricky, though, to, make it work every single time. You never know what the other cars around you are doing in those situations, so you need to make it very clear what your intentions are, and then maybe try and figure out what the other person's thinking of doing, and If only you'd be able to, communicate between, over radio to cars around you, but I'm fairly certain that would have its own other host of bigger problems that came with it. If you're racing someone and you just want to come over radio, boo, scare them,
Yeah.
going into a heavy braking zone.
So
Not that I'd do that. I definitely would.
I would. I've done it before. I've done it on a broadcast. We were actually having a fun broadcast on my channel a while ago with the guys at Sim 3D, and we were racing the Pontiac Solstice for a laugh.
What car?
And I don't know why, but we just thought it'd be absolutely hilarious if we started shouting at the drivers. So we grabbed them in and just started screaming at people. But either way, it put one of them off to the point where he actually complained, and so we apologised and stopped. But still, a lot of fun was had, and it was 90% of the guys there were good sports about it. So
as long as you don't do that to me when I'm driving in the GT4s next week, I'll be happy.
Oh no, I wouldn't dream of it, Ed. I wouldn't dream of it.
Do it in Formula 1 instead. That'd be a laugh.
Yeah, Formula 1, but points on the board, mate. That's what you lot need.
Oh yeah, that is true. I did. I was very, very sad to miss out on the race in Interlagos because it did look like great fun. Left my poor teammate Hedgecock all by himself, but he did a great job. To be fair to him, he's got more points for the team than I currently have. So I need to start pulling my weight, I think.
It's all in good fun, though. If you haven't checked out Formula 1, by the way, I'm going to shamelessly plug it now. But, yeah, do check out the Formula 1 World Championship. We use the Pro Mazda on full-blown Grand Prix circuits all around the world, mimicking the 1997 Formula 1 World Championship in the old liveries as well. So they look the part. But there is a spread on the right-hand side of your screen of where everybody currently resides on the road. And you can see that our race leader, which is highlighted red currently, has quite the gap ahead of them to be able to sort of play with right now. And it's always nice having a bit of clear air when you're out in the lead, isn't it? Because sometimes you think, I'm the fastest car on track, I'm going to just run into lap traffic after lap traffic here, but they've not quite got to worry about that at the moment by the look of it.
Yeah, definitely. It's always good when you're at this stage of an endurance race. You've got your first stint in the books, you're onto your second stint on these tyres, to have clear air, nothing to worry about, no traffic. Does feel very nice indeed, especially considering you're in the lead of the race. You're not got anyone to worry about behind. Second place, Ryan Parkins is keeping him honest with the lap times. I mean, last time by there was only 5/10 of a gap, or not even that, 5/100 rather of a difference in lap time. But Olivier Boltink will be very happy that it's still in his favour, and the gap is still 13.5 seconds. Might be tricky for him to lap the entire field like he's been used to doing. I'm still fairly certain that we will be seeing another great performance, and potentially a performance that seals the championship for them.
Yeah, didn't they lap everybody about Brands Hatch?
I think so, yeah.
It's just mad. It's just mad.
Madness,
but
yeah.
That's the sort of performance we've come to expect from this team this season. They've been absolutely unbelievable, and they continue to be so, and hats off to them because it's been so enjoyable, and well, you can't knock it really. You could be part of another team and say, they're too fast, but it's motorsport. We always say there's always a bigger fish, there's always a faster car. It's just how it is, and they've shown us fantastic consistency, though. That's been the thing, is that there's been the odd mistake and stuff here and there. I mean, we saw, was it 2 spins at Monza maybe at most? And
yeah, I think it was a couple. I think one into the first chicane and then another through a Scari, and then that was it, pretty much.
And I think one of those was in regards to lap traffic. They were just avoiding a spinning car or something. We thought they'd been involved in an incident and prayed that it wasn't the lap traffic that had caused it. But yeah, it was. That was the only real sort of chink in the armour that we've seen all season, I have to say. And since then, they've just kept winning races, and they've kept the same strategy. That's the thing. The strategy's been the same every time. They put Olivier in the car to begin with, and he just flies off into the distance while saving fuel. And everyone else just stands around, sort of, wondering what they're doing.
There's nothing they can really do to try and challenge it. It's a winning formula. Why, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And we're seeing it puts a great effect here. I mean, one of the standout performances for me was Hockenheim, where there wasn't really anything notable. It just worked for them.
Yeah.
You know, they just kept at it. Nothing dramatic happened. They just kept on going and put on a brilliant performance. And funnily enough, they were saying that they didn't want to take part in any of the battling that we saw towards the end of the race. But actually, if they had lapped those two cars and put a lap on yet more drivers, almost the entire field again, then we wouldn't have seen that extra lap drama and the fuel running out for Porsche Sport. So
Yeah, that's true.
it's amazing, isn't it, how all these things go on? But I'll tell you what, can't begrudge him for it. Olivier Boldsink currently out on track, lapping faster than pretty much the entire field. But Ryan Parkins actually last time by, who did a 35.73. Couple tenths quicker than Olivier Bolton, but nothing to send the alarm bells ringing.
Yeah,
Further back, though, what is Koen Bevers doing in terms of lap times? Not closing down to Jens Goossens as much as I was expecting.
It'd be good if he looked at the right car, wouldn't it? Robin van Gogh has had an issue here, and Marsani has got past him. And this is down at the hairpin again.
Oh.
Again, just the back end stepping out on the downshift. And around she goes very, very quickly on Robin van Gogh.
Wow.
It just happens
That's a real
so fast,
shame.
doesn't it?
Yeah, that car's been looking so good. We thought maybe they could, you know, be up there challenging, maybe even catching up to Porsche Sport and battling for podiums, but that rear end is just so unstable on the downshifts for them. I'm not sure if that's something that they've just not been used to in terms of the new handling characteristics. It is through the slow speeds where the cars really do get affected, but it's everywhere on the track that rear end is just breaking loose, as we see now. Nilton Cavallo for Simlish GT3 coming into the pits. That is to serve their 30-second stop and go penalty, I would imagine.
And to be fair,
See them
at this point of the race, it's actually an hour and a half now. So this is the point where Ed and I will just be leaving you for a few minutes to enjoy the sights and sounds. What we're going to do is go on board with the car that we've been saying is looking very good. We're going to go on board with Robin van Gogh and see what he can do for a couple of laps. We'll just be away for 5 minutes there, everybody, so please stick with us here on Sim Racers World TV. Thank you for joining us so far, and we'll be back again very, very soon. See you in a few. Hello again, everybody. Thank you very much for your patience there. Chaz Draycott and Ed May here for the DynamiXX Endurance Series 6 hours of Montreal. And we have had a hell of a fun race so far. Bits of action here and there, dispersed battles all over the place, but still great racing all the same. We hope you're having a wonderful Saturday so far. And of course, on top of that, we hope that we can improve it even further. But, Ed, we've not had too much in the way of shenanigans so far. No real massive mistakes from anybody. No sort of race-changing moments, I don't think, anyway. Is there anything that stands out for you so far as either a highlight or a low light of this race?
I think the one that sticks out for me was probably the Simdish GT3 BMW with that little mistake. Obviously misjudging the closing speed between themselves and the Decimo.BE Porsche. However, I think in terms of the highlights that we've been seeing, I mean, what a great battle that was between Jesse Hendricks and Kim Bahayet for pretty much the last half hour of that first stint. That was great wheel-to-wheel action between the pair of them. So Jesse Hendricks currently up into P5, up 3 from the start of the race after working the strategy to his benefit in terms of the pits. I think we might much shorter stop, allow him to come out in front and then build that advantage. Robert Van Gogh, another driver that gave us some great highlights. His moving up through the field was a real sight to see, but then unfortunately that rear end of the Audi is very, very lively indeed, to say the least. Seeing him drop back more than a couple of occasions was right up there. Let's not forget, closing the gap down to Ryan Parkins, but now that gap is almost 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's incredible how it changes, isn't it? And how quickly it can change as well sometimes with these guys. We have cars entering the pit lane, though. I can hear the pit lane sirens going off. That is Dida de Vlaminck. Now, these guys are out of sync, aren't they, when it comes to the pit stops, because they had to repair that damage a little bit earlier on. So they're not quite in a place where they'd want to be with their pit stops. But maybe they can make something of that, you know, because we've seen teams do it before where they have sort of recuperated from having a poorly timed stop. We'll have to wait and see, I guess.
They might be able to be on track for making the same amount of pit stops as everyone else, but their last stop will probably be a little bit longer, I would imagine, just because of obviously the changes made to iRacing and the fuel. Normally you'd expect them to make, 5 stops in a race like this length, I think. Trying to work it out, pitting on the hour every hour. Yeah, that'd be about 5 stops, but now I think there will most likely, for a lot of the runners apart from probably the front couple, maybe even the front 3.
Yeah, it might be a bit more exaggerated now, mightn't it?
Might be seeing 6 stops, so I think they'll be fine. They will have a longer last stop, but they won't be losing out as much as I think they would have feared after that initial incident.
And that's always good to have as a team, really. You don't want to...
yeah, you need any bit of hope you can get, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to be losing out anything, let's face it. In motorsport, it's all about gaining as much as you can and not losing out anything at all. So I think the guys will be happy to hear your thoughts of hope there, Ed. So
yeah, I think I'm trying to work it out in terms of the damage. I mean, they obviously spent a long time stationary trying to get it repaired. But in terms of overall strategy without that extra time, I think they would have probably lost around about maybe 10 seconds, 8 seconds in terms of the extra length in the pits.
Yeah.
But then, of course, with them spending however long it was, wasn't it 3 minutes or something stationary getting it repaired?
Yeah.
That's probably put them well out of the occasion regardless. Unfortunately for them, because they did look very, very sort of competitive at the start.
Yeah, it looked like they could potentially move forward, and the other guys that were around them, they were showing similar traits. They all had similar speeds at the top end, but the starting position really didn't help them, and they were on the back foot to begin with. They had to push straight away, and when you're in a race situation where you have to do that, you just feel horrible for doing it. Cone Bevers has had an issue in the Decimo BE Porsche. I think he's just going to maybe spin it on the throttle on the exit of there. No. Interesting. Has he had an issue here maybe on the downshift? No. Very strange. It said cone
I
beavers.
just really wanted to show cone beavers going through the first couple of corners there.
Yeah, it apparently said that what it shows on our
Sandro
times.
Marsani, wow.
Yeah, big.
Monstering over the curbs there.
Big commitment. That's what you need through there, though, isn't it? At the end of the day, you need big cojones to chuck the car through there at full chat.
I don't know about that much. Any more of a whack on the curbs and he would end up on his roof. It was that far from tipping over. My word. Sandro Marsani, you can definitely tell he's not hanging about. He's got a lot of pressure from Robin van Gogh in behind. He knows the pace of Robin. I mean, he knows it firsthand because Robin overtook him in the first 20 minutes of action here. So he's acutely aware of the pace of that Audi in behind. He's going to do his very best to hold on to P3 and probably, I think his aim is to at least finish this stint in third place and hand over to his teammate.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's one of the best things about endurance racing is the fact that you do get to hand over to other drivers. You know, you don't have to do the whole race yourself. So
yes, you don't need to take full blame if it goes wrong.
Yeah,
like
exactly. Yeah. you get a bit of breathing room, let's say, from one section to the next. But still, it's all a team game, as we know. It is all a team game, and the teams that we have out here are all brilliant bunch of guys.
Very good.
Here is the battle going on then. After that penalty for the BMW, Nilton Carvalho now down in 10th place, but he's got Sam Puttervilles chasing him down in the Porsche. He wants to get inside the top 10 and get his team scoring some more points, because this, like I said, was one of the cars where they had the odd one result that was decent, and then other than that, they've had a very, to resurrect the pun, trying season. But it's just sod's law sometimes with long races. You've got more time for things to go wrong, haven't you?
Yeah, you really do, and I think we're starting to see the car struggle a little bit for Puttervilles. The car not quite responding how he was liking the Porsche. Looks after the tyres very well, which is just as good, because when those tyres do start to go, it is a right beast to try and handle. We just saw it there, and now Puttervilles has dropped back half a second. So unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be making any routes up into the top 10, at least from getting past the Sim District BMW. There's plenty of time left in the race, of course, as long as they keep it on the island, both figuratively and literally. Don't want to end up in the waters around this little island in Quebec.
Very pretty island as well.
Very pretty. Oh, so pretty. Very, very nice indeed. But Sandro Marsani, he's under a lot more pressure now from Robin van Gogh. That gap was 1 second. Now, half a second as Olivier Boltink has set first lap of the race. 34.29.
2 purple sectors on the way to do it as well.
But he's not coming to the pits anytime soon.
No.
Got another at least 15 minutes before we expect to see Sim District GT3 by Vibe and BMS Esports coming to the pits.
Yeah, I mistakenly pointed out before that his usual show-off technique that he's going to be coming into the pits is the fact that he goes and does purple sectors everywhere, but clearly not. He's saying, no, I'm going to prove this Chaz boy wrong, watch this. But look at this from Robin van Gogh now, all over the back of Sandro Marsani. Sandro is going to be feeling a lot of pressure, as you rightly pointed out, Ed. This is not a nice place to be right now if you're Marsani.
Big slide from Sandro Marsani. Oh my word, Chaz. Sorry to cut across you, but that was scary stuff. Well held from Sandro to keep it on the track, to keep it out of the walls. That could be very crucial coming the end of the race. I think the past, 1 hour and 45 minutes flashed before his eyes as he saw that rear end brake traction of him. Full commitment, but well held in the end. He'll take the loss of position there because it could have gone so much worse.
Yeah, I think you'd rather lose the one position than be completely out of the race in that situation there. So hats off to Marsani. The car control, the reaction times, all absolutely spot on there. Cannot be faulted one bit. But that does mean that Robin van Gogh, is now up into third position. Sim District definitely have 2 cars on the podium right now. We'll have another look back at that moment then for Sandro. Oh, fantastic stuff. Didn't even cross the white line, did it? Didn't even go off the road. And then around the outside. I mean, that's brave in itself by Robin van Gogh, to be fair. It's brave to hang the car out around there, but He pulled that off nicely.
I
Carvalho
want to
does.
see if we can find out what he was doing on board, because there was probably a lot of crossed arms going on there to try and regain control.
Oh, from Marsani, you mean? Sorry.
From Marsani, from Marsani. Just because how on earth did he get that back under control?
Oh, well, that's gone way too far forward. Oh, it keeps it keeps going back to Van Gogh. I'm sorry. Let's right. Bear with me. We're gonna pause it. I hate doing this, but we're gonna rewind it. I hate doing this, but we're gonna do it.
Whoa!
Oh, it's one big stab of oversteer, wasn't it?
He flips his arms 360 degrees almost. He dislocates his wrists to do that. That is.
That I hate to wee on your bonfire. Oh no, Nilton Carvalho's off. That is at turns 6 and 7, is it not? Left and then right. No, that's 8 and 9. That's the right-left chicane at 8 and 9 near the end of the lap before the hairpin. And Jurgen van der Peers had an issue as well. Nilton goes in. Oh, the car. So the really lazy spin, and then the car doesn't seem to stop. Jurgen van der Peers also had a problem here. Is he going to clip the grass on the outside? Oh, that's a much more serious hit into the barrier. He gets back going again. Suddenly, maybe drivers and teams getting a little bit tired here, Ed. This is suddenly kicked off a little bit for him.
I mean, if there was any time to making any errors, it would be on the last part of the first double stint. Because of the track temperatures we've been seeing at the start of this race, these tyres, this will be probably the hardest point of driving for these drivers. The car is going to be the least agreeable, with the highest tyre wear, the least amount of fuel as well, weighing the car down, anchoring it down. It can almost help the stability with the extra fuel. But then
it'll be feeling pretty naff, won't it?
Yeah, it will be feeling absolutely horrendous for these drivers. It'll get easier as the race goes on, more rubber laid down, track temperatures cooling as well, allows the tyres to retain their life for a little bit longer, keep the performance up for longer as well. So cars are much more stable, much more faster as well. Crucially, we will of course see more and more fastest laps being put out, probably by Olivier Volsink or Scott McFall as the race progresses. I'll tell you what, credit has got to go to Porsche Sport throughout some of this as well. I mean, what are they doing to keep themselves up in the mix? Ryan Parkins, great job. Only, 16 seconds shy of Olivier Volsink, which, when we've been seeing the performances that Lamborghini's been putting in all season long, we've seen that gap after 2 hours to be around about a minute or even, 45 seconds. So, very good effort. Ryan Parkins keeping him honest, and he's trying to get the car in the best possible position for when he hands over to who I'll imagine will be the super sub.
Yes, indeed. Lauren Heinrich will be ready to go in that car, and I look forward to seeing him jump aboard. We just watch this beautiful golden Porsche make its way around. I really like the simple livery they've put on it. I think it looks great, don't you?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, we're looking to try and get the gold medal at the end of this, finish first. But I'll tell you what, it does look like a very nice livery as well, with sort of gold trim and then sort of matte elements, isn't it, on sort of the lower edge, like a two-tone sort of gold and black. Very nice.
Just looking down the timing now, and you can see on the left as well, Niels de Kuiper is the first of the cars that is a lap down. Jens Goossens in 8th place is still on the lead lap. And other than that, we've not actually got that many cars that stuck together, really, have we? I mean, nobody's completely glued together as this race continues. Just the odd battles that we've seen here and there that have sort of every so often they've rekindled, haven't they? But other than that, they've not been right in our faces the whole time.
Yeah, some of them brew in the background, just bubbling over, wait for their time to really start to kick off. But I'll tell you what, for the action that we've been seeing, it's been absolutely wonderful. Pit stop's starting to come through now. Niels de Kuiper, Remco Barlow in the pits. I'm just waiting to see though if Sandro Marsani, he's coming into the pits now. When he obviously hands over to his teammate, what will happen when different drivers get behind the wheel?
Yeah,
A bit
they.
of rubber actually getting kicked up from the car in front there. Just noticed that. My eagle eyes again at work. Little tweaks in iRacing that you love to see.
Yeah, I thought I saw something. I'm not sure if that would have been picked up by the broadcast. Obviously, there is a bit of a quality drop from what I see my end to what gets streamed out. But yeah, that's interesting to see. I mean, I noticed that they fixed one of the marble sort of rendering issues that there was a while ago, where even if you have the marbles and everything turned on, you don't see it until you're like really far away. But I noticed that they made the marbles a bit more subtle, but they are definitely more visible now from usual cameras. So you do get to see the circuit sort of rubbering in a bit more. You get to see that bit of debris that just gets left around as well. One of my favourite things that iRacing's always done well is the dust at the side of the road as well on a lot of tracks, especially like Brands Hatch, for example, where we were last time with this championship. You would have seen it at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. You know, you would have seen all the dust getting kicked up there from drivers taking it wide on the exit. But we have some fantastic stuff going on at the minute with iRacing and its constant development. We're very grateful for all of it.
Oh, this new update, I've been absolutely in love with the new Aston.
Yeah.
I've been trying to hold in for as long as I can in this broadcast without mentioning the new Aston Martin GT4, but what a car that is.
Yeah, she's a good wagon, is the GT4 Aston. Rather successful car as well, actually. I've seen a lot of good things from that Aston Martin. It does well in the British GT Championship.
You reminded me, actually. I need to not harass, but give a chat to one of my friends, Martin Plowman, who took that car to obviously the British GT. I think it was the GT4 Pro-Am Trophy. I think a couple seasons back before, obviously the COVID interruption. So I need to ask him how it compares, obviously, to the real life thing, and see if maybe I can get a little bit of insight into how to get that car to go a little bit faster.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's learning how to get these cars to behave, isn't it? That's the thing. They're all so different that a lot of the time you do need just this tiny little inkling or just little secret about how to handle it in certain situations, just to get it to do exactly what you want. And GT cars, with them all being very, very different, there's a lot of secrets and things to be learned. We look back at our race leader, though, Olivier Bultink, once again out front in the Sim District. GT3 by Vibe, BMS Esports, Lamborghini. And it seems like nobody can stop these guys this season. And to be honest with you, we welcome the challenge, and I'm sure they would as well. You know, they seem like they're a very good bunch of guys. You know, they're great sports. So I'd imagine if anyone did really challenge them for the title, they would be well up for it and they would enjoy the fight. But so far, unfortunately, you know, no disrespect to the teams that have come close. There's been a few rounds where teams have got slightly close to them, but it's just nothing convincing enough of championship winning credentials, let's say.
Yeah, I don't think they've had the consistency that we've seen from this team, as well as the fact that they can put in that pace lap after lap. Sometimes you see flashes of brilliance from Porsche Sport where they put in a really quick lap, quicker than the leaders, and you think, oh, hang on, what's going on here? But then they can't sustain it for the same length of time that obviously this Lamborghini has been able to do. Both drivers, Scott McFarlane, this man we're currently watching, Olivier Bultink. I mean, it's the way they manage the race as well. I mean, we've been on board with them and we just hear how much they fuel save. They haven't got anyone in front to draft or slipstream off, yet still they manage to make the fuel last.
Yeah, that's one of the incredible things, isn't it? That they have been able to do that. You know, they're so good at it, and we've seen them do it in a number of race meetings this season. So they've obviously just focused solely on how much of a difference that makes to your race pace. There's a number of other teams that have tried it, but they just haven't had it down in the same effective manner as these guys have. You know, they've absolutely hit the nail on the head with their fuel saving this season, and that, I think, has been one of the main things to their performance. You know, that's been one of the main elements that has helped them perform at the level that they have. They've just been so spot on with fuel saving that nobody could quite get near them in terms of strategy. You know, they've always been able to get the extra 1 lap, 2 laps out of a stint, and hats off to them for that, because it's been incredible viewing.
I think as well, a lot of it is the work they probably put in before the rounds as well. Because when you look at the car, the way it drives, the way it handles, it looks aggressive, it looks racy, but it never looks out of control. It never looks like the car could break traction on them at any real moment. I mean, you can see it driving around now. But look at it for the past lap. It looks like they are driving it very hard, but never at the point where you think the car is in danger of breaking away from them, which I think is a real key. They've got that car in a nice, agreeable state that can go the distance in these endurance races while also being driven very, very quickly, which is so difficult to do. You can have a car for endurance races that's nice and agreeable, nice and comfortable, but you can't get the same lap times out of it than you would for, say, a sprint setup where the car is maybe a little bit more on edge, a little bit closer to breaking away from you, but you can drive it a little bit quicker, which I think, I don't know what they've been able to do, how much effort they put in the background, but you can definitely see that in how the car drives, that they've got that car nailed.
Yeah, definitely. It always looks smooth, doesn't it? There is no sort of rough edges in the way that this car handles and behaves. It's always looking fast, and I think that they are. It's a testament to their setup work that they can do it so well, if I'm honest with you. So hats off to them.
And that's, I think, one of the unspoken arts, really, one of the less known arts of iRacing is getting the setup right. And you don't really, as commentators, we don't really touch on it as much because it's never really something that comes to mind. We usually, for some reason, think that every driver has got a setup the same, all the cars are the same, but then you see these little differences in straight line speed between the same cars, between different cars. You think, hang on, there's setup differences. All these drivers, they're not just turning up for one afternoon. They've been turning up all week long, or even months in advance, depending on the event, putting in the work, putting in the hours to get to this point. We only see a snapshot of it, and I don't think we fully appreciate how much effort goes into a performance that we're seeing this Lamborghini put in.
No, that's it. I think they've been pretty incredible out the front, because these cars, you know, sometimes with the way that the rear ends are on these sort of mid-engine cars, they can be a real pain in the backside. You know, they can break away from you at the worst moments, and with no forgiveness either, like absolutely zero forgiveness. But I think, being honest with you, these guys have got it nailed. Really got it nailed. Anyway, enough blowing smoke up their backside. Ryan Parkins is in. And Porsche Sport, again, great stint so far. Is it going to be enough, though? That's the thing. Is it going to be enough to sort of stay with that lead team? Is Lauren Heinrich going to be able to make the difference? We're coming up on 2 hours of this race already. Nearly a third of the way through. That's gone by very, very fast indeed, I have to say. But still, it's been
I'm not sure who their other driver is actually as well, Chaz. I'm not sure if you have any information, if it's Pete Mackay, Carl Sharkey.
I believe it might be Carl Sharkey that will be the third member of the team for this one. But it doesn't look like there's any changes going on yet. We'll have to wait and see. See whether there is the difference in terms of it at least going up on the jacks as well, because I think we are going to see the tyres at least get changed here. There it is now, up on the jacks. Sorry, I'm having a bit of a rendering issue at my end. It's not affecting the stream by the look of it. I've got the stream playing on my left screen. That seems fine, but at my end, things seem a little bit broken. So bear with me. And oh, it was Felipe Laser, which is the other driver. And Austin Greaterex is in the chat. Now that leads me to think it's Austin. But they have said in chat that it was going to be Felipe Laser, but he's obviously not shooting straight. Haha, get it? Anyway, Cone Bevers is up into second in the Decimo BE car. I only apologise, Ed. I can only apologise.
Maybe the other thing is that Felipe Laser is, around Ryan Parkins' house, and they've just did they swap drivers in person. Maybe not in sim.
Ah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I didn't see any drivers change, so for me it's still saying Ryan Parkins. So
yeah,
we'll operate on the belief that Ryan Parkins is. I don't think Felipe Laser is round his house, but we can dream, we can imagine.
Definitely.
Whoa!
Off the road goes Christoph Willems, and that seemed like a very simple little moment there. Just Slightly overdid it on the way in. You can see the Porsche really dips down, but it just straight lined on the ABS, didn't it?
Yeah, which is strange because actually the ABS has been another thing that they've revamped, made it more in line with real life. You can really sort of stamp on it and you don't get that same drop in braking performance than you would have been used to. A lot more like in real life where the drivers really do lean on the ABS and TC because it is that much faster. Christoph Williams, though, that was definitely a strange one. But I can tell you that the BMW in behind wasn't going to think twice about taking advantage of that move. Popping himself up into P10 is Stephen Daly. Now actually in behind Meister Kuiper. I think we're actually seeing Meister Kuiper in a bit of a squabble here. Yeah, he is under pressure from the BMW now.
Yeah, he's not having a straightforward time of it, is he? Meister Kuiper under pressure. But this BMW, to be fair, of Stephen Daly, it's been moving forward quite well after their stop-go penalty earlier. May have had that little moment earlier on down at the chicane, but other than that, they've been keeping the progress going, and that's one of the main things here. You cannot give up in a race like this that is this long. You need to just get on with it, lap after lap, and do what you have to do time and time again. I've been saying to my son a lot recently, if you don't succeed, try and try again, and it's become his motto, and that's exactly what these guys have to channel now. They're in a hurry.
Yeah, love it. Go on, channel your Harry. As we see, actually, intel that we've got someone in the waiting room. Chaz, would you like to chat with boss man, Porsche Sport boss man, in the waiting room?
Do we have to? Luke Holroyd. Hi, Luke. Joins us in the chat. So, Luke, you have some explaining to do, I believe, from the Porsche Sport camp, do you?
I reckon this is one of the first times, maybe the first time this has happened. So Felipe Larza was supposed to jump in the car next, obviously a real world Porsche driver as well. Drives with Fassbender and Richard Lees in the European Le Mans Series. But he might be going to hospital for his wife might be giving birth, so he's had to,
oh my word.
He's had to, we're not sure yet, but he's had to run off for that. And Lauren's out doing some jogging, some fitness, making us all feel bad. So Ryan's had to stay in the car, which I'm sure he's really happy about. He's just spent 2 hours.
I think Felipe needs to sort his priorities out. But no,
we did say should name him after Ryan actually, but yeah, he's had to head off for that, so Ryan's staying in the car for a little bit, which is a shame. So it'd have been the first time Felipe's run with us, but I'm sure he's got more important things to be dealing with right now.
That's fair.
That's the least. That's the least that he could do. You know, name it.
Yeah, exactly. I think so.
Yeah, name it after Ryan.
Does he?
Any reason not to?
Does he know whether he's having a little boy or a little girl yet?
I don't think so. No, I don't know how much you can give away. I think he was hoping for a boy, but I'm sure he'll be happy either way. I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, best of wishes to him and his lovely wife, and of course the newborn as well. How do you feel your race is going so far, Luke? Because this looks like quite the solid run in second place, but it just that car at the front, the Lamborghini, it's a bit annoying, isn't it? How fast it is. Yeah,
they've been really good all season, haven't they? Obviously, we came into this category late after running with the 992. But Oliver and Scott, just solid. I mean, the Lambo looks really quick as well. Not making any excuses. They are quick drivers. That's a quick car. Seems to be a lot more fuel efficient. Again, might be just the way they've set the car up and they're driving. We're trying to fuel save and dragging out a few extra laps, but they always seem to go a couple more.
Yeah.
So you've got to take your hat off to them. They're always just flying, as we've said all season. But yeah, enjoying it. It's good fun with the guys. I'm sure coming into the later stages of the race, like there was a few weeks ago, we might have a battle, and hopefully we get this fuel strategy right, and we don't end up a lap short at the end like we did.
Yeah, that certainly made it exciting at Hockenheim, but I'm sure not the least nerve-wracking for you guys. But still, it's always entertaining, this sort of racing, because you have got longer for things to go right or wrong. We've been saying it throughout the whole thing, and around a track like Montreal, that can happen at any point, can't it? Because it's a hell of a scary place when you have to push for a lap, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You've always got to be. I mean, most tracks you always have to have the concentration to the top, and then I don't know how much of the other teams have got people working behind the scenes, but just working out stints and fuel calculations. As you mentioned, Hockenheim, we kind of took a gamble with the guys at the front. They're so far ahead. You've kind of got to work out where they're going to be. You know, you're working backwards from 6 hours, and you're trying to go backwards and think where they're going to be, and will they get a lap on us, and where does that leave us for fuel? Will we need to run an extra lap? So, I mean, we can make as many calculations. We normally get it wrong, but we try and give it a go just for Ryan's sake, because he's always asking for numbers. But we quite enjoy. I'm not quick enough to race, so you know, at least I can do something for the team, as well as give really boring interviews, I guess.
Your interviews are not boring, Luke. They are not boring at all, mate. It's always good to get an insight, especially mid-race as well. We're really grateful for it, because we enjoy getting those insights, and sometimes when people are watching, they are wondering what on earth is going on. You know, who's doing what team are going where, what are they even thinking? Because that's one of the things that you never know from the outside. So we do appreciate you coming to have a chat with us, mate. Are there any sort of inklings that you have for how the race goes on, or anything that you think may develop, or any ideas you've got for how this may change, or do you think it's going to just be a case of see who makes the mistakes and see how the fuel works out?
I don't think the guys at the front, I'm yet to see them make a mistake all season, I believe. So they should have it in the bag. Our strategy's a bit out the window now. It was supposed to be Ryan for a double, Felipe for a double, and then Lowenheimrich to finish. Now we've had to muddle it up, so we'll see when Lowen gets back, and see where we go from there. Ideal world, you'd now keep Ryan in for another double with the temperatures dropping, but it's a lot to ask of one driver to do a quad stint.
Yeah.
And he's on VR as well, so I know if people are running on VR, it can really hurt the eyes. Andy needs a Wii.
It's just not going right for him, is it?
We were trying to calculate how long the pit stop takes to how the distance of his toilet and how long he needed to be on the toilet, but we decided he couldn't do it. See all these maths that people don't think you have to do. You've got to do.
I was actually about to ask, how much do you do sort of in the background if you're not taking part in a race as sort of boss man, team manager in the background? How much sort of do you take part in this race?
Quite a lot. Do you know what? I think it's more stressful than racing, because as a drive, when you'll know yourself when you're driving, you can kind of just shout things down the mic, and everyone else has got to work it out because you can't do it as you're driving. And we have, I'm sure you can do this, but we have Ryan's deafened so he can speak to us, but we have to undeafen him so we can speak back to him so he don't hear all his mumblings that we're talking about.
That's quite cool. I hadn't thought of that before. I like that.
It works quite well. It'd be nice if there were like a push to talk option just for one single person. Discord, if you're listening, that'd be quite cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, so obviously fuel calculations, we do quite a lot on social media, so trying to do that as well. But yeah, I think it's quite stressful. You know, when you've got Ryan shouting and saying, will I get another lap? Will I get another lap? In 10 laps time, and you're trying to do the maths and tell him what numbers he should be hitting, and where he needs to be lifting, and then keeping an eye on what the other guys are doing behind and in front. So yeah, I didn't think when I signed up to iRacing I'd be doing more of this, but I guess it's a punishment for not being quick enough.
Well, you certainly keep it entertaining, Luke.
Yeah, and I've got one as well. That needs to be factored in.
Neville the dog.
I'd never thought a Neville walk would be factored into a team strategy.
I'll probably do that when Lowen's driving, because I get the feeling Lowen can just, he's an expert, so I'm sure he can just do it himself and go it alone. But yeah.
Well, either way, Luke, it's great to speak to you, mate, and we appreciate you coming in and having a chat with us. We know it's not the simplest of times when you're trying to manage these boys for a race, but is there anyone you'd like to give a quick shout out to while we've got you in the booth, mate?
Just you guys. One of you with COVID. Ed, have you got internet issues or had internet issues?
Have had. I'm not sure what's going on with it, but we're soldiering on.
Yeah, the broadcast looks really good. So we'll see where we are at the end. But thank you guys, and it was good to have black and white on at the start of the broadcast.
Hey, yes it was, mate. Yes it was. We had to bring it back just for you. But no, thank you very much, though, Luke. Absolute pleasure as always, mate. And we'll look forward to speaking to you again soon.
Yeah, speak to you soon, guys.
Cheers, mate. Great stuff. Always good to speak to Luke. Really, really nice guy. And yeah, congratulations, of course, to Felipe Lazar and his wife for their little one. We hope
Yeah,
everything.
hope it goes as smooth as possible. Smooth sailing like we're seeing Ryan Parkins going through at the moment.
Yeah, he's absolutely loving it, isn't he, Ryan, out there?
I mean, it's not the smoothest of sailing considering he's had to be in for, or going to be in for at least 3 hours total race time, doing half the race at minimum for one driver, which is a big ask.
Yeah, that is.
As we see, there was a definite ask of a question down the inside, wasn't it? Simon Zoglu. We've seen him do this all season. I think he is probably one of the drivers for me that has been a standout performer of the season. He impressed me a lot with his driving in the season opener at Zandvoort, and from then on out, look at this. He's going to go right down the inside, hard on the brakes into the first chicane. Easy does it. Closes off the chance for a run around the outside from Desmo.B driver for Allarts. And there we go. Easy does it. Makes it look almost effortless. Move up into P4.
Yeah, nice indeed. Kemal Yagizoglu certainly on the move, and it is good to see that Porsche making its way back through. Such a striking livery. Such a striking livery when you see it side on.
Flashes of pink, isn't it? Really, really nice, accenting the standard dynamics black and red.
Yeah, the Bell Speed car as well is a really good looking machine. That is sort of, it's like it's got a Japanese rising sun style design up the side of it, hasn't it, with a Belgian tricolor.
Very nice looking car, isn't it? That Nick Williot Dynamics Bell Speed car. Shame that hasn't quite shown the same amount of pace that I think we were all expecting or hoping to have seen come through for them, but nevertheless, they're doing a very good job here this evening, up into 12th place after starting in 14th. As unfortunately we have had retirement Remco Barlow, WPR Racing, still in the pits. Oh no, they haven't retired, they're still going actually. I thought they were out of the running.
No,
they still going.
They did get going again, but yeah, unfortunately down in 14th place, a number of laps down on the others. Not quite sure exactly where the issue came for them though.
No, nothing came up on the event viewers I could see.
Oh, it says Remco Barlow went off track here. Let's see if he's hit a wall or something. Because sometimes in our software it just says someone's been off the road or they've had a crash or something. John Bruins had a problem before in the Audi. This was the spin by Van Gogh actually. So since they've changed, it says that Bruins did it. But yeah, I've not seen any problems for Remco Barlow or the WPR team.
And the car looks fine enough. There's a little bit of a dent on the right front from what I can see, but everything else,
yeah,
looking nice and clean.
Interesting. Very interesting. This is John Bruins in the Audi though, down into the hairpin once more. John is another driver that's been very, very consistent throughout this race, and they've constantly been moving forward, haven't they, in this Audi? Another one of the teams that's just been pretty impressive with their pace. Certainly making waves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's something about these BMS drivers. They can always get that consistency out of them, which is wonderful to see. As, speaking of the BMS driver, Olivier Boltink joins us in the YouTube chat. Hello, mate. Congratulations after your first stint. You've done the business, as always, and probably taken the limelight away from Scott McFall. Poor boy is never able to start the race.
Still, it's great stuff to see from Olivier. The team just doing a mega job as ever, and we hope, of course, that we'll see more of these performances going forward, especially with the final one. He says still the paint is not good on the stream for the Audi. Yeah, not quite sure. Thanks was a hard. Oh right, he said I had a long party yesterday. Love it, absolutely love it. But yeah, I'm not sure why the delivery isn't right on the Audi, mate. I'm sorry. It's for some reason at my end it just isn't there. I could load trading paints and then do the paint pack, but I don't know. It's I wouldn't want to ruin everybody's liveries and get it wrong. But either way, we have a good, strong top three at the moment, and no Belgian drivers in the top three. as it is
Just-
on the track right now, anyway. But
Yeah,
that makes quite the difference, doesn't it?
that is definitely not a. Doesn't feel like a Dynamics race if there's not enough Belgians up in the top of the run, is there? But so good to see you, Olivier. If you want to come in and have a chat with us before we go on our break in 15 minutes' time, you're more than welcome to join myself and Chaz in the Sim Races World TV commentary booth. One of the last times you'll have a chance to do so for any of the drivers watching along as well, because of course Sim Races World TV will shut its doors in a month's time after the final round of this championship. So if you want to get interviewed by myself and Chaz here, better act fast. I
Yeah.
know it's don't all jump at once, you know.
Yeah, it's going to be a big shame to say goodbye to the antics here on Sim Racers World TV, but at the end of the day, these things change. Time changes, things move on, don't they? It's just part of business, I'm afraid. But still, we do have a break in 15 minutes, as Ed has very rightly mentioned there, that I almost forgot about. So we will be going for that soon. But what a great race we've had so far, Ed, and still
Brilliant,
plenty
isn't it?
more of it to go.
Yeah, plenty of time for these drivers to battle it out here at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Although Olivier Boldtink, he can't talk much, not a lot of voice left. I mean, not surprised considering he only came home this morning, 6 a.m. Must have been a good party. Hope it was a good occasion that was celebrated. To be fair, any night out where you come back at 6 a.m. is probably a good night. Usually I can tell if I've had a good night out, because when I go to my customary McDonald's, they're serving breakfast. That's
Wow.
when you know it's a good night. When you're out, you're plastered, then you see the Mackey's breakfast, and you're like, oh, everything feels right in the world.
Yeah, it does. Always does. I even had a Mackey's breakfast when I went to Italy, actually, which is on part 2 of my most recent vlog. Actually, no, it's not on part 2. It's in part 1. But yeah, me and Chris McCarthy, it was went to a Mackey's in the morning in Italy and didn't have anything warm. I actually got a donut and a croissant. But either way, that's neither here nor there in terms of this broadcast. Let's have a quick rundown of the order then, shall we, Ed? Let's give each car and each team a bit of limelight. So we've got the race leaders at the moment: Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMS Esports, absolutely nailing it at the moment in this Lamborghini once again. They are 23.8 seconds ahead of Porsche Sport in their 911 GT3R. And then John Bruins makes it 3 manufacturers inside the top 3, with the Audi in 3rd place. Sim District by BMS Esport NL once again. Dynamics Pink 4th. That's much better than where they qualified. They'll be hoping to keep this up, but they are certainly pushing hard now with a 20-second gap ahead of them. Still plenty of work to do. Ward Mallarts is not too far off the back of them, though. Despite the overtake being done a few laps prior, they've not completely disappeared. Then we have the 867 car of Flemish Sim Sports, the Lamborghini 6th place, started 7th. Joe Leulenbroek, by the way, in the Zenom Lamborghini. Very strong performance by these guys. We've not seen much of them because they're in a bit of no man's land right now, nearly 20 seconds either side of them. But they've gained 4 places from where they started, from 11th on the grid up to 7th, so well done to them. Louis Klinkhammer in the iLiveries car is 8th, and then we have Stephen Daly in the BMW in 9th position, the Sim District GT3 car. It's a shame, but they got a stop-and-go penalty earlier on, and that's really sort of determined the fate of their race since then, hasn't it, Ed?
Yeah, it really has been, which is a real bit of shame. I'm just having a look, though, and again, I'm noticing, I don't know if any of the Sim District and BMS guys can shine a light on this, but what is with this this interesting little decal on the roof of your cars? What's the story behind that? I see Robin Van Gogh, Olivia Boltink in the chat. What's going on there? Where's the little Mario Kart going on?
Let us know. Let us know. Be very interesting to find out. Just looking, though, a bit further down, Niles de Kuiper is in 10th position in what looks like a very clean Zenom Esports Lamborghini. Christoph Willems is next up in the Tri-Racing Porsche, currently in 11th spot. And then it's Nick Poylart in the Dynamics Bellspeed Porsche, another team that's having a bit of a difficult race. Jeremy de Bova is in the McChallenge by DB car, one of the others that's had to pit for damage. And then the last car running at the moment is the WPR Racing BMW. with Remco Barlow at the wheel. Another one, again, that had to pit for damage a little bit earlier on. But this is the car to keep an eye on now, because they have to somehow do something about the race leaders to hold on in the championship. I will try and get confirmation from Jochen as well of what the championship situation is when it comes to the points, because I don't think we're doing any double points for the rest of it.
Yeah, I don't know what the plan. I can't remember if they're doing, because I know some championships, don't they? If they have like a 12-hour one, they do like sort of points every like 3 hours or points every 6 hours or something. So at least I think that was how it worked for the Virtual Bell Car 24. So we'll try and get clarification to figure out what the scoring system is for the final round. Would be good for us to know as commentators, I'm sure. Little inside joke apparently from the guys as well. Robin Van Gogh telling us the reasoning for the little Mario Kart decals on the top of the car.
Oh, apparently throwing bananas on the track. It's always a good strategy. I mean, you can give it a go.
Yeah.
I do like listening to these Porsches, though. I must admit,
They do sound nice. Yeah.
the sound wasn't always my favourite, but it is good.
It's no RSR, but it is nice.
It is very, very good indeed. So,
I'm just thinking that for me, like in terms of sounds on iRacing, that Porsche RSR sound, there is nothing that comes close to it, I think, in terms of how good it sounded.
oh no, definitely not. I mean, when you listen to the real one, when they did the 991.2 and they had the very short exhaust, which was basically straight out of the back.
Oh yeah, that's
unreal. Unreal amount of noise, and the sort of car that made a Corvette sound quiet. And that's when you know that you've got a loud car.
Oh yeah. I mean, as well, for me, other cars that have sounded great. I mean, the Aston GT1.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so.
That is a right beast. I mean, I still sometimes go into test sessions and just, like a few laps in behind that car on iRacing, and my word.
Yeah,
it's just
heaven.
So good.
It is rather heavenly, that machine. It is a hell of a bit of kit. And still, you can still drive it even now on iRacing, thanks to the world of sim racing. You can still drive these cars that never get used anymore. And if I'm honest with you, Ed, I'm going to go down the GT1 route as well, and I'm going to say the Corvette, because I think that Corvette is a marvellous sounding bit of engineering. Ow, excuse me. What a great sounding car that is, though, the Corvette. And when you drive it with obviously with a stick shift as well, like a sequential shifter, it's so entertaining. It's unbelievable. It's like a massive 6.2 or 6.3 litre V8 supercar. It's like a massive touring car / GT car feel to it when you drive it with a stick shift.
Nice and heavy, isn't it? But
yeah.
You get that feel of weight behind it, which is difficult to sort of translate in sim racing. So iRacing did a very good job with both those cars, the Corvette and, of course, the Aston GT1. Shame, of course, that those cars aren't being run as much anymore. Still kept alive, of course, by there's a very dedicated section, isn't there, of the iRacing community keeping those GT cars running.
Yeah. Yeah, there is.
But it's a shame that it hasn't really expanded out from there, but of course not being run in real life anymore, so you can understand why people would much prefer to muck about in these GT3 cars. Surprised as well that GTE is actually still going strong on iRacing, even though that's obviously fallen out of favour in recent years. So
yeah,
I'm not complaining. I've always enjoyed the GT3s that little bit more.
Yeah, I prefer GT3 cars in the way they look. Some of the GTE cars, to me, they looked a little bit sort of like diluted GT3 cars. I always think that GT3s always have that little bit more aggressive aero on them, particularly when you look at things like this Lamborghini here, the rear window where the engine would normally be visible in the road car. It's just such a great looking piece with those massive vents down it as well. It's just a very aggressive looking car. Even the BMW, we look at the BM with all of the aero that it has on it. Look at the beautiful swan neck mounts for the rear wing, the way they curve over the top. And if you do look at modern day GT3 cars, even look at the Audi R8, the newest one, the GT3 Evo 2, or the R8 LMS Evo 2 I think it's called, where much like the GT2 counterpart, the rear wing struts go behind the wing and then over it from the back now. So it's like the same sort of concept but completely backwards, isn't it? It's very strange.
Yeah, and I think we see that. I think on the Ferrari, I think it's similar to this BMW, the Ferrari GT3 Evo. That's got, I think, a similar wing mounting at the rear, and also I think there's little tweaks that they all do, obviously with their new iterations as well. I think I really am quite a fan. I know it's very nerdy, but how the wing mirrors are mounted on the new Ferrari as well. Really quite a fan of sort of how they look, nice, sort of sharp but quite narrowed in. These little things. Whereas on this BMW, they look just like, road car wing mirrors. They're big, beefy things, give you plenty of visibility, but don't necessarily look like what you'd find on a race car.
Yeah, it's very, very true. It's not the sort of stereotypical design, is it? But either way, you get these odd little ideas that everyone comes up with. I mean, the Porsche ones are very sort of square and on that weird stick that goes around, almost like Formula One wing mirrors that have been stolen, aren't they?
They do actually look very reminiscent of F1 wing mirrors, don't they? Yeah, very, very nice spot there, Chaz. I mean, there's other things as well that we can always talk about in terms of how the GT3 cars are. I mean, I love the rear end of that Porsche. Just look at it when we see it exit out of the hairpin now. All those bits. You can actually see almost inside of the car, can't you, at the rear end? Almost see the engine.
Yeah, that's what I love about the Porsche, though. Some of them, there's such a variation in how they look, despite the fact that everybody seems to think that all Porsches look the same. Some of them are so exposing, and some of them are really sort of compact and well packaged, aren't they? Like this one right now, you don't see too much of it, but you do see quite a bit of work underneath the splitter and where the rear bumper is. The diffuser at the back. You see a bit of the inner workings there, the way the exhaust runs down from one side to the other, but that's about it, isn't it? There's not much else other than that you get to see from the inner workings of the Porsche. Anyway, it's a very well packaged machine, but that's what Porsche specialise in, isn't it? They always put the engine at the back of these cars, and it needs to be very well packaged to fit in there, doesn't it?
Yeah, because you do see it, and you're like, how on earth they managed to fit all of that there? Because it doesn't look like there's hardly any space for it, but they managed to make it work. And if it wasn't a concept that worked out for them, they wouldn't be doing it. One of the only sort of car manufacturers in the world that do it, and they've obviously got the experience. It goes to great effect.
Yeah, for sure. That's the thing. These guys, they know what they're doing. So if there's ever a car that looks a bit odd or has something quite controversial, like, I don't know, a Mercedes F1 car with basically no side pods, then me moaning on Twitter about it isn't going to do anything. I thought from the original pictures it looked awful. From the side, when you actually see the car going around the track, it doesn't look bad at all. It doesn't really look anywhere near as bad as you would think. Yeah. Because, nobody likes change. We don't like change in the motorsport world.
Stay the same.
Yes, that's exactly it. You don't want change, but, we don't have to worry about it. Because Mercedes designed it, they've done a good job of it, and that's that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to see many other teams following them suit, but we'll see. Obviously, we don't know how good that package is going to be until, obviously, the first race of the season. But we'll have time to think about all of that, Chaz, in a little bit, because we have hit the 2 hours 30 mark. It's time for us to have a little bit of a break. Is there any drivers that you, Chaz, or anyone in the chat would like to go on board with?
I'm not going to listen to the chat because I'm going to choose the BMW just for you, Ed. The Stephen Daly Sim District GT3 car. Just by my throat and everything is starting to really hurt at this point. So I'm as a thank you for putting up with me and helping me through this. We're going to go on board with the BMW for a bit while I go and get a drink and maybe something to try and soothe my throat a bit. And Ed and I will be back with you. We're going to call it 6 minutes, everybody. Just give me a bit more time just to get something down me, and we'll be back very soon. Cheers. Hello again, everybody. Chaz, Draycott and Ed May here with you for the 6 hours of Montreal in the DynamiXX Endurance Series here on Sim Racers World TV. We hope you enjoyed that little ride there with the BMW of Stephen Daly. 2 BMWs in this race, the other one not going so well, unfortunately, at the moment. But right now, though, Ed, the guys at the very top, they continue to lap cars, lap after lap now. And only the top 5 are on the lead lap. Are we going to see another performance where, well, they lap everybody?
I mean, we will see. I mean, at the moment, it's looking likely, but it won't be Ryan Parkins in that Porsche for the whole race, will it? They will be handing over, we expect, at some point, but we never know, you know.
That's it. We just don't know.
I don't even know if Porsche spot now. I mean, one of the drivers is out on a jog, the other's, you know, in the waiting room while his wife or girlfriend or whoever is going into labour, you know.
It's a mix of emotions, this racing business.
Yeah.
Well, unbelievable. And speaking of a mix of emotions, I thought it might be worth mentioning that a year ago tomorrow was the unfortunate day where we lost one Murray Walker, and it so happened to be that Ed and I were both commentating on this series at the time as well, so almost exactly a year on, and not much has changed from where we are, Ed. We're still cracking on with this championship and still loving it, but of course it's very, very quick how a year has gone by since we lost the massive inspiration that is Murray, and we both broke down live on air, but
Yeah.
you know, we both went on and on how much Murray meant to us, and we could do the same again. But yeah, it certainly shows how much we sort of stick around with this championship. You know, we do love these guys. The support has been immense, and again, that comes full circle with the fact that Sim Racers World TV is very sadly closing soon. You know, it's incredibly sad, but it's part of what has to happen in business, as we discussed before.
Mm-hmm. But then, of course, as one chapter closes, another begins, of course. Sim Racers World recently rebranded, didn't they, to Nevo?
Yeah,
Next
indeed.
Evolution. And I'm really excited to see, obviously, what comes out of camp there. But Daleman, pretty much head honcho, isn't he, now?
Yeah,
A good
he
lad
is.
as well, good person to take over, because has done wonderful stuff, organised in various other sim leagues for Sim Racers World in the background for a good fair few years now. Seemed like the likely candidate to take over, and I mean, you have got plenty to look forward to. I mean, I think me and you, Chaz, we've got some Formula 3s to be
Yep.
excited about in the near future.
Yeah, we're going to be doing the Sim Racers World Formula... Well, what will be the Nevo Formula 3 series, as it will be for then. As well as other championships, which I'm sure will be announced in due course, where Ed and I will be commentating as well. And yes, Robin, we will be commentating. It's just a number of the series will be covered on my YouTube channel instead, over on Chaz Draycott Media. That's where most of the broadcasts will move to. So if you do want to go and subscribe there, then I will be very, very grateful. You'll also see my vlogs and stuff on there too. And I'm even doing...
I was going to say, yeah, another
series, another playthrough series.
non-iRacing.
Yeah, another playthrough series on Gran Turismo 2, which I've started recording, and there's a clip going around at a few Discords at the moment that is very funny, but it contains a lot of swearing, so I'm not gonna promote that here. However, it's a hell of a lot of fun to be playing Gran Turismos again. I don't have a PS5, so I've been really sad that I don't have one, and I can't play GT7. So I thought, what's the best thing to do? I know, play possibly the best Gran Turismo that there's been before that. Yes, even over number 4. However, I can't vouch for it because I've not played it fully. I've only ever played like a demo of Gran Turismo 4, so I cannot completely vouch it. I've heard it's the best one though.
Chaz, this Gran Turismo 4 was what kick-started my love of motorsport.
Yeah?
As a wee little boy, I was living with my mum and dad, and every other weekend or so, I'd go to my grandparents' house, and my granddad had a PlayStation 2 with Gran Turismo 4. I was there. Back home, I had a PlayStation 1.
Oh,
and every
yeah.
time I was looking forward, and I was playing Crash Bandicoot, I was quite good at that. I was enjoying that. But
I'm
I'd
rubbish at
go to my grandparents' place. I'd go there with my granddad. He had his long-term save going on that he'd let me mess about with. And then as I got older, he let me do more and more things with it. And then I always remember this is that we did the 24 hours races, the endurance ones that were on Gran Turismo 4, 24 hours of Le Mans together. And we do it like you would normally. You'd sort of do it in shifts. So I'd do a little bit, then I'd hand over to Manu to do it. Then you have the luxury of being able to pause the game. So we did that to eat and stuff and then to go to bed. But I always remember doing those endurance races. And that was what kickstarted my love of all sorts of racing. Just me and my granddad racing. And yeah, he's been a really, really great influence on getting me involved in all this motorsport and everything. Really, really enjoyed it. And
that's serious.
to be fair, Chaz, it's brilliant. It's nothing better. And I'll tell you what, if ever we get a chance to, mate, at some point, we've got to do one of those things. Gran Turismo 4, maybe we'll live stream it, just 24 hours.
Yeah, do the 24-hour race.
Yeah.
Yeah, stuff it, why not? We'll go for it. But yeah,
mate, it was brilliant. I can't speak highly enough of it.
I have been told that it is possibly the best one, and I should definitely play it. I'm an idiot for missing out on it so far. So I'm glad that you can confirm that for me.
Oh no, it is brilliant, and just the sheer amount of cars in it boggles the mind.
Well, I will certainly get on it.
I
do have a PS2 emulator as well, so I could probably get it actually.
Oh no, I've got the PS2 already. I've got it completely set up, so whenever I'm bored, sometimes I could do it on the emulator, but there's something about it that just doesn't quite work. There's like little things with the emulator that don't quite work.
Yeah, I've had that with a few of them.
I think it's the split times don't quite show up properly, which is annoying, and yeah,
you get like text issues and graphics issues and stuff. I mean, I tried to emulate Gran Turismo 3 a while ago because, again, one of my very favourites. But unfortunately, we did all of the license tests and stuff, and we were recording it. You know, I was going all the way through it, thinking this would be great fun. And then in one of the license tests, no matter what I do, there's a graphical glitch, and the whole screen just goes purple and green, and it will not work. So, pain in the backside. Importantly, though, there's a remote race going on. Sandro Marsani has very disapprovingly mentioned in the chat that they have got a stop and go, which we should probably try and find, but I can't see any issues. I can't see any cars going off or anything.
Yeah, I'm looking back through the event viewer. I'm not sure.
This was a lot earlier when the Tri Racing Porsche went off. That was the last time we saw a car go off the road. No, it was Louis Klinkhammer, wasn't it? It's on the road for
lap 63, apparently.
Now we do have laps in the event viewer now, which is good. Let's have a look. This will be it. Oh, we're going a long way back here. Okay. So something more went on for this. Pretty sure this is when John Bruins went past into the chicane. Is this the same lap? This is the lap before. Oh, no, this was lap 62, so then this is going to be... For some reason, it hasn't changed John Bruin's name. It says John Bruins, but it's Robin Van Gogh. So down the inside... it's a tough one, but the Porsche is on the inside and runs wide into the Audi, if you ask me. I think that's justified, unfortunately, I have to say. I don't like to sort of point out drivers who are wrong and say you've done this, you've done that, but the car on the inside for me there ran wide into the car on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why it was given. I could also see the case for them not giving it. I can see the arguments that it's just a racing incident, these things happen, but if there was to be, I guess it's more of a 60-40 split against Porsche in my view, but yeah. It's...
Sorry guys,
Yeah, sorry. Unfortunately, it is one of those very tight things where it's basically it could go either way with the stewards determining it to be either a racing incident or portioning blame to another car.
Yeah, I don't think I could ever be a steward. I'm not.
No,
I'm
I
I'm
did
not.
it once and upset many people, and then I stopped.
Yeah, I'm not ruthless enough for that. I'm too kind. I'll be like, oh, he
I
didn't
care
mean
too much
it.
about what people think.
Yeah, he's like, he didn't mean it. Leave him alone. Like that. There
Need
would
to
be
be
like,
ruthless,
oh well,
yeah.
you ran wide into him. You know, you could have given the place back. But yeah, it's swings and roundabouts.
That's the thing. If the position was given back, we wouldn't be having this discussion. But unfortunately, that's just the way that things go in racing. It's a shame, but of course, on the upside, we have been given news from Dynamics that the last round, double points.
Yep.
So the championship stays alive. Plenty of chances for you to come back after a little bit of disappointment here towards the end of the season and then really regain it right at the death in the final race. 12 hours of Spa, and I mean, what an event that's set to be.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Especially with double points on the line.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it could change anything in the championship there. Will we see another dominant performance by Sim District, by Vibe BMS Esports? Will they manage to win that race as well? I mean, they've not won this one yet, but they're well on their way to do so. And I just glanced at Carl's message. Sorry, Carl. I glanced at Luke's message very quickly and massively misread it, but Neville the dog is happy either way because he got a walk. So Neville has been walked. Neville the dog.
I just got on to what you were saying.
And he's going to be
happy boy.
a happy boy now. Good dog. So
Good doggo.
that means that I think Luke's driving. I think Luke's going to be in the car, and then they have the Riga getting in a bit later. I believe, from what they said anyway.
Paul Riga. Wow.
And he's been quick in everything I've seen him in. So
Yeah.
excited to see how
Very quick.
the Riga gets on.
I was interested as well because I saw Carl Sharkey's connected to this area as well, so I was wondering if we were going to see him either. But there's plenty of people. Yeah, well, maybe they're all just in the background in Porsche Sport cheering them on. I mean, I was seeing Carl Sharkey about. Sorry, actually, last time I was racing in the SRM GT4 chat that I think you were broadcasting, Chaz.
Oh yes, he was actually, wasn't he? He was in that. I keep forgetting who drives in what these days.
Everyone's driving in everything now. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. How asleep were you in Luke's interview? Yeah, very. I'm COVID brain. There you go. Hashtag COVID brain. I've got COVID brain. That's how
It's not Luke driving. It's Heinrich.
Oh yeah, it is. Oh, for God's sake, I forgot all about Heinrich.
Can't believe it.
Well,
Porsche Junior driver for 2022.
and here I am, thinking,
And
yay.
Rookie of the Year in the iRacing Esports Porsche Tag Heuer, whatever, Super Cup they call it now.
The Pooper Cup.
Yeah, that thing.
The
Rookie of the Year there.
Tyre Warming Pro Series.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kawanda SimSport driver as well. This goes on, yet you forgot him.
I know. I'm more in tune with the more humble drivers that we've had all season here, like Olivier Bultink, for example, who is in the chat now. Loving life, I imagine. Probably watching his teammate thinking, go on, Scott, just do the biz. Just get the biz on.
The biz is definitely being done right now. Gap over 30 seconds to Ryan Parkins, now 34. Very, very good effort. Again, we don't really see too much of Scott McFall because all the effort, all the work at the start of the race, all the limelight gets taken by Olivier Bultink, and that leaves poor old Scott to have the middle stints, the two stints that everyone forgets, and then coming in at the end of the race to take all the glory yet again. Olivier Bultink. In all seriousness, that team, those two drivers, they work well together. The system they have.
Do.
I mean, there isn't really anything you can talk about it, as we do see drivers coming in to take pit stops. John Bruin's coming in.
Yep, more stops on the board.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a shame that the livery's not loaded on that Audi because I know how pretty it looks. I saw it on the previous broadcast, but obviously I've not done something right here, to be honest. But that's me. Anyway, in he comes into the pits, and here is Scott McFall, the Scottish driver. Scott the Scot. out in front, getting the job done.
Love to see it as well. He's driving the same way that we've seen Olivia Wilson doing, really monstering it over the curbs, driving the car to its absolute limit, which is the way these cars are designed and built to be driven. And at a circuit like Montreal, it's amazing to see them all just, they're never resting. They're never letting up.
No, they're really not.
Treating every single lap. Look at white line to white line, over the curbs, over the bumps, close to the wall. I mean, he's got a little bit of traffic up in front, so he's probably not going to be pushing as hard. Obviously, the wake of the air can affect these cars, especially in these tight, twisty sections. Notice the Kuiper actually just up the road, I think, to put on a second lap for that car.
Yeah, Olivier is. He's been in a few series that I've commentated on before here on Sim Racers World TV. I believe he was in the Virtual Bell Car series as well. Was Mr. Bultink, and he was quite the live wire in that series as well. I think not Bultink. Sorry, Niles de Kuiper. He was in one of the Audis, one of the Audi TCR cars, I think, and he was, like I say, a real live wire there. Very entertaining, that's for sure. Certainly didn't make all of the friends in the world when it came to other drivers, but still, it was always exciting to watch him. And drivers like that, you need them. You need them in a series.
Yeah,
like that, don't you?
I mean, I was similar, I think, in my time in a TCR car, Sim Racers World TCR series, where I had a decent season and then showed good promise, then crashed into some people and decided I'm gonna try talking about the racing instead of actually doing the racing, and that turned out to be a much better choice at the end of the day. But no, there was some great battles there, and I mean, I've made some good friends, and you do make good friends in this whole sim racing community. I mean, I was having some great races with Andrew Hopley, and have continued to have them basically every single time. It was a name that I wasn't at all familiar with, and a person that I didn't really know at all before sim racing. But after the time you spend on track battling with people, you do start to make a few friends in this business, Chaz, as I'm sure both of us are aware. I mean, we wouldn't have crossed paths if it wasn't for iRacing and sim racing, so
No,
it is a wonderful little community, and it's good to see so many people getting together here for, everything on Sim Racers World TV, and obviously the future and going on, Dynamics on board as well. It's just a great little, almost a happy family that we've got going together.
Yeah, for sure. And, everyone's in it for the same reason. A lot of us can't go racing for real, so what we do is we go racing virtually, because we don't all have the money to do it, we don't all have the opportunities and so on. So to be able to do it from home in your own rig and do it in such a realistic manner, this is the closest a lot of us will ever get to doing the real thing. It's just beautiful. It really is. And because everybody knows that we're all in it for the same thing, it just makes the whole experience more pleasant. People know that. They try to make sure that anything you do in sim racing, make sure that you do it with the idea in mind that the other people on track are here to do it while you are as well. Yes, there are people in top end teams, it's a job to them now, but they still enjoy it. That's the thing. You need to remember that. And yeah, it's a lovely, lovely community, like you say, Ed, very rightly.
And I think as well, another good thing about this whole sim racing community and just sim racing in general is that it does allow more avenues for people across the whole world and from different backgrounds and different upbringings to get involved in racing as well. And even people with sort of disabilities and stuff, there are ways for them to get involved. Obviously, hand controls and stuff with sim racing equipment has become a lot more accessible in recent years, and we're seeing more and more drivers across all different levels of at least physical ability showing on the track that they're just as good, if not better than, I was having yourself, Chaz. I think they'd blow any of us out of the water, that's for certain. And we're seeing it across the board, more and more people every single day getting involved in sim racing, because it can be used as an avenue into real life motorsport. We're seeing more and more times drivers getting drives in real life motorsport. I mean, didn't McLaren have the world's fastest gamer? I can't remember now, but I think that ended up with a British GT drive for someone.
James Baldwin. James Baldwin.
That was it.
Yeah, he ended up in British GT. I actually met James at Buckmore Park years ago when he did the Buckmore Park 24 hours. Really, really nice guy. Really modest lad as well. and he's done incredibly well for himself and got that drive. So hats off to him. Raced for Jenson Button's Rocket team, Team Rocket in British GT, and did a decent job of it as well. I think he put it on pole at Alton Park or something. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think he showed immediately that he was definitely on the pace and had some really great, credible results. I haven't really followed his career too much afterwards. I'm ashamed to admit, as a sim racer myself, I like to try and keep up to date with all that happens. But I think, unfortunately, it just turned out to be, again, the reason money and sponsorships that sort of haven't allowed him to continue on, I think, as he was hoping for, which is a shame, but it just shows that there is still that gulf that needs to be addressed, I think, in terms of accessibility for motorsport. But I'm sure it'll come in the years down the line.
Yeah, definitely, and you'd hope so as well. I mean, it's a shame that there are so many now where we see different types of motorsport, and money is just the deciding factor whether someone gets a drive or not. And it shouldn't be like that. You know, there were times when drivers were getting paid by teams. You know, a sponsor would come to a team and say, "We'll give you X amount of money," and then that was it. You know, and then they'd say, "Right, we've got this money. We can now pay drivers to race for us." And that's like how it should be. That's business in my eyes. Like, it shouldn't be the person that is performing. You know, they shouldn't pay for the
drivers
privilege.
shouldn't be bringing money to the team. It should be
teams bring the money. Teams get the money from sponsors and then give it.
And
to
then
the
they
drivers.
can pick the drivers that have the best talent. And pay them the right amount of money for it. Which is a shame, because there are some, like we mentioned, James Baldwin, talented drivers that should be in like top level motorsport.
Yeah.
But sadly, for various reasons, just aren't, which is a shame. But we could talk about that till the cows come home. We've got some excellent racing to be getting on talking about. Just following at the moment, John Bruin's Sim District BMS Audi. I mean, that car has been going very well all race long. A couple of moments here and there at the rear end, breaking away from Robin van Gogh on numerous occasions in the first stint, has unfortunately really defined their race so far.
Yeah, the car just didn't behave itself early on, did it? I mean, the Audi, I've always had a love-hate relationship with it anyway. I think it looks and sounds absolutely unbelievable. However, it's a pig, because it's so unstable at the rear end, and it's got this skinny backside about it that just, you feel it when you're driving it, and it's so frustrating because you just want it to behave itself. And every so often, you know, it will behave itself and it'll stick for a few laps, and it's got a really good pointy front end on it, and it'll feel amazing and you'll be so happy with it. And then it'll go, haha, guess what? No. It'll go, haha, joke's on you, idiot. And then it'll just spin at a stupid time when it's never spun before, like a completely different corner to where you're expecting. And it's just so frustrating. And I think that a lot of time in that car has done that to me. It's really made me frustrated with it. So when I see people having problems with it and having a spin, I know exactly what they're going through. I'm just, I feel sorry for them.
Yeah, I'm very similar when I see people driving the BMW and you just see them try and turn the car and it just doesn't quite do what they want to. It just, you know, plows on, straight on, doesn't bother about the corner in front of it, and chunder steers off into the distance, into the dirt. And you're like, yeah, I know your pain, especially as well when you see the car coming out of a slow speed corner trying to put the power down the BMW. Nope, just slides around. It's like, pick one. Either slide about on corner exit, put your power down and just squirrel around, or chunder steer at every opportunity. Don't do both.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, if anything, it's consistent, but it's not consistent in the way it is bad. I don't know. I can't word right now. I can't English. You can probably hear me drink anyway. I must admit, everybody, I'm having to have a lot of icy water right now because my throat is on fire. But as is COVID, and as is my commitment to the job, I love for this job, and I would not change it for the world. So you're going to have to deal with some ice clinking about. So apologies, but
we do what we do to get by. We do what we do to get by, and I have to say thank you very much, Chaz, for joining me in the comms box, for keeping me company.
It's my pleasure, mate. It's my pleasure. We always have a good laugh together anyway.
Yeah, we do, to be fair. We always get on well in the comms box, especially for these longer endurance events. We can just natter on till the cows come home, which is, I guess, a gift that you need as a commentator in these situations, for these longer style races where there isn't necessarily something going on at every minute of every moment of the race. as we see Ward Mallart's coming into the pits. And now this Decimo.be car, it showed great promise, and it's back up into P3, but it's out of sync in terms of tyre changes. It will come in now to the pit stops and take tyres, which we'll see it plummet back down the order. The real question mark is now going to be, where will that car finish come the end of the race? Is it going to be up in P3? Is it going to be a bit further down the order, being out of sync with the tyres? There's a real question mark hanging over that car in this race.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one of the difficult bits for them is going to be sticking with the pit stop strategy. You can easily change a strategy, but it's just how you gain something back out of it. You know, we've seen teams before go on a strategy and it not quite work, and then them change halfway through. But when you've already committed to one, sometimes you can make it back. You know, you can figure it out in a way that does slot you back in without losing too much time. But if I'm honest with you, I think that right now they have to stick with that to the end.
Yeah,
It's not looking too fruitful right now, but you know, it depends on the difference it makes in the pit stops. They've obviously calculated something that they believe would help them. So at the end of the day, they're going to stick to their guns, and hats off to them for that.
and now we're seeing purple lap time coming through from Scott McFall. Is this the trademark "I'm about to go into the pits" signal?
I told you they do it. Honestly,
Both of them are at it.
Yeah.
It seems.
They do this, and I love it. You know, it's a great indication to us commentators. They're like, right, we're coming in now. We've got fuel in it. We can push it to the limit while it's as light as it's ever going to be, just running out, literally on fumes, and they'll push it to the end of their stint. So he's done a purple. Oh no, the whole last lap was actually their fastest of the race. Look at that now. They have lapped everybody as of this moment. So what we're going to do is we're going to show the interval instead for you all, because that's going to show the gap between each car now. So then that you get an idea of how close the others are, rather than just saying like 2 laps down, 3 laps down, and so on. You know what the individual gaps are. But yeah, this is another sort of. It's almost like a stereotypical performance by the Sim District guys now, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, definitely is. Ryan Parkins getting a round of applause from Porsche Sport, and to be fair, I'd join him if clapping didn't sound so awful over microphone on Discord.
Yeah, same here.
He has handed over to their super sub, Heinrich, behind the wheel now.
After 3 hours as well. Hats off, Mr. Parkins. GG, son. GG to the King Hippo, as Peter Mackay and I call him. I think I mentioned that earlier anyway, but COVID brain. I shouldn't be so proud of it, really, but oh well.
No, to be fair to you, you didn't mention it until then about King Hippo, but yep, he is definitely
he's not a hippo, but
he's definitely staked his claim on the watering hole. He's definitely going and shown who's boss in the Porsche.
Well, we called him that because of the Porsche Club of Great Britain Championship. So he won the title the first time round, and then Peter was talking about the fact that male hippos get very defensive over their like territory and their sort of their group. So he is like the alpha of the group and the King Hippo defending his crown. So that was it, really. He just got known as it from then. So you can. It's another wonderful moment of Peter Mackay's career, really. It's just another hilarious thing that Peter came out with. There's many of them. As in and out of the pits, what feels like very quickly goes the Lambo.
Yeah. I mean, there's been some very, very memorable things that he's come out with, not least at Hockenheim. But we can move on by that.
Yeah, for sure.
I say I don't want to keep reminding him of it, but I do keep mentioning it.
Oh, it's one of the funniest things I've ever heard in a driver's interview, if I'm honest with you, Ed. It was absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
It was brilliant, but to be fair, it won't be the first time that we've had drivers, full of adrenaline after racing. It happens in real life,
Yeah?
The whole Kevin Magnussen, Nico Hülkenberg debacle.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's...
They do come out with some gems, So it's not just the top level drivers in motorsport. We get our very own Peter Mackay jumping into the comms box to give us a belter.
Do indeed. And with a Scottish accent, it's even funnier.
Oh.
Even funnier. So, Laurin Heinrich, everybody, is behind the wheel of the Porsche Sport Porsche. He has 8,742 I rating. That is what is known as disgusting. But Lauren is very deserving of said I rating. He is incredibly quick, and it's going to be a real treat to watch him crack on with this stint now. I'm sure Ryan Parkins has gone off to have a shower and chill out for a bit before he comes and pops in here. But after being in VR for 3 hours and racing in VR for 3 hours, I must commend Ryan, because that's a hell of an effort, Sunshine, so well done indeed. But it's safe to say that the superstar guest of Lauren Heinrich will be a real ray of sunshine for Porsche Sport right now. To see him flying around the circuit will give them great pleasure, as it will us, I'm sure, Ed, to be honest with you. We'll have to see what sort of times he can do when he gets settled in a little bit more, because you and I both know it takes a bit of time to get into the rhythm of an endurance race. You know, so much has gone on with the car already before it's got to the point where it's been handed over to you. Things can change with its behaviour as the race goes on, even compared to how you may have driven it, you know, in practice or even in qualifying, because we saw Lauren was qualifying the car at one point.
Yeah.
So we know
Difference
that
in track temp, rubber down on the circuit. Absolutely.
He's obviously driven it in the last few hours, but he might have been driving in the session since then, because you can actually sort of test drive in the session, can't you? You can sort of ghost around the others. So I've known people do that before. Maybe Lauren is of the experience where he feels he doesn't need that, or he's of the experience where he feels that makes a big difference and can certainly help you.
Yeah, we'll definitely find out how he does once he's settled into the rhythm, although it shouldn't take him too long. He was immediately quick coming out of the blocks in practice and in qualifying. He immediately set the benchmark time, didn't he, Chaz? And it took a lot of effort for anyone else to try and come close to it and then to beat it, which was inevitably done by Olivier Bultink. But in terms of race pace, consistency, if there is anyone to try and match and to keep that gap down, or try and close that gap down rather, to that BMS Lamborghini in first place, it will be this man, Lauren Heinrich. We're going to see his first representative lap time coming through now, I would imagine, as he comes up towards the final chicane and the Wall of Champions. We're seeing the car now banging it over the first curve, avoiding the second curve to keep it nice and stable. Allows him to put the power down nice and early as well. Little differences you can see in the driver's style from one to the next. They make their lap times. 35.7. Good opening show. Full fuel. Making sure the tyres are bedded in as well. Expect those lap times to come crashing down.
Yes, indeed. Certainly solid first lap, though, for Lauren Heinrich. And he's just going to get settled in, like I said. So we need to see who else is yet to pit. We've had, to be fair, everybody pitting around the same sort of time now. The last time Dieter de Vlaeminck came in was lap 95, but this is the car that's really most out of sync, isn't it? The McChallenge Audi. It's a good few laps out of sync, I'd say, because of the earlier damage that they had to get
about
repaired.
half hour, I think, off to everyone else.
Yeah, so still some work to be done in that regard, but they're just making the most of it now. I suppose, though, you could consider that as them having, if there are going to be any short stint stops in this race, you could consider it as that already being done and out of the way.
Yeah, however, of course, they did spend an additional, I think, 3 minutes or so, wasn't it, stationary in the pits to repair that damage accrued in those first 30 minutes. If it wasn't for that extra bit of damage, it might have been a masterstroke to do the splash and dash early on.
Yeah, true.
Obviously, when drivers are tripping over themselves and slowing each other down, squabbling close together, you've got clear air after making your early pit stop, might have helped him out. Could be something to think about for the final round of the championship. We shall see, but of course, over the course of 12 hours, it's probably best to play it safer rather than go for a Hail Mary, because over 12 hours, there is plenty of time for things to go wrong, for things to upset the strategy that might be a little bit more unconventional, might be a little bit more flimsy in terms of, to be executed to perfection.
Yeah, that's it. You can't take too many risks, really, in a longer race like that. A lot of the time in these sorts of races, though, I always say that the best strategy is just to go for it until the end. You know, if you can fuel save, then yeah, fair enough. Good on you if you can figure that out. But you may as well just rag the car at full pace until you get to the point where you know how many stops are left, and that's when you can start calculating it and making a difference to it. You know, if you've got like maybe an hour and a half left, and you know that the tank can do an hour. Oh, there's a little blink in and out there. You know the tank can do an hour, for example. You know, you would just do it for that last hour, or maybe you do it for half an hour. You know, you'd put enough fuel in so you've got the half hour, and then fully fill it so it goes to the end, and you get that sort of shorter stint done sooner. I don't know. It's a bit of an art form sometimes, but with the way that some of this racing works, I think you just got to go for it until maybe the last pit stop. That's the one that makes the main difference.
Yeah, as well, maybe it depends on pit stops as well. Sometimes you want to have a shorter pit stop right at the end, because obviously the pace delta is a lot different compared to stationary, compared to quicker, because obviously the lap times get quicker. That delta starts to come down as well in terms of fail times, staying out, pitting in. Might mean that you're at risk more of making your short stop at the beginning of the race rather than at the end. You're seeing, though, very different strategies coming through, nonetheless, from that Desmo.be car. I'm going to keep going on about it. Taking the decision to single stint the tyres on the first time of asking here, is that going to be a masterstroke, or will that maybe see them fall by the wayside come the end of this race? Going to be very intriguing to see how it all shakes up here, Chaz.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you can make a tiny difference like that in the short run, but when it comes to then the latter pit stop, like you mentioned there, Ed, it can be a case of, if it gives you fresh rubber nearer the end, then that could be a bit of a blessing in disguise. But it all depends on the gap that you've accrued to that point, because some of these teams, you know, they've opened a gap and completely run off with it, whereas others, they've sort of floundered in and out of having a gap over other drivers and teams, and they've not quite benefited from it. So it's focusing.
I mean, there's been some teams that I've been really surprised at their pace from the beginning to now. I mean, looking at that iLivery's Vibe Sports car, that was well up there, wasn't it? That was in contention for a podium, yet all of a sudden we're seeing them down in 7th place, and I can't really pinpoint one individual thing that's gone wrong for them. I just think
the penalty
hasn't been their race.
The penalty is what's taken them down.
Yeah, that's what's taken them down. Yeah.
Other than that, though, yeah, like you said, they were just on it. You know, they were doing everything right, and then unfortunately there was just that one move down the inside. There was contact made, and unfortunately a position wasn't given back. And that's how
unforgiving racing can be.
Yeah, that's how it can change.
One moment really defines 6 hours. It's one little moment that takes only 5 seconds to do, but can affect the whole 6 hours of racing.
As is the savage nature of motorsport.
Absolutely.
And of course, we do feel for the guys as well. You know, we may have agreed with the stewards and said, you know, well, that might be on you, mate. But at the end of the day, it's
you can see why they've been feeling hard done by as well.
Yeah, for sure, because that's all it can take to change a race sometimes, and in this case, it has. Anyway, we must remain impartial where possible, and we must continue to cover what's been a very, very strong race for this Audi in particular. I think I'd say they've done a mega job, despite the fact the car wasn't behaving itself earlier. This thing's been going well.
Yeah, and I mean, same as well to the car behind them, DynamiXX Pink. They've shot up the order, haven't they, over the past little while? Up 4 places into P4. Same with Henrik de Grave, actually. Up into P5. We said at the beginning of the broadcast, didn't I, Chaz? Keep an eye out for those cars starting 7th and 8th. They might come up through the order. We know how quick they are. Turns out, I knew what I was talking about.
It's a miracle.
And I love being proved right. And I love mentioning I'm being proved right. It makes me feel good.
I'm with you on that, mate. I'm with you.
There is 2 and a bit hours to go, though, so you never know. I've said it now. I've bigged him up because the commentator could very easily strike as it did. Let's not forget to pour Sim District by BMS Esports in the Audi, didn't they? After I was talking about how great they were catching up to Porsche Sport.
Then they looped it.
Yeah, and I'll take the blame on that one.
They looped it very quickly as well, very suddenly.
I think they were listening, you know. I think they were listening to me, and they were like, "Oh, well, we were gonna, catch up to Porsche Sport and challenge for second place, but now that you've said that, Ed, we want to prove you wrong. We're gonna spin out of spite."
Yeah, watch this. Famous last words. Some of my very famous last words. Watch this. But still, great racing so
It's
far.
entertaining.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, mate. From where we are, it's just entertainment. Stuff you
keep
stuff
spinning.
you yeah.
We're loving it. You keep spinning. We're having fun.
Yeah, you guys have your accidents and have your moments. Ed and I'll sit up here in the commentary box and we'll enjoy ourselves. Thank you.
Oh. What I need is a hot chocolate to properly enjoy myself. I might make that in the next break in 10 minutes' time.
Is that how quick it's come round? My God. These breaks are flying by. But still,
this race is flying by. I mean, we've already gone past the halfway mark and we didn't even think to mention it.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. 3 hours and 18 minutes of racing done here. Quite the spread out field at the moment, though, unfortunately, which is not something we've had a lot of this season, it has to be said. We haven't had many really spread out races so far. You could argue that the Sim District car at the front has been lapping everybody in pretty much every race, but in terms of the whole field, I'd say this is probably one of the most spread out fields we've had when you look at this point of the race anyway.
Yeah, the smallest gap is around about 5 seconds. And yeah, that's usually we see gaps around about a second at minimum, don't we?
Yeah.
For a lot of these races, there's always usually a battle going on, but for now it's all started to cool off just a touch. But for how long will that stay the same? I sincerely doubt it, because I think the BMW is actually making rapid pace at catching 7th place Louis Klinkhammer.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they're making some dents in that gap, doesn't it? They're certainly making waves at the moment. And will continue
Louis Klinkhammer has, I think, only recently came out of the pits, has he? No, his last lap, though, was a 1:44. Very much off the pace, so something might have happened to that.
Oh, he has. Yeah, he has had an issue. Sorry, Louis. Oh, just in turn one. Well, we've seen that before, to say the least. Just over rotation. Yeah, Porsche. Over rotation on the brakes, changing down the gears, and it can be a real pig for that. And unfortunately, Klinkhammer has found out firsthand.
Yeah, I mean, me and you, we had a broadcast, I think, a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? Mid-Ohio, GT3s. How many times did we see a Porsche swap ends?
God, yeah.
On that circuit? It was, it's rife there, but it has been alleviated somewhat with changes to the downforce package across the board for the GT3s. Made them a little bit more stable, but of course, if you do push your luck, carry too much speed in, it will loop around.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare for it as well, by the look of it. Seems to happen rather easily. Does it not?
And Stephen is closing the gap even further now. Now down to 3.5 seconds. Really on a charge.
Yeah.
Newcomer as well, actually. I don't think I don't recognise this name before. I think he's a newbie for this season, or for this race at least.
I think we had Stephen in one of the previous rounds.
Or maybe if he's not been here for a while, because I don't think he was here last time out, and that's basically all my memory is capable of remembering is...
the last round.
Yeah.
I like your honesty, Ed. I like that.
I can remember some things. I remember...
what colour the sky is?
Green, right, blue, yeah. No, but yeah, there's been some very great moments that stick in the mind for this season. I mean, Monza was a real treat. Hockenheim as well. That late battle for the end, for the podium. It's been some of the greatest sort of moments that I've had the joy of commentating over in iRacing have been from this series. Right at the end, they do like to give us a good show.
What about Thijs Vandenberg overdoing the chicane at Monza when we were on the chopper cam looking at the 4 cars in front of him?
Oh.
He just went flying straight on, out of nowhere, came screaming through the shot. That was one of the funniest moments I've had. Very, very funny moment, that. I'm sure Thijs didn't feel the same, but...
No, definitely not. But yeah, I definitely think this season, it continuing in the future, partner with Nevo or wherever it goes to, I'll definitely remember the past couple of seasons. I mean, I'll always remember where I found out the passing of our dear friend in commentary, Murray Walker, but
yeah,
there are other more happier memories tied to this as well.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
more exciting sim racing moments that still are set to come. Obviously, the season finale, 12 hours. You never know what's going to happen there. Maybe as well, we'll see some new faces. For a one-time thing, it's obviously good preparation for the Spa 24 hours. Might be seeing a bit of a push to get more teams involved at the end, which I'd be very happy to see them come on board for a one-off.
Yeah, definitely, and I think we may have some fresh faces in the box with us as well for that one. A few more of our Sim Racers World TV colleagues will be joining in, which would be great to have, because to have some more of them on board for the final broadcast on Sim Racers World TV would be very fitting, I reckon. So, be well up for having that, because it is obviously a much longer broadcast, so we do need a few more hands on deck.
Yeah, just seen as well in the chat confirmation of what I thought was correct, but I had to just double check. Yep, Stephen Daly is new for this race.
Oh, right.
Maybe Wilton confirming that for us.
My
Good to
apologies.
see that Sim District and all the guys there are really coming together and getting plenty of new faces, new drivers added to the folds. Great to see them growing and growing. It was initially just a 2-team effort, then added a third in the Audi. And I mean, they've definitely taken this championship by storm.
I was going to
in the
say
Lamborghini, of course.
I was going to say, sorry, Ed, the Audi wasn't in from the start, was it? I thought.
No, it wasn't.
For some
No,
reason,
it was.
I thought it was a car that was with us from the very beginning of the season, but it's not, is it?
No, I think the Audi turned up, made its first appearance last round, actually, if I remember rightly.
Right.
I'm trying to remember brains, but I think the Audi was a.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure I had it wrong. I'm sure I'd thought the Audi was here sooner, but oh well. I'm usually wrong anyway. But anyway,
COVID brain.
Yep, COVID brain. That's another one for
that's
the.
Gonna be, that's the word of the day, I think. Phrase of the day.
Yeah, I must admit though, it's as much as like I can say, oh, it's not that bad. It's just like having a cold. It's rough.
It does knock you out.
It is rough. Like my brain is not at full capacity. I have to do 6 more hours of commentary tomorrow as well. Actually, I'm working with Williams Esports on their 6 hours of Barcelona gig with Alex Goldschmidt as we cover their I think it's not Neo anymore, is it really? It's the 24-hour series. 6 hours of Spa. 6 hours of Spa. Jesus. 6 hours of Barcelona that I'm going to be covering tomorrow. So we've got that as well with COVID. That's going to be fun.
If you need a super sub, you know where I am, Chaz, of course.
I do, mate. Don't you worry. Do not you worry.
Let's hope that goes well for you tomorrow, mate. Hopefully you get a chance after all the action's been said and done here tonight to rest up and be nice and refreshed, because I know from experience doing long stints in the commentary box does a number on you at the best of times.
Oh, yeah. You'll be written off for the next day.
I mean, I felt like I was written off for the next week after spending about 12 hours straight in the virtual Belcar comms box.
Oh, God, yeah, you did, didn't you?
Once upon a time.
Yeah. Ed,
but I really enjoyed it.
Ed,
I'd say I would never do it again, but I'd do it again in a heartbeat. It was so much fun.
Ed here, the absolute lunatic, did 12 hours straight in the box. You started with the overnight stint with me, didn't you?
Yeah, and then had Hassa for the delirium of the morning for my last 6 hours.
Oh God,
the sleep deprivation. But no, it was a very good time, actually, very enjoyable. And to be fair, I'd happily do it again in a heartbeat. Which probably says enough about how much of a lunatic I probably am. But no, it was great fun. I love it. Sim racing in general, any racing, love it. Get any chance I get, I'm always ready for it.
That was the broadcast where I'd set my PC up to... I'd set it to start the broadcast. Like, I was there in person, but I was out that evening. So what I did was I set an automatic shutdown to happen basically as soon as my 6-hour stint was over on the broadcast. So that the PC shut off instantly, and then, yeah, basically meant that the next guys, you and Hassa, could then take over broadcasting it.
Yeah.
And it worked.
I think that was...
It was
Yeah,
amazing.
because was that at Kota where we did that as well?
At Kota, I was actually here monitoring the PC. I was actually sat with it. It's just there wasn't any commentary.
I only remember it because I was doing... I think I did the 6 hours, or was it 4 hours before that break? And then there was another 6 hours, I think, with me and Hassa afterwards, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
And I just remember it because, again, that was another time where I stayed awake all night, keeping tabs on everything, keeping notes throughout the night at everything that was going on.
It's crazy.
I don't need sleep. I need sim racing. That was my mindset there.
I like that. I don't need sleep. I need sim racing.
And also some Monster energy drinks. But
oh yeah, you
gotta have them, don't you?
Can't anymore. I'm on keto. But
oh yeah, I forgot you can't have them. I know they're like your favourite things, aren't they, Chaz?
For weekends like this, where I'm doing 12 hours of commentary, yes, they are. But combined with COVID right now, the weight loss is it's actually accelerated slightly, which is nice. But at the same time, it's probably not the healthiest.
You'd probably be happier to not have COVID at the moment, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'd rather do weight loss without COVID, but you can't win them all. But anyway, back to the race before Ed and I get even more sentimental. We have still got another 2.5 hours left of this race to go. And this car still leads the way. This wonderful Lamborghini Huracan GT3, the Vibe BMS Esports Sim District car. And what a great performance it's been again by this squad. You cannot knock what they're doing. They've got their teammate car in front of them. And we're going to be just a minute or so late for this break, but this is again going to be a little bit of a longer one. They do increase in time with each one we get to. Obviously, Ed and I will get more and more tired as this goes on. But just quickly, everybody, you have 60 seconds of me saying this to get a car number in the chat that you would like to go on board with. Let us know who you want to see, who you want to ride on board with, and we will give you just that for the break, which is just going to come up in a few moments. We have the two Vibe BMS Esport Sim District cars right together. Be nice to see those two, but we've been on board with one of them so far, so maybe we go on board with the other. We'll have to wait and see what the numbers are that come in. I should have said first come first serve, like the first number anybody puts in, boom, we'll go on board with them. But that's going to be for the next break. We'll do that next time.
They've got about 30 seconds to pipe up. Otherwise, I think I might choose someone.
Oh,
God forbid. You'll never know what that one's going to be.
It's going to be a BMW.
Will it be the Beamer?
Ed's going to
I'll try and be good. I'll try and resist the urge.
Ed's going to throw his hat in the ring here.
I mean, I know who I'm going to pick, but I'm keeping the eyes on the chat just to see. If not...
Don't think anyone's taken the bait.
No, they haven't.
No, they're not. Stuff them. Right, what do you want, Ed?
Oh, I've got the power. I love it. I think we should go for the 101, the Porsche Sport car. Go on board.
Okay.
Why not? The newbie, the super sub, here for one round and one round only.
Call Lauren Heinrich a newbie.
Lauren
I love
Heinrich.
it. Let's go.
No, I said the newbie. Not the noob, the newbie.
Let's go on board then. Oh, God.
Oh,
with Lauren Heinrich. And we will be back in a couple of minutes for you, everybody. We'll see you soon. Hello again, everybody. Chaz Draycott here with Ed May for the DynamiXX Endurance Series 6 hours of Montreal, the 5th round of the season. And we are nearing the end of this, well, what's been quite an interesting race so far, Ed, it has to be said. You know, it's not been the most action-packed one we've seen this season, but there's certainly been quite a bit going on in terms of strategies and teams making the most of tyre changes and other teams trying strategies that others just aren't going for.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously these races, where there isn't necessarily everything going on at once, allows us to take a step back and just appreciate the effort that everyone's been putting in across the whole season. And of course in this race, I mean, we've seen some excellent moves and shakers up throughout the field. Doglu, for my money, has been very good. In fact, every driver of that DynamiXX pink car has been very good. Make up 4 places so far. Excellent effort, obviously, put in by his teammate Jesse Hendricks at the beginning of the race, and Tim Miller's just come in and built on that. It's great to see.
Yeah, definitely.
And then obviously further down, we've had some excitement here, there, and everywhere. I mean, following Stephen Daly, he's coming back into that. It's in this GT3 BMW.
He's had an issue, though, I think.
He's had, yeah, something I think happened in the break. Have a look, because he was right up behind. Oh, is it?
Wow, that snapped one way then the other very quickly, actually.
Because we saw him closing up in behind, didn't we? The 41 Louis Klinkhammer, and then all of a sudden, after that one moment, he's dropped a place. He dropped back in behind Joel Eulenbroek, and now he's got a lot to do. And I think actually he might have come into the pits and got something repaired. Or maybe his lap times are just falling off by the wayside, because again, he's dropped back now from there. That looks to me like 2 seconds, but as we come back live,
no, he did.
He's dropped back 15 seconds.
Yeah, he did come into the pits, actually. He was in the pit lane for quite a bit. But Yagiz Oglu was very, very, very lucky there, because there was only smoke in front of him. He must have only just been able to see where the car was. Christoph Willems has a nightmare of a slow spin. Olivier Bultink says it was a strange snap. I think he was just caught the grass on the
There's like a
exit.
There's a little trench, little dip on the exit of that corner, I think, where the curb falls away.
Yeah.
And if you get just your left rear wheel off onto it, it can spit the car around. It's a very, very tricky corner. It's just sometimes it will snap. We'll see if we can get another replay of it just to see maybe if that was the case. There's like a little divot, and I think that unsettled the car.
He does a great job to save it that way, but then it just spits back the other way so fast, doesn't it? So fast. Such a shame. We'll try and go with. I tried to change the camera very quickly, but no, it's.
I think you can actually see it. You can actually see it though on the outboard cameras, even when the cars aren't moving there. That there is like a little dip.
Yeah.
Just on the exit, and I think that if you just touch the rear wheel onto it, it upsets the balance of the car and spins you around.
Yeah, and it didn't even hit the grass, did it? It was just the AstroTurf itself, just that painted area. Just
a dip in it unsettles the suspension, and the traction control can't react in time, and it suddenly snaps on you.
And it's very frustrating in a GT3 car when you do have the traction control on as well, because you can't just keep your foot in it and sort of keep the rear wheel spinning and hold it on the steering alone. You know, it limits the power to the rear wheels then. It thinks, oh no, we're spinning, so it doesn't let you sort of do any corrective stuff with the throttle. So you are really just limited to turning wherever the car's going to go while it does inevitably spin all the way around.
You can see it. Yeah, there is a bit of a dip there. It's unfortunate. But again, that's just this circuit, isn't it, Chaz? Again, what we've been saying all broadcast long. It's so unforgiving, no room for error, and sometimes it can seem a little bit unfair with how it punishes you.
Yeah, definitely. You know, this is such a scary circuit, because you do get, you know, when you get a lap together, you feel very confident. You feel very sort of happy about the fact that you can perform at such a level and really like push to get a solid lap in. And then as soon as you get that confidence, you can just so easily overstep the mark, and suddenly the car will just do something to you, or the circuit will just catch you out somewhere, and that'll be it, unfortunately. Now, let's have a look. Who are the closest two cars on track? It's actually these two at the moment. Joe Leulenbroek and Louis Klinkhammer. And there's still about 8 seconds between these pair as well. So, quite the differences in terms of the gaps at this part of the order. But that's just how these races go sometimes. You know, they're not always incredibly close sprint races all the way through. They can spread out quite a lot, and they can stay that way sometimes. You know, if everyone's all played at the same level of safe on their strategies and fuel and so on, they can spread out like this, and they can remain that way till the very end. I feel we may not get the sort of mental crazy battles that we've had before coming to the end here, Ed, but it's still, we've got that intrigue of strategy to see where everybody ends up.
I'm an optimist. I think we might see something. You never know, Chaz. You never know in these races what can happen. We say it starts to cool off, and then all of a sudden, all the strategies, the different strategies, could be a reason why we'll have such exciting moments at the end of the race when they all come together. When all of the times, some drivers might be slower at this stage of the race, but then make up all of that time lost right at the end in terms of strategy, in terms of tyre changes, fuel being saved, and shorter pit stops. It can all just suddenly come together. And of course, with different drivers in at different periods of time, you will have periods where certain drivers are quicker than others, certain drivers are dropping back, other drivers are gaining time. We'll really, I think, only truly know where we stand probably in the final hour, maybe the final 30 minutes.
Yeah, we did have that fantastic surprise at Hockenheim, didn't we, where all of a sudden it started to just come together, and we were like, oh, hey up now, we've got a serious race on our hands here for what was the final podium spot of that race. It was a hell of a fantastic final half hour. Cars were running out of fuel, and teams were having to push to keep the gap, and it looked like Ryan Parkins could pull off an absolute blinder right at the end. But unfortunately for him and the team, it didn't quite come together when the flag had dropped. But it was great entertainment all the way through either way. And we hope for more of the same as this race starts to come to a close as well. But still, just over 2 hours left to go here. So we are far from done yet, aren't we? Just watching Joe Leulenbroek then in the Lamborghini make his way back down the Casino Straight. Pushing very hard indeed. Sorry, go on, Ed.
I was just looking at the attitude of this car. All the different cars, they approach the corners very differently. You see the Lamborghini is a lot more aggressive, I find, on turn in when you compare it to something like a Porsche, which is a little bit more sort of balanced. You don't see it moving about as much under braking on turning in. You see the little movements here and there, whereas Porsche seems a lot more laid back, and then the BMW as well, very similar, just seems to be nice and stable through every corner, apart from that final hairpin where it starts to struggle just a touch. And I mean the Audi, that's a handful everywhere, isn't it, Chaz? We've seen so many times drivers losing the rear of it. I think that's starting to come under control a little bit more with the track temperatures coming down. I think we're starting to see the cars become a little bit more agreeable for the drivers. Actually seen the track temperatures plummet down now, Chaz, 23 degrees.
Well, that's even considered nippy with track temperature in mind. Anyway, that's not a hot track temperature at all. So that's actually quite surprising that it's come down that much. But I suppose we do get into the sort of later afternoon time frame here in the sim as these races get further and further towards their conclusion. So it is to be expected, I guess. But yeah, certainly I didn't expect it to drop that much. I wouldn't have thought we'd see it in the low 20s, but it is what it is now. We're here, and the drivers have got to deal with it.
Make the most of it.
Yeah.
Going to help them out on the tyres, and I don't know if we are going to see it because this is a track that is very heavy on the tyres, but something that could potentially save Decimo.be's race is the potential for triple stinting this set of tyres they have on at the moment. Bavo Fallon behind the wheel, picked up the car, put a fresh set of boots on at the 3 hour mark. They changed tyres as well at the 1 hour mark. So
yeah, that's a good
if
point.
they need another tyre change, then that'll be one more stop compared to everyone else. Maybe they've just taken their tyre changes at a different time to everyone else.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. It might actually work in their favour then. Maybe they were sort of anticipating that. Maybe that's what they were thinking. It's interesting, because they're on their own at the moment. They've got 33 seconds to the car ahead, 24 seconds to the car behind, i.e. lots of breathing room. I think that we may see them...
It depends, though, if they're able to carry on this set of tyres. Barrett needs to make his decision pretty much now in this stint. What he's going to do, maybe look at the numbers when he comes into his pit box in around about 10 or 5 minutes time, see what the wears are like, and then can decide how to approach the last part of the race. That will mean, of course, that if he does decide to to triple stint these tyres, he will have to do 3 hours of running, do a Parkins.
Yeah, do a full-on Ryan Parkins and do the last 3 hours in one go. But still, we've seen drivers do it. It's just, it's very fatiguing for a driver to do when you have all the pressure of actually driving the car on you. Let's face it, it's not simple, but it's doable. That's the thing. You've got to always remind yourself.
If there was a circuit that I was told, right, you're going to have to triple stint these tyres on, I think this circuit would probably be right down on the bottom of that list. I would not want to be doing triples on this circuit, because you do really have to rely on that grip. Every little bit of grip you can get, you have to hold on to tight. You can't afford to lose it. You can't afford to run around on tyres that are well past their best, because with the wall so close, one moment, one little slide, and that could be the end of your race. So we'll see what Bauer can manage. Of course, don't count him out of the race just yet. Driver that was definitely in with a shot of competing for the podium. And with plenty of time still to go in this race, 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. Might see something come through just yet for Desmo.be.
Yeah, it could all still change. There could be a big change on the horizon for them. It could all come to fruition. You know, all it could be for them to gain a place is just a mistake from the cars ahead. We've seen that before as well. Mistakes later on in the race, right at the death. It does happen. So there's no reason why it couldn't happen here at one of the most challenging circuits on the entire calendar, because that Wall of Champions hasn't actually claimed anybody yet. And that's what surprises me most, you know, about this race. Usually we'd have seen a good few cars go in there at that point. I know I'm sounding even more and more like death at the moment, so sorry everybody, but yeah, COVID is kicking my backside. That's for sure.
Fine, we do have another break in about 30 to 40 minutes time. A longer one as well, I think, Chaz, didn't we agree about 10-minute break that time?
Yes, yeah, we are going to be just getting our final break out of the way before we then crack on to the very end of the broadcast, everybody. Then we will be with you till the very end. Certainly going to be an exciting time as we get into the latter stages, because we'll be with you then for the last 90 minutes of the race. So please do stick with us.
Yeah. Talking about the interesting parts as well, we're starting to see Heinrich get a lot more comfortable in that car. Personal bests in the last 2 laps are back to back. So definitely adapting well to this Porsche GT3 car. Warren Heinrich for Porsche Sport. Not quite matching, though, incredibly, Scott McFall's pace at this stage. Scott McFall last time by just about 500ths of a lap faster. So not a lot of difference, but still,
Enough.
amazingly, that Lamborghini is increasing its advantage.
Yeah.
Which is quite amazing when you consider the resume that Lauren Heinrich has.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts, isn't it? The pace of Scott McFall in that Lamborghini has been unfathomable. But this is why they're championship leaders, Ed. You know, they can do all this. They can save the fuel. They just get it done. They just get it done, and it's so impressive. And it'll never not be impressive. That's the thing. Like the fact that they can do the pace they're doing while fuel saving, really, really, really impressive. So hats off to the team. Hendrik de Grave is in the pits for Flemish Sim Sports. I think they're slightly out of sync, are they not, with pit stops? Because they were up into third place, so I think some of the others are pitted around them. We'll actually bring up a graphic that does show you how many pit stops teams have had on the left-hand side. So you can see there, look, yeah. Hendrik de Grave is now in the box, so it does say they've done 4 stops. So back out they go. So we are still waiting for a number of our front runners, actually, to come back in.
So Bavo Folon extending his stint, which is good. Could be crucial towards the end of the race. Drivers pitting in well before the hour mark means that come the end of the race they will probably need to take in 10 to 5 minutes additional fuel. Means, of course, they'll be stationary in the pit box. They'll be going down at the pit speed limit.
Well, I hope it wasn't 10 to 5 minutes.
10 to 5 minutes of fuel on board. They'll need to take, I think.
You mean
They're pitting 10 to 5 minutes.
Seconds, not. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay.
Minutes worth of fuel.
Yeah, minutes worth, not sat in the pits for 5 minutes more.
Not taking fuel for 5 minutes, but they're taking 5 minutes worth of fuel on board.
That's my bad.
I was confused there. I think we both got confused and crossed up.
I think
our collective COVID brain.
I think I've made a bit more of 10 to 5 minutes of fool out of myself, to be honest with you there. Sorry. That is full-on COVID brain, that is.
Oh, here, hang on, Chaz. Purple sector from Scott McFall.
Yep, sector 1. Does that mean we're coming in, boys? I'm pretty sure it does.
A little bit too early for him, but they're so evenly matched on pace. The pair of them. I mean, Scott McFall, we're just going to see him go up now, looking to set the fastest lap of the race for this car. Previous best, a 1:34.13, just for reference. No,
he doesn't come in.
So he doesn't come in. Comes instead up to the line. Will we see him dip into the 33s? 34.13 previous best. This time by 34.1.
Well, there you go. Fastest lap of the race by Scott McFall as the temperatures drop and the fuel load, importantly, drops in that car. Amazing stuff. Absolutely amazing stuff. And Scott now, I'm sure, will probably be coming in soon. He's got the confidence to push the car. It's how these guys look after tyres as well that's pretty amazing, because they've obviously still kept some decent life in the tyres for them to go that quickly on them this long in a stint, surely.
I think the clutching in and lifting coasting helps that a lot, because they don't have that initial wear from slamming hard onto the brakes when the front dips down and it starts to scrub the front tyres. That's, I think, where a lot of the wear comes through. So maybe as they sort of coast it into the corners a little bit nicer, a little bit smoother, that could also have a knock-on effect, not just from saving the fuel, but also preserving the life of those tyres, which, of course, is going to be all the more welcome, I'm sure. Speaking of tyres, I think that Lamborghini is one of the only cars we're seeing not running Pirellis.
Is it on Michelin's, is it? I hadn't actually looked.
I don't think it's got any branding on it.
No, it didn't look like it from there, did it? No, it doesn't look like it's got any branding on it at all, has it?
Very strange indeed. But yeah, no branding at all on those tyres.
I love iRacing.
Maybe though, because these drivers have been pushing so hard. Yeah, there was branding.
They've worn the writing off.
It's been scrubbed off on the walls. We might have to, get a magnifying glass out, examine all the walls around the Montreal circuit to find out what they were running.
Brilliant. I like that. You do actually see that though. I've seen that on a few race cars when I've been up close to cars and they've been in strife or been in very close battles during a race. You'll see the tyre writing that would have been colourful previously has been like scrubbed off by contact, and it's amazing to see. It's very intriguing, but
yeah, you see, I think I remember seeing it a couple of times from at least Singapore Grand Prix when they do get very close to the wall, don't they? They sometimes strike a rear wheel here or there, and it does completely almost erase all of that sort of yellow or red Pirelli branding around the sidewall of the tyre. So maybe that's been implemented into iRacing. I don't imagine though that all 4 of those tyres have met with the wall and that car is still going strong. I think that's probably just down to iRacing for whatever reason not having any tyre branding on Lamborghini, be it for, I guess, maybe sponsorship branding reasons or otherwise.
Yeah, maybe just
Not
a
sure.
licensing thing. Depends which Lamborghini it was that they scanned, of course, as well. So if it wasn't that,
And what series it runs in, yeah.
yeah, if it wasn't one that had specific branding on it, then yeah, maybe they didn't have anything to fulfill on that part, or maybe they do have something to fulfill, and that means they can't put
Have
tyre
any
right
other
on it.
branding?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we saw that. Oh my word! What on earth was that lap?
Wow.
That is filth.
That is filth. Scott McFall.
Scott McFilthy.
Scott McFilth. I like it. Well, he is. I mean, it is unbelievably rapid. Let's face it.
Is one heck of a lap. I was glad we were able to follow him all the way through there while we were nattering about the tyres. He was busy
Yeah, we were
pounding
talking.
those tyres around the circuit, using them to great effect. We were busy looking at him. He was busy using them.
Very true indeed, Ed. Very true indeed. We were talking rubbish. He was leaving the talking down to his pace again. And this young man is certainly flying right now. But still no pit stop. They've still not come in. So this is clearly not just an indication of when they're coming in.
None of those front runners have come in, have they? McFall, Heinrich, have I fallen either? P4.
No, it's very true.
So even with the tyres, maybe if they do need to take an extra tyre change, Decimo.be, they could still be in with a good shot of taking something from this race because of the pit stops, because they will be, of course, taking one less pit stop from those cars in behind. Jesse Hendricks, expect them to be making a splash dash come the end of the race, as still around he goes. Scott McFall for one further lap of this Montreal circuit. Very good job on the fuel. I want to see what Lauren Heinrich is able to do, if he's going to carry on another lap or come into the pits. I think we saw Porsche Sport come in a lap before Sim District last time by.
Yeah, I think it was a lap before.
It was actually lap 113. Porsche Sport made their stop. Scott McFall and Sim District GT3 came in on lap 115.
Ah, so 2 lap difference then. They keep us intrigued, these lot, don't they? That is a word I use a lot with this championship, but it's very true. You know, the races are always intriguing. There's always a lot going on with them. They're never
Never a dull
straight.
moment.
Yeah, they're never straightforward, are they? These endurance races. There's always a lot of elements to consider, and that's what
As
we
in
love
comes
about it.
Lauren Heinrich for Porsche Sport, making his first stop of this race. Is he going to be on until the end? Is he going to hand over to a teammate for the final stop? We shall find out, of course, in due course as the race goes on.
This is
But
where
we will see Scott McFall probably carry on and put a lap, at least momentarily, on the whole field. He's flashing his lights. He knows we're watching. And he's flashing his lights because he's coming into the pits.
Yes, he is indeed. There we go.
Which is actually quite a good habit to have. If you are a driver behind this car's in front, flash your headlights to let them know maybe you're coming into the pits.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, you can always try and give some sort of indication. I know that because we don't have indicators in iRacing as you do in some other sims, which I think is something really cool. We usually see drivers sort of flashing the brake lights, don't you? You do get people that do tap the brake lights a bit. I like that. That's
I've done that.
Good thinking, I think.
Especially I do that on sort of, if you're in a tight pack of cars, maybe like lap 1, lap 2, that's something that's very useful to do. Just sort of keep it up. You know you're getting slipstream from the car in front. Just tap the brake lights to let someone in close in behind know.
Yeah,
Especially good in public lobbies, something like ACC, when you're not necessarily racing against league drivers that you're familiar with and know race sensibly.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's all about just giving that early warning sign, isn't it, to people to let them know exactly what's going on, or they may not understand it, but at the end of the day, it keeps people a bit further behind you. It makes them weary of getting really close right up behind you, where, to be honest, they shouldn't be anyway. You shouldn't be that tucked in right behind somebody, should you?
Lauren Heinrich, though, compared to... Actually, Olivier Boldsink's got in the car now ahead of Scott McFall, but comparing the two drivers, Heinrich did extend his stint by one further lap.
Nice.
Compared to Scott McFall, because they did come in together on the same lap. Got Olivia Boltink now, pit exit. You can see there, confirmation for us, at least what we can see on our timing software. Pit lap 151 for Boltink, lap 150 for Heinrich.
There we go, then that is the difference this time round. Whether it'll change further, we do not know, but this is one of the other Lamborghinis on track. Last time Jens Goossens pitted was lap 142, so they are well in the cycle. Bavo Follen, though, last time they pitted was lap 112, so still quite the difference from where they're sat, isn't it?
How have they been able to make it work? I mean, they're still putting in very good lap times. Personal best last time by shows us that they're probably coming in for their stop very shortly. Yeah, what a stint from them. 112. Considering that Sim District car, the leaders, pitted on lap 115, and they've already made their pit stops.
Yeah.
What on earth is this Porsche running on? 3 laps better.
It's very impressive, actually, isn't it? I'm wondering whether our timing software's not right.
Maybe, yeah.
I doubt the software. But no, like that's very impressive by them. Very, very impressive indeed. And you can't knock them for it at the end of the day. They've certainly made it work, that's for sure. Have to just wait and see how long it is now till they actually do come in. I'm pretty sure it should be this lap, really, shouldn't it? It'd be daft if it wasn't. Be absolutely daft if it wasn't.
You go, yeah. Coming on in.
I was going to say, he's either going to go really hot through this chicane and miss it. He's either about to have a massive accident or a pit stop. I know which he'd prefer, and he's gone for that option. So,
yeah, of course, Baba won't want any more incidents on that area of the track after contact early on.
Yeah, they got railroaded by the BMW.
Checking his rear view mirrors to make sure there was no one in behind, but he didn't need to worry about that because he was the one coming in this time by. So Baba Follen for Decimo.be. Tyres have already been taken on the previous stop, so this is a driver change.
Ooh,
and does this mean it's another single stop? Are we going to see that car come up onto the Jackson Coen-Bevers, take this up until the end? I'd imagine so.
I'd be amazed if they changed tyres again, but you'd expect them to now that they've done the driver change, like you so rightly pointed out before, Ed. So, 2 hours to go. We are going to... I know this isn't the most interesting angle in the world.
Come on the Jacks now, if at all. There we go. Oh, hang on. It went up and then off the Jacks very quickly. So was that a late call?
Yeah, did he forget to check tyres? Like to untick tyres? I think they've decided against it, like on the spot there.
That was a very late decision.
Yeah, it was. Very, very late decision. So, they come back out, but they've done a driver change, and they've not optimised the fact that they can change tyres from it. Although I suppose it does take even longer, doesn't it? So,
I think the driver change takes place in the same amount of time that a full tank of fuel takes place.
Yeah.
So you don't lose any time in terms of the time taken to do a driver change. That's I think time will tell. Time will be the real judge of if that was the right decision or not for Decimo BE.
Yeah, again, much like many things in endurance racing, when you're watching and when you're commentating, it's going to be a case of we'll have to wait and see. We will have to wait and see with that one. There's not much can be done from our point of view right now, unless somebody from the team or one of the drivers confirms it in the chat for us, but we want them to obviously focus on the task at hand rather than not just focusing on feeding us information for free. Still, it'd be nice to know. But the racing continues here, Ed, and we have less than a third of the race to go right now. Scott McFall saying mega stream as always. Thank you very much, Scott. So far, Ed's internet has held up, and I'm getting through commentating for 6 hours with COVID, so we're doing all right, I'd say. Thank you very much for those kind words.
The threshold as well. We're past the time when they said they'd be doing their maintenance, so it should be fine.
Oh, yeah.
Should. I'm crossing my fingers. Touching my desk. It's, I think, made out of wood, or maybe just something that's wood effect. I don't know.
I've never heard the phrase touch MDF, but
yeah.
I'm
should be good to the end now, hopefully.
Fingers crossed. Well, I was going to say I'd cross my fingers, but I'd rather cross my nostrils right now. It feels awful.
Oh no.
But,
Oh
well.
Poorly Chaz.
Poor Chaz. Everybody say poor Chaz.
Poor
Anyway.
Chaz gets to join me in the commentary box. That's the real,
No, it's not.
the real unfortunate aspect of Chaz in this day and age. But,
We are
it's,
all good. All good, mate.
we're all groovy here this evening. 2 hours still to go in this race, or rather, to be pedantic, 1 hour and 50 minutes. To be exact on the time. Just following a whole gaggle of cars together on track, not fighting for position, but all squabbling together, managing the traffic together on track. And that is actually, you'll be seeing, Heinrich has got an entire lap, I think that is, yes, on Jesse Hendricks. So second place has lapped everyone up to everyone up to and including fourth place.
Wow. That shows you the pace of the top two then. Incredible stuff. Big divide. But this is the thing that's interesting about it, is the fact that it's not always been like that. You know, all season.
No.
Yes, you could argue that it's because Lauren Heinrich's in the car, but he's not been in the car for the majority of the race. Ryan Parkins has. You know, it's an incredible show of pace, not just by Porsche, but everybody here has been so quick all season. And now all of a sudden there's a bigger gap between them all. It's crazy.
I'm amazed as well by the ability and the way that everyone's came on so quickly in this series, because first round I was worried it was going to be a complete washout, and maybe it has been because one team has won every single round, but it could have been a lot bigger. I mean, Olivier Boltink and co took the first round of the championship by an astonishing 2 laps at Zandvoort.
Yeah.
And occasionally they'll put a lap on the field. Sometimes they won't. Monza was a time when they weren't able to put a lap on the whole field and actually came quite close to missing out on occasion.
Yeah,
so it was
a
very good showing of how good everyone's come on. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right, mate. It was a very nerve-wracking one for them at Monza, because it did almost not quite pay off in the end, but they certainly had people keeping them honest, and it was an exciting race for us to watch as well, for sure. But this one's just been a race of its own intrigue, I think. You know, it's not been the most thrilling encounter of battles here, there, and everywhere, but it's just been a solid race that shows the determination of these drivers to continually push time and time again and just make the most out of every situation they get presented as a race like this goes on, because they're not easy. You know, we both know firsthand from doing long races how much of a challenge they are, not just physically but mentally as well. And for these guys to do it at this level, you know, with drivers like this around them, it's insane talent.
Oh, I had to try and stop myself from chuckling because I've just seen a good little exchange between Scott McFall and Porsche Sport in the YouTube chat. Scott saying that Porsche Sport have improved very well throughout the season. Porsche Sport replying, maybe swapping the car from the 992 helped them out. Because of course, let's not forget, they did start the first couple of rounds as the lone Porsche 992, the Cup car.
They did, yeah. They were the only team to run that. They had a very fun encounter at Monza, it seems, where because of the straight line speed of that Porsche Cup car, they were able to annoy some of the GT3 traffic, as Peter Mackay put it, through the speed of it down the straights. So they were able to play about with people throughout that, which was entertaining for us. Very entertaining, it must be said. And then since then, they came into the GT3 class, which has now become the only class in the field, and well, they've been great. I mean, they've been up there the whole time. You know, there was only Hockenheim where they nearly missed out on a podium. I think that was actually going to be their best result, was it not? Was Hockenheim?
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, that would have been their best finish. There was Hockenheim. I think Hockenheim, if memory serves right, that was the third round of the championship. Their first in that car, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was their first in the GT3s. So it was a strong debut, to say the least. Not so much by Peter Mackay in the commentary box, but We glossed over that many a time, and we'll gloss over it again.
Yeah.
I'm sure Peter would like it if we did. But
He made up for it anyway on the following round, fourth round, 6 hours of Brands Hatch. Good old birthday boy Pete Mackay coming through to take a podium there. That car's best result, P3, looking to probably go one better. Here, currently in second place and looking very good for it as well.
yeah, Peter's actually out doing the European Rally Championship at the moment. He's out there doing some reporting, as far as I know. So I hope you're having a good time, Peter. Hope you're enjoying yourself. I'm sure you are. We know anyone that knows Peter knows how passionate he is about everything that he does. He's such a great bloke, and he's very, very passionate. And I'm sure he will be loving life out there with the European Rally Championship. I've seen many things from his varying Instagram, Facebook, and all sorts of stories. Just looking at the timing again, I'm having one of my sort of quiet moments where I stare and look at numbers and I think,
I'm doing the same.
yeah, there's not much in the way of battles still, unfortunately, everybody, and it's not the driver's fault. It's not the organiser's
Interesting
fault.
numbers though, Chaz. Last 2 laps, last lap from Olivia Bolting, exactly the same for me as Lauren Heinrich. Both 1 minute 34.91s.
So Lauren is on the pace of Olivier. But, well, he was for that lap anyway.
Yeah.
I could get ahead of myself there. But even still, the pace is definitely there in that Porsche Sport Porsche. Lauren is just doing his best to unlock it lap after lap here. Because that's the thing, isn't it? You could have the pace in the car, but to get it out of it time and time again, lap after lap, it's not easy at all. That's not the easy bit of the job. The easy bit of the job is just getting in the sim.
It is all about the consistency, really, isn't it? You're right on the money there, Chaz, about just being able to put the laps in time and time again. That's what we've seen Sim District GT3, that Lamborghini, do every single time. While one round at Monza, that by their standards was a bit of a horror show, they still managed to win it, go out on top, and they have been the standout performer of this season. But then we have had other flashes of brilliance. I mean, Kim Het, Flemish Simsport, this will be a good result for them, P5. Same with Jesse Hendricks, actually in Dynamics Pink. The P4 will certainly not be missed by them, will it? They'll be very pleased with that because it keeps the championship alive with double points into the final round, I believe, Chaz.
Yes, yeah, double points there will be so cool because we've got to do a lot more maths and the teams have got to do, well, a lot more effort to make sure that they don't miss out on anything because it's going to be focusing because even if one team that's a little bit further down in the standings comes forward and really performs strongly, then they could actually overtake teams that are a lot higher up. They could really jump up the order there, and that's obviously why it's put into place with double points. But it's going to be so exciting for us, I think, to see that.
Yeah, and of course, looking forward to getting as many people in the booth as we can probably fit for the final round.
Yeah, final broadcast on Sim Racers World TV.
Gotta make it an event, that's for sure.
We are indeed. I won't have COVID then either, so it'll be better.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, I don't want to get it again.
Nah, that wouldn't be great. To be honest, we might wrap you up in a bubble, put you in one of those big inflatable sort of Zorb balls. We'll just
put you in
that'd be
sick.
one of them.
Yeah, well up for that. Put me in one of them any day.
Might be difficult if you need to travel or fly anywhere in the next month, but
be alright. Then again, to be fair, I'm actually quite lucky in when I have caught COVID because I don't have to fly anywhere, I don't have to travel anywhere, I don't have to do anything for at least 2 weeks from today, so I'm all right.
You've done the you've basically taken the Daniel Ricciardo school of catching COVID at probably the least worst time.
Yeah, definitely.
Get it while there's no racing going on, and then you're back in time for the start of the season proper. For anyone who doesn't know, Daniel Ricciardo missing basically all 3 days of testing due to COVID.
Yeah, he was unwell the other day, but then was having negative tests, and then all of a sudden he had a positive one. And that was the same with me as well. It's mad. Believe it or not, though, even though we've, admittedly, you know, the missus knew that she was probably going to get it anyway. We're in the same house with Little as well, who has also tested positive. She still hasn't got it after 2 days. And I'm not going to lie, we haven't been being careful or anything. We even shared a drink yesterday. But no.
Ugh.
Yeah, still hasn't got it. Unbelievable. I think it's because she's ginger. But anyway.
This is scared to go near, do you reckon?
Yeah. This is Kimber Haight, currently in 5th in the prettiest car in the field. There, I said it. The Flemish Sim Sports Lamborghini. It's just the gold. It's the gold. It's beautiful. But these guys, again, as Ed mentioned before, very correctly, they've been ones to watch because the constant progress up through the field has been really impressive. They continually...
They went for a brilliant result at Brands up until, you know, they got involved in an instant bit of contact. Other than that, though, they were really, really good and looking like a real strong contender in that race. Didn't quite have the best qualifying, though, again, which is something that car has always seemed to struggle with.
Yeah.
Chaz, I'm not sure if you've had the same opinion, but they just can't seem to get the most out of the car over one lap in qualifying. But over the course of the race, something about how that car's set up really comes good for them. Maybe it's just how it works the tyres.
Yeah, they do seem to nail it, don't they, when it does come to quali. So it's good to see that. Sorry, I meant to say they nail it when it comes to race pace, but it is hopefully something that we see an improvement on is qualifying. But they've not got long to improve on that, obviously, with only one round left of the season. Bit insensitive of me that, sorry Flemish. But, you know, they could still qualify well at Spa. Obviously, it's a home race for them, as it is with a lot of the drivers in our field, the majority of them, in fact, and of course our sponsor, DynamiXX.be. Even Hendrik de Grave admitted it in the chat right now, actually. He says, yeah, our quali pace is not that good. However, your race pace is spot on, and that's the thing. That's the bit that matters. Because it's
That's
not
where
a
the points are.
Yeah, and it's not a sprint race either. You know, you don't have to be ridiculously faster than everybody else to get the job done in 20 minutes. You know, you've got 6 hours to just consistently put in decent lap times, work out a strategy, you know, make the most of it all, and then just get the car to the end. And if you gain a few places, I always say in motorsport, if you finish higher than where you started, and yeah, maybe if it's not all down to attrition, then you've done all right. You know, and even if it is down to attrition, even if just 2 cars have fallen off ahead of you, fair enough, you know, they fell off, you didn't. Good job.
Yeah, that's the thing. People say, oh, we got lucky there. We got fortunate with some cars having incidents in front. It wasn't about luck. It was about just you were the better team because you didn't crash.
Yeah, that's it. You didn't overdo it, you know, you didn't push the car beyond its limits. You just drove the car as intended, and there you go, you've finished higher. So it's just a testament to the race pace of Flemish Sim Sports that they they continue to climb the order in these races, as we keep seeing them do, and probably do more of the same at Spa.
Yeah, sometimes they climb and then get stopped a little bit with incidents, but today here at Montreal they've been a lot cleaner. You can see there's a little bit of a bump on certain panels, but there's not been any major moments, major incidents, which is really key for their race, or really key for them being, well, exactly where they are now, up into P5. Don't think they'll... I mean, they could still theoretically close down up into Jesse Hendricks, but, I mean, that Porsche, the Dynamics pink car, is very, very quick as well. I'm not sure if they'll be being caught by the end of the race. Hendricks and Yagizoglu behind the wheel, sharing driving duties so far this race.
Yeah, and so far in this season, that car has had the 3 drivers, the third of which was Brent Verheyen. And it doesn't look like Brent is with us for this race, unfortunately, but he'll be happy with the team's performance.
Yeah.
If he is watching, if he's not busy elsewhere. But again, it's looking like a 100% win record still on the cards at this stage for Olivier Bultink and the Sim District GT3 by Vibe and BMS Esports Lamborghini.
But again, Chaz, this car, the DynamiXX, is another car that, just like the Flemish Sim Sports Lamborghini, can't qualify to save their lives, but in the race,
Great.
they're just on it.
Yeah, they just fly. They really do. And it's just that constant pace. It's consistency. That's what we always talk about in endurance racing. It's what you want. You know, you want a team, you want a car, you want every element of it to be consistent. You know, you want to know exactly what you're doing with your pit stops and your strategy. And once everyone's all in tune with all of that, you will have a product that is very, very strong all around. And that's exactly what they've worked on, and it's exactly what they've got. So, you know, we can't knock them at all for it.
Yeah. And I mean, this car is also one that we see some of the best moves being made by these two drivers. And I think it's partly down to just the handling characteristics of the car being very good on the brakes. But in general, you see them on turn in, you think that they brake almost impossibly late, but they get it stopped. The car turns in for them. So it might be something to do with the setup as well, because every single time you just drive through, you can see pretty much there isn't very rarely a time when those rear brake discs aren't glowing bright on that Porsche.
Yeah, they do push it.
You do really, really push the car to its absolute limits, which is great to see.
Oh yeah, that's it. You don't want to see the cars being tickled around and messed with. You know, you want to see these guys pushing the cars like to the limit, and that's what we're blessed with modern day endurance racing. Really, it's like I was talking about before with the reliability of things and the way that these cars behave. You know, it's a 6-hour sprint race most of the time. You know, the only
Check that off the bingo.
Yep. Most things that you can change are just to do with the pit stops. You know, other than that, you have to just push the whole time. And we see teams having to do that because there's no other way to win these races. There's just not.
Just following all of the progress of everyone throughout this race, really looking at the times coming through. Now this is the stage of the race where it's all about the lap times that people are doing, because this is where the final double stops, or the final double stints rather, are occurring. Apart from Decimo.be, who after a little bit of maybe confusion, a late call, decided not to take tyres. We saw the car go up on the jacks, but was quickly put back down.
Yeah, it was very quick, wasn't it?
A very eager Jack man who was trying to get the tyres ready, and then was like, wait, we're not doing them this stop. And then put it back down in a panic.
Yeah, straight off the bat, straight back down.
Yeah. Up, down. I think it was just, testing the suspension. You know, bring it up, bring it down. Okay, it works. Off you go.
Yeah. Yeah, just how quickly can you get this up and down off the jacks? Watch this.
Yeah. Maybe a bit of grass or something stuck in the tray of the car. They just had to get up, get someone underneath, rip it out, put it back down.
And off it went.
Yeah. But no, it's going to be interesting to see the progress of that Decimo.be Porsche that was at one stage fighting for podiums. Doesn't seem to be anymore, unfortunately. But, of course, there's still time to go in this race.
That there is.
It's not all over yet for him.
No, and we are getting a bit closer to the final break for Ed and I. However, we will be back for the last, what is it, 2 hours? No. Yeah. Well, it'll be about 2 hours worth of broadcasting, won't it, anyway?
Yeah. I think, about 2 hours of broadcasting.
So you will have to put up with us until the very end, sorry. But, but either way, it's still going to be a great finale, I think, to this race. It's certainly going to be an entertaining one.
Oh, you're seeing as well, fan clubs arrived, Porsche Sport, letting them know Peter's not here. Sorry, ladies.
Oh, they're going to be so disappointed.
I know.
They're going to be so upset. You'll see it in the emojis. The emojis will change. Watch.
They'll be angry and crying.
That's it.
No hearts to be seen.
Oh, Ryan Parkins as well. Chicken strips. I can't have chicken strips on keto. Can't have chicken strips. I can have just the chicken, but I can't have the good bit. Oh well.
Oh, the yummy bread bit.
Yeah.
Oh. But you can have chicken wings, right?
It depends.
Not bready ones, but
It depends on
barbecue chicken wings.
depends on the sauce. Barbecue sauce has got a lot of sugar in it.
Ah,
I know. Me without barbecue sauce, it's like it's just nah. It's not a thing.
might have a Korean barbecue.
Maybe it depends. I have to really limit it. Anyway, I'll
See,
I'll cry about
this
that
is why
later.
you've got much more what's the word?
Fat.
Determination about yourself than I do.
Oh mate,
Much more willpower because I would cave instantly.
the willpower is strong, but yeah.
I tried being like vegetarian and couldn't manage it.
No, I don't even eat veg. I'm bad for that. But oh well. I'll cry about
I tried
it all
it
later.
for about 12 hours.
That's longer than I'd manage. So, we are now into the final time Ed and I will go for a break. We are going to be away for 10 minutes this time around, but what we're going to do, everybody, is we're going to go on board with the race leader, who is currently doing an incredible job. We've been going on about them all race, so now we're going to give them even more airtime and give you guys a chance to enjoy the ride with Olivier Bultink and the Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMSB Esports Lamborghini. We'll see you in a few minutes, everybody. Hello once more, everybody. Welcome back to the Dynamics Simulators Endurance Series here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. 6 hours of racing is going to be undertaken by the time the flag drops, and we are currently just under, or just over, an hour of away from the end. A very fatigued and COVID-ridden Chaz Draycott here with the wonderful Ed May, who is now beyond the risk of internet troubles, I believe, Ed, which was one of the celebration marks of the last hour or so. But
yeah, the last 40 minutes have been completely free of any worries now for me, which is good. Means my blood pressure isn't as high as it was, in the past 4 hours of racing, waiting for it to die on me where it didn't.
Yeah, we've got away with that, safe to say. But still, what a fantastic, fantastic event we've had once again here. There's always been stuff going on. It may not have been the most thrilling encounter of constant battles and massive fights everywhere, but it's been one of those races that really proves to you how much of a slog some GT endurance racing can be for these drivers. The amount that they've had to go through with penalties and all sorts, and how hard they've had to push constantly just to cope with the pace of the guys at the front, to try and get up there, to try and catch up with them. It's been really, really tough for us, a few of these teams at least today, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Porsche Sport, they had a bit of a reprieve with Oren Heinrich being available. And thankfully he was able to get back into the car to save Ryan Parkins, doing 4 hours of driving. He only needed 3 in the end. Don't know, of course, if Heinrich will be handing over back to King Hippo or if he's going to be carrying on up until the end of the race, splitting driving duties evenly between the pair of them. Certainly be done, of course. Just following their progress through the field, they've been able to keep that gap to Olivier Boulting around about the minute mark, which does make it all the more difficult for them to put a lap on the whole field, which I think is almost certainly their aim at this point now. They've got a minute to everyone else around them. Why not think, can we go and put a lap on everyone?
Well, yeah, that's it. You may as well just rub salt in the wound to everybody else then, mightn't you? May as well just get on with it and show everybody who's boss. Niels de Kuiper has just had an issue here. I think he's going to have gone off the road and then maybe lost it. Oh, he's clipped the wall. Oh, and then he's smacked the front left corner on the opposite wall. That was a big old hit, that. And the smoke, luckily for them, is not due to damage. That was just tyre smoke. Just cuts that curb a little bit too much. It's already going, and then he taps the wall, which you would have thought might have straightened it up, but in that situation, it just didn't, did it?
No, and that's the solid Armco barrier. It does a lot of damage to these cars. Funny enough, the concrete is, for some reason, iRacing a little bit more forgiving. Maybe you can brush it a little bit easier, whereas with the Armco, you can't really brush it as such as, slam it.
Yeah.
Of course, it does bump you up in the air a little bit more. The sort of, I guess, the ribbed nature, not for the pleasure of the cars, I can tell you that much. Does give you a fair whack.
It does, yeah. It does, yeah. Oh, God.
Can you tell we're closing on 5 hours into a broadcast?
Well, it's not quite watershed yet. It's 10 to 8. But still, it's certainly a very, very good point, though. But like you say, we've seen cars, you and I have both seen it in motorsport before, where cars will, when they hit one of those barriers, they'll just rattle off it. Like, they won't actually, get stopped by it. They will just bounce. And sometimes you wonder whether that's safer or not, to be honest with you. I think, really, one of the key highlights to that was there was an incident at the Nürburgring a while ago where a car lost it through one of the very famous corners up the hill. I can't remember what the name of it is, but the car loses it, goes all the way around and just bounces off the top of this barrier, and it goes absolutely flying. It's a horrible incident. But even more recently here in the UK, we saw it in the Mini Challenge as well, with one of the cars going off on the exit of Cascades at Alton Park over to the left-hand side, bounced off the barrier, basically took off in the air, rolled over the top of the field. I don't know how he didn't get hit by somebody else, but unbelievably big accidents. And it's always these sorts of barriers, but I suppose it depends on how they're supported and how it's dug into the ground and so on. But Yeah, it amazes me that they still get used so often. But here on iRacing, they're not quite as bouncy as they are in the real world, luckily. But
well, they are still. Yeah, it's amazing how much they can sometimes put cars almost into harm's way, just bouncing off. But then again, it isn't always easy just to put tire barriers in places. There aren't necessarily always space for them, even though there is. There won't be a shortage of old used tires to put into them. It's not necessarily the most practical thing. And of course, if you do hit a tire barrier, those two need to be constantly checked and made sure that they're fine, and it can take a little while to make the race and actually get back up underway. And if you are on a sort of a tight scheduling, which is usually the case in British Club Motorsport, there's always one race going and then another one almost right afterwards.
yeah,
It might be easy just to have Armco barriers that require a little bit less maintenance and upkeep and resetting, I guess, after each race if they do get used.
unless the FIA European Truck Racing Championship comes to town, because last season we had one of our drivers snapped the posts in the ground of one of the barriers. They hit it that hard. That was Stefan Faas at the Nürburgring. At the Hungaroring. Yeah, I've definitely got COVID brain. But yeah, that was one mighty hit. That was. Stefan was fine. The safety of the trucks is ridiculous, but obviously the drivers are very high up off the ground, so they don't actually sort of get anywhere
I'd
near.
imagine it'd take a
harm's
lot
way.
of barrier to stop one of them, though. You'd need a good barrier to stop a truck.
Oh yeah, 5.5 tons they are. Still, even the race trucks are 5.5 tons, and they still do 100 mile an hour. It's stupid.
A ridiculous
It's
piece of kit, honestly.
Fantastic fun though. Oh god, if you haven't ever watched FIA European Truck Racing, by the way, everybody, please do. I'm going to be commentating on it again this year. I'm delighted to say. I haven't officially announced that on my Facebook, YouTube, everywhere, website, everything yet. Actually, it's not even on my website. So there you go. There's an inkling. But yeah, it's a hell of a fun championship. I have a massive laugh doing it. I love the drivers. I love the people, and they just try and get me too drunk. That's the problem. Last time I went to Italy with them, I was a mess. There is no other way of describing it. But that's part of the job, apparently, according to them.
That's the fun. You're part of the paddock now.
Well, yeah, apparently.
You've got to take the most of it.
Just don't drink Palinka, kids. Don't drink Palinka, for God's sake. Whatever you do, don't touch the Palinka. Anyway, I'm a
How
bit...
long until you forget that advice to yourself, though?
Oh, never. I'll never forget that. I'll never, ever forget what that drink did to me. Yeah. I shouldn't really be sort of boasting about that live on air, but here we are. I'm a bit sort of disappointed. Not disappointed in, that's not fair, Chaz. I'm a bit upset for this BMW because, they had a very strong start. They were right in the middle of that fight. And since then, they got a penalty and it's just... It never came back to them, did it, really? It's been a bit of a sad race for them.
It's the thing that I've seen from that car all throughout the season is they have moments where you think this is the time when they will realise the pace that they have. This is the time where things will go right for them. And there's always just one thing that seems to get in the way of them. They have the pace. I'm fairly certain they all know it.
Yeah.
Milton Carvalho did a great job, didn't he, at the start of this race, putting the pressure on, almost thinking of taking a podium for himself at one stage, and then a little moment, a mistake here and there, and all of a sudden he's out of the fight for the podiums and all the way down in P8. I mean, he will get, apparently, from what I hear, 30 seconds deducted from his overall race time. So essentially he'll get an extra 30 seconds back because he did get unintentionally an extra 30 seconds in the stop and go.
Oh, right, okay.
So they'll get 30 seconds back at the end of the race. So we'll be able to try and figure out where that puts them when all has been said and done.
Ah, that's intriguing. I've missed that, sorry. I've completely missed that. Is that come from DynamiXX?
I just saw it in the YouTube chat a little while ago.
Oh.
To be fair, it was a little way up. I should have actually probably made a bigger thing of it, mentioned it, but for some reason I'll store that in my brain and mention it later because I think we were talking about something else at the time.
Beer.
But I brought it up now.
Well, there we go. Well, we know now, thank you. So, there you go. As I've just found out, everybody, no, the sort of lifeline to them then is, I'm sure, very welcome from their end as they get going again and crack on with it after another pit stop. BMW makes its way to turn one. The overall lead, I'm going to say this, that car has grown on me overall, but I still cannot get over the front end. I just can't. Call me shallow, call me whatever. I can't get over the front end.
You'll come around eventually, Chaz. It'll be like Stockholm syndrome. Maybe you need to drive it to understand.
Yeah. Put me in the BMW long enough and I'll love it.
That's what we'll do. When's the next special event, Chaz? We'll get together for that. Sebring, isn't it? When's that?
Isn't it like
Oh,
tomorrow?
Oh.
It's soon, isn't it? It's in a few weeks.
It's soonish. I know if it's tomorrow, maybe next week. I don't know. But yeah, you need to get behind the wheel of that thing. It's a properly nice car.
Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
I'll force you into it somehow. I'll figure out ways to get you into it.
We'll
I'll
see.
say, I'm not going to commentate with you on the F3s unless we do this, Chaz.
Oh, I need that. I need your help there. Them lot drive me mad. They're brilliant.
Oh no, I drove for about a round.
Oh yeah, you did. You had the Scooby-Doo
rounds.
livery on your car.
Yeah, it worked all right for me. I had a nice delivery for the Imola one, but we weren't able to get that come to fruition, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, that was.
Who knows?
I can't remember what. Oh yeah, my little one wasn't very well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poor little Larry.
Yeah. Oh well.
But
He's
no,
still
I had a
not
nice,
well now.
I had a nice X-wing livery for that one.
Oh, you did. I remember you telling me about it, actually. I think you sent me a picture of it. Anyway, this
It might
is
be buried somewhere.
probably.
In the depths of whatever the NAF we talk about sometimes. We still talk about NAF now. There is a race going on. No cars necessarily close to each other to battle, but there is a race. Kimber Hayet for the moment in P4. I think actually the real thing to look at is in behind Cohen Bevers. P5, 8 seconds. You can just see him now. Just up the road, you might see a little bit of a rear end. That's the Lamborghini just going through the hairpin now. Just saw the tail end of it. Just saw it vanish out of view.
Yep, Cohen is on the charge and he is chasing after them. So this is the Decimo BE Porsche, which we've been waiting to see a bit more of an increase in pace from. Obviously, this car pitted early. Well, they didn't pit that early, but they've obviously had the tyres sort of more often than everybody else in their pit stops, haven't they? Oh, Kimber Hayet is in. Yes, you're right. Now, how long is this Porsche going to stay out? That's going to be the next question.
This car it stopped on lap 151 on par with Olivier Bultink, the leaders. So, Cohen Bevers, as long as he stays where he is, keeps that gap down, Kimber Hayet will inevitably lose out in this battle, I would imagine. Final stops being made. Kimber Hayet, one more to go after this. Obviously, with the splash and dash required, won't be able to get the fuel to last 1 hour and 5 minutes. Would take an almighty effort on the fuel saving to do all of that in one stint.
Yeah, it would. That'd be massive, especially compared to the usual 16 litres that they're going to have less than they used to. I mean, people used to make fuel last about an hour at most in these cars, maybe an hour and 5 depending on the circuit, but yeah, now with the depleted tanks that they have, I don't think we've got a chance of that.
Looking on board as well, let's not forget this car is on tyres that will be at least doing 2 hours of running when he comes in for his next pit stop. Will he go for a third on this set of rubber? Looking at the car, doesn't seem to be too unstable. You can see the steering inputs looking nice and steady. Maybe also that little bit of lack of grip, maybe that understeer that's being induced into the car could actually help out a little bit. Maybe counteract some of the more snappier aspects of this Porsche.
Sounds great though. It's always good fun to ride on board with the Porsche for a bit. Certainly looks planted as well. Now the gap back to Kimber Hayet after that pit stop is 49 seconds, 49.3, and pit stop times even without taking tyres is about 1 minute 10, so it certainly will change back around, but it depends how short this final pit stop's going to be from these guys. It's how soon do they need to come in? That's going to be the next question, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Cohen Bevers, I reckon we'll see that car out for about another 10 minutes. Probably about 10 minutes, actually, yeah. There or thereabouts.
Yeah, so I don't think they're gonna be able to take that short a stop. I don't think the fuel is going to be the master stroke of the strategy. It's going to be how much have they got left in the tyres, really. But even if they do take fresh rubber now, that means that the rest of the stops where they took tyres aren't really to any advantage for them, are
Yeah,
they?
they've got to commit now, haven't they? I think that last pit stop we saw them when they went up on the jacks and then they quickly put it back down. I think that was the signal that they are going to carry on this set up until the end of the race, and this could be an inspired decision to see them secure P4. I mean, we said that they were up in the chance of fighting for a podium, but judging by obviously the pace that they were having to battle with Robin van Gogh for, it was always going to be difficult to come out on top of the Sim District BMS Audi. Even though that Audi didn't have the easiest of times, did it, Chaz, over the first hour and a half? Hot
No.
track temperatures, very, very difficult to control that rear end. So it's been numerous times in Robin's hands, but as the track's cooled down, we've not seen that anymore. It seems the Audi's now finally been tamed by the cooler track.
Yeah, we were paying a lot of attention to them earlier on, but we've not actually seen them in quite a while, to be honest with you. And the, as it is on my screen, liveryless car doing a very, very strong job. You know, they started 5th, just outside of the top 3, and they've made their way into it, and they've stayed there. That's one of the important things. You know, they were involved in little bits of contact here and there. The iLivery's car earlier, especially, making contact with them. Only minor contact, but they didn't give the place back, so it resulted in a penalty and so on. But this Audi, while it's been in some of the dramas, it has persistently moved forward in this race and continued to be one of the fastest cars on track. It's a really impressive drive, I have to say, from Robin van Gogh and co. And we hope to see more of that from them at the final round, which, to be fair, Ed, I think that's going to be upon us very, very quickly, isn't it, the final round of the season? That's going to be on the 9th of April, so it's only in a matter of weeks, actually. I was thinking it was a good few months away yet, but no, it's literally a matter of weeks, isn't it?
Right around the corner. Not long to go before we have the final round here. Round 6 of the 12 hours of Spa. What round that's going to be? What an event to close out the Sim Racers World TV chapter, the whole Sim Racers World chapter as well.
Yeah, it's going to be epic, isn't it?
Trying to think now. I think that could be, if my memory serves right, the last Sim Racers World affiliated thing, because I think all of the leagues have been rebranded.
Yeah, it will be.
And this will be the last affair of business for Sim Racers World. A sort of, what is it, a community, I guess you could call it, that's been going strong for the past, God knows how many years now. I think 5 years, hasn't it?
Oh, at least, yeah. Yeah, it's been going for a while now, so it's certainly going to be a shame to say goodbye to it all, but, you know,
The
Ian
same
Roots,
people still be here.
yeah, definitely. Just a new face to it all, really,
Yeah.
in terms of the colour scheme and all that.
Do hope, though, that, of course, Ian sticks around for Nevo. I know he won't be in any organising capacity, but he was definitely very greatly appreciated by everyone in the Sim Racers World community, myself, and I'm sure everyone at Sim Racers World TV appreciates him greatly, and I think everyone in Sim Racers World and now Nevo appreciates and hopes that he's going to stick around at least for the community. Definitely not running it in any official capacity, but in terms of just as a person, you kind of just, you enjoy being around Ian, I think.
Oh god, yeah. Me and Ian have had a right laugh the whole time. You know, it's been great fun. He's been enjoying a lot more of his spare time, though. He said recently. You know, it's actually spare time now.
Yeah.
So he's been taking it easy, which is what we all need to do from time to time. So hats off to him. And he does a lot of streaming as well. Actually, he still does it under Ian_Sim Racers World, as far as I know. So he's still doing a load of streaming with, I think he does a load of Call of Duty stuff, but also Microsoft Flight Sim. He's got into Flight Sim 2020, which is something I really want to do as well. Is get on that boat.
Now you got me tempted for that now. I've always seen that and thought, because I had it with an Xbox controller and thought, I really need a proper setup for this.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It requires some decent kit, I'd say. But I've got a flight stick, but it's more of a fighter flight stick, so maybe it might not work completely as wanted. But
We'll get a convoy going,
yeah,
an aerial convoy.
that's it. Delivering cargo to Belgium for the final round of this.
Oh.
Anyway.
That's a neat idea. That is. There you go.
We're on it. Anyway, in terms of this race at the moment, closest 2 cars on track. Excuse me a second. Massive sneeze there, sorry. Closest 2 cars on track. Stephen Daly and Jens Goossens, 8 seconds apart. Jens Goossens in the Lamborghini. Ooh, he's got the 88 car just in front of him there. Just not quite holding him up, but not
I think
doing
that was
him.
just an overtake done by the 88 car. We might have caught the tail end of.
Ah, it was, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
It's Cohen Bevers up into, or staying in. Rather, actually, no, it's not Cohen Bevers, that's Jesse Hendricks, rather. Getting my cars confused. Jesse Hendricks up into P5, but you can see that Jens Goossens is not going to take this line down. Slots himself back up ahead.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I was going to say, that's a little bit.
It's a bit cheeky. He's not got like any massive pressure from cars behind, but yeah, that is a little bit cheeky.
I guess to be fair, I mean, Jens has got something to fight for. You can see the 8 seconds to Daly up the road, whereas little credit to Hendricks. He's got 28 seconds to the car ahead, 28 seconds to the car behind. Not really in any intense fighting.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they've not got a lot to worry about right now in the Dynamics Pink machine.
As we see, Voltink in the car, Parkins as well in the car. So that's the driver change. Motorsport will have Parkins until the end. And so will Scott McFall. He's going to take over. Here we go. Olivier
Final
Voltink
changes.
deciding, you know what, Scott McFall can take some limelight this time. He'll be the one to greet the checkered flag at the end of this 6 hours.
It's almost like he's doing him a favour. But yep, Scott McFall is going to take over in the Lamborghini, and Ryan Parkins, the King Hippo, is back behind the wheel, back in VR, and he's going to be... I hope he remembered to go and have a wee earlier, because apparently he needed a wee, didn't he?
Yeah, it wouldn't be the best if he, forgot. But to be fair, when I've been racing, as soon as I'm behind the wheel, all ideas of bodily functions completely finish for me. I'm all about myself for the track. And then as soon as I stop the car,
Yeah, that's it. You're bursting.
about to have my tyres changed, I realise, I need a wee.
Yeah.
Then as soon as the car starts back up again, it gets forgotten about.
I actually had a moment like that last year when I was at Misano with Clio's. My missus always finds it intriguing that, like, I'm that focused on just enjoying it and being in the paddock. Having a wee, like, to my body, it's like, no, that's an inconvenience, like needing to go for a wee. You're here to enjoy stuff and, like, look at cars and things.
You're not here to have a wee.
Yeah, I'm not here to have a wee. Like, I'm here to do my job. And Mrs. found it really intriguing. But last year, when I was doing Misano with Clio's, I realised that I didn't actually have a wee all day. I didn't even have one when I was getting up in the morning and getting ready. Didn't have one when I was at the circuit. And then even when I got back to the hotel and went to bed and everything, I didn't have a wee till the following morning. Because I was that hyper-focused on the task at hand and enjoying being at the racetrack. I just didn't go. I thought myself to be a bit of a lunatic after that.
Your poor bladder.
I know.
Your poor
My poor
bladder.
kidneys.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't have to do anything. Or did they? No. Which way round is it? I can't remember. Help.
Bladder holds it.
Yeah.
Kidneys make it.
Yeah. Yeah, so kidneys didn't have to do anything. Lazy bastards. Anyway. We digress. We continue. When we're not talking about wee, let's look at the wee-coloured car. Ryan Parkins currently pushing the Porsche.
Too dehydrated,
around.
that is.
Yeah, it's a
It's a
very,
little bit too dehydrated.
very dehydrated looking Porsche. It's been neglected. It's not really. Hendrik de Grave did actually put, when did this become the Wii broadcast? Yeah, this isn't post 9 o'clock German TV, this, I'm afraid, so we're not doing any of that. But we've got less than an hour of the race left to go now, Ed. We are at that point where things are going to become very pivotal if anything happens. So we need to wait and see what people are going to be doing in terms of their strategies, see what people are doing in terms of their tyres and fuel and all sorts, and how they behave on track as well, because as you and I know, we see drivers sometimes change their behaviour in the last hour of these races. Some of them really push to the limit. Others, they sort of fall by the wayside slightly. The sort of fatigue kicks in and the wear and so on. And these drivers do sort of drop a little bit in their performance, don't they, sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes you do see it at the end of the race. The drivers getting a little bit tired. They're maybe focusing too much on the finish of the race and not the actual race itself that they're actually in. And get a bit too carried away, a little bit too, I guess, complacent. But we haven't seen that at all across this series from Sim District GT3, the 45 Lamborghini. They've always been professional and keeping their eyes focused on the task at hand right up until the end. Ryan Parkins is going to do the best he can to stay in the equation up until that final lap, but you have to say it is probably, that shadow of a doubt, going to be going the way of this Lamborghini to get at least one hand on the championship. Coming into the final round, they're going to put themselves in the best possible chance to walk away from this season as, you know, complete and utter champions, looking to get the full clean sweep as well. They're on track for it, Chaz, and you'd be hard pressed to think of anyone that could stop them at this rate.
Yeah, definitely. Now, obviously, we have double points at the final round, but I mean, at the end of the day, we've got what, 20 points for a win, so it'll be 40 points for a win at Spa. Even if the Dynamics Pink car finished in second place, they would get 17 points from this race. So even if they did that, they would still need to win the race at Spa and have this team basically not finish. They would have to have quite the gap difference. So all that this Sim District car really needs to do is maybe finish top 5 or even just on the podium, and they'll be pretty all right for the championship at Spa. That's if they finish this race and win it, of course. You know, things can change.
Certainly can. I mean, an hour long. I mean, we're coming up to what, 50 minutes. That's essentially an IMSA sprint race, isn't it? 45 minutes.
Yeah.
That's basically the average length of a race in these GT4 cars. And I mean, you don't need us to tell you how much can change, how much can happen in those 45 minutes of racing. So stay tuned, everyone. There could still be a late twist in the tail here at Montreal. Having a look at some of the gaps, some of the differences in time. Close fighting going on, actually, between Desmo.be and I believe that is just up the road, Kimber Hay.
Yeah, they are.
And we saw that gap before the pit stops was what, 8 seconds? They were sort of a speck in the distance, and now all of a sudden after the pit stops, that gap's come crashing down.
Yeah, it's a very different kettle of fish right now, isn't it? Certainly changed, and it has changed quickly as well. Very intriguing. It's keeping us on our toes to the very end, isn't it?
Yeah, but the important thing that Desmo.be need to realise is that they don't need to overtake on track. They'd be happy to. It'd make them a lot more excited about the finish of this race if they were in a nice close wheel-to-wheel scrap with Ferris Sports, but they know deep down that car in front needs to make one extra pit stop. So if they just stay where they are now, keep around about even 10 seconds to the car in front,
yeah,
they're going to get that position come the end of the race. They're going to be expected to finish P5, at the very least. Then also, having a look at some of the other cars around them, do they want to go for that on-track position and try and close the gap down to someone like Jesse Hendricks, DynamiXX Pink? They still need to make an extra stop as well.
Yeah, it could actually all work out for them quite nicely, couldn't it, really? With where these pit stops may end up, they could actually properly benefit from it. just depends on how the other guys manage the final stint. You know, whether they try and take as little fuel as possible, whether they try and push it on the tyres. They could maybe just surprise them a little bit with how much they can get out of the last few stints. We'll have to wait and see. But it's certainly the exciting part of the race coming. Oh, excuse me, I just dropped some. I literally, the one time I've just picked up my phone to move it over the whole broadcast, and I just dropped it on my keyboard. It's a miracle that nothing has actually just gone wrong. It properly bounced off my keyboard then. Sorry, everybody. But yeah, you know, the exciting part of this race is figuring out where everybody's going to filter out amongst each other, isn't it? Like near the end.
Yeah, right at the end, with different amounts of fuel needing to be taken for every car come the end of the race. Could be very, very exciting. Just following as well, actually, some of the progress of cars up and down the field. I mean, look at that McChallenge by DB car. We've not seen it all race long. We thought they were out of the run, and we thought, oh, that's it. They're going to be finishing, you know, plumb last of the runners after that 3 minutes they spent. But I mean, look at them. They're up in they're up inside the top 10. I mean, only just they are in 10th place, but they're up
top 10
inside the top 10.
Yeah, they've recovered really well, actually, to be honest with them. Depends on when the stops are. They pitted on lap 166, so I think they might need to pit again before the end here. However, it's been a really determined comeback, I'd say, from them. It's not been the easiest. Because especially as well, one of the frustrating bits for this team will be the fact that the mistake was not caused by anybody else. You know, it wasn't contact from another car. It wasn't anybody else turning them around. It wasn't even just close, hard racing. It was just an honest mistake by one of the drivers. And since then, they've just not quite been able to come back from it. You know, they've still been pushing hard. They've been working hard as well. But they've just not had the ability to get right back in the fight and be where they were before. Because I think before the incident, weren't they inside like the top 6?
Yeah, like I think in that situation they will feel bad. But I think the driver that would be feeling worse is probably Jeremy DeBova, because he was the driver in the car when it happened.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
One small little moment, but he got back into the car, give him credit, and there was no further mistakes. In fact, he's been probably one of the main reasons that car has been able to have the level of recovery drive that they have, because the lap times he was able to put in very, very quick indeed. Just seeing the progress of it now, it will be expected to come into the pits in probably the next 20 to 30 minutes. Somewhere within that ballpark, probably close to 20 minutes. And then that'll be them sorted till the end of the race. Cars around them, of course, needing to pit as well. Doesn't mean they're going to drop out of the fight whatsoever. Just might mean that it could be closer come towards the end of the race.
Yeah, definitely. These gaps do definitely change when the race gets to its conclusion. We see a lot of changes come about very, very quickly, don't we, in these moments, because this is where it all closes up now. I still think that car looks fantastic, though. That livery, especially with the fact that it's got the big yellow tyre writing on from the Pirellis as well. You know, I think that looks absolutely
does
mega.
Fit beautifully, doesn't it? Yeah, really, really nice.
Some big fat yellow tyre writing always looks good on a GT car. Always looks good on a GT car.
There's just something as well about all these cars, the different sounds they make. iRacing have done a really good job with the soundscapes. I said it last time, but I'll say it again. It's a wonderful, wonderful bit of work that iRacing put in to making it all sound like you're at a real motorsport meeting. All the different notes, the different sounds of the cars being muffled as they get further away from us in the cameras as well. That's really sort of...
like you can tell when they're in the distance.
Yeah, you can hear when they get close to the cameras as well. You just had the Lamborghini there. There's the Audi. Very similar sounding cars, but there's something about the Lamborghini just a bit different. It's mainly on the downshifts when you hear it sort of bang, sort of snaps at you quite aggressively.
Yeah, the snap, crackle, and pop is pretty powerful on the
I want to see
Lambo.
I want to see if we can hear actually maybe go on to something like the gearbox cam on the Lamborghini just up the road. I think that's Jens Goossens. Then when you come into the hairpin, I mean, you heard it for a bit there, but when you come into the hairpin...
Even on the upshifts, it's doing it as well. Ready? Here we go. Well, there wasn't so many of them there, but there was at least one.
Oh,
Yeah, that's it.
whereas
That's
if we
the
go
stuff.
now onto the Audi,
Yeah, it's a bit more subdued, isn't it?
yeah. Even though people give them grief, considering the cars are pretty similar to one another, as we just see. The rear view of an overtake.
Yeah, that's the 88 Porsche, which, to be fair, we were...
Driving back, you can see that they're not really fighting for anything, I don't think.
No, they're just cracking on with their race now and just getting to the end. I think that's all they need to do, really. They don't need to prove any points now or do anything over the top. They just need to get the car to the end nice and safe and try and have a nice time in doing it as well, because you know at the end of the day you have to still enjoy these things, and the drivers
Yeah.
always remind their teammates of that. You know, they all try and enjoy the racing as much as they can together. And they're one of the squads that are the best at doing it as well, are the Dynamics guys. I think actually as well, not to sort of grass on them or to dob them in, but looking at the points spreadsheet that we have, there is actually another little small tab, another page, which is basically the rankings of each of the Dynamics teams. So it's like they've got their own little
They've got their own little
championship table, so they can see which of the Dynamics branded teams is doing the best.
Oh,
I really
love
like that. Yeah, that's some solid, healthy competition. That I like that.
Yeah, Dynamics
effort.
Pink, I think, far and away winning that little battle.
Yeah, indeed.
They have done a very good job, though. Tonight, just coasting along, you can see Jesse Hendricks not fighting for anything, knows that all the hard work was done earlier on in the race, and now it's just a matter of bringing it home nice and steady and reaping the rewards come the end of the race.
Yeah, they've done a great job. Once again,
Really have.
a nice
Yeah.
recovery drive, and in not very easy circumstances, it has to be said. You know, it's never easy to think about, right, we've got a 6-hour race ahead of us. Let's gain 4 places, because the field can spread out so quickly. You don't know what's coming your way. You know, you never know how you're going to be even after the first lap. You know, you could have an incident on lap 1. Just because it's a 6-hour race doesn't mean stuff doesn't happen at the same time as it would in a sprint race. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and on a track like Montreal, it's so difficult to really race hard and cleanly and make those overtakes work out for you without maybe picking up a few dings and bangs, either with another car or with a wall.
Yeah, definitely.
So huge credit to Dynamics Pink. I said it time and time again. They're very good at. They're very close to the wall there, pushing the limit still, even though we said they're backing off. Maybe not so much, but they do race very well. They're probably one of the best teams to watch in terms of moving up through the field. They don't give themselves the easiest time of the things. It'd be easy if they could qualify just a little bit quicker, maybe find a few tenths here and there, because that midfield pack is so close in terms of qualifying. Anything from basically 4th place down to around about 12th or 13th or even 14th, all the way down to right at the back of the field. It's you can't really fit many things between them, which means if they can just find that little bit extra in qualifying, maybe work on a qualifying setup between now and Spa, they might have a much nicer, much easier time of things.
Yeah, definitely, and I think they'd welcome that, but at the same time, it's easy for us to sit here and say that, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
We know how hard it is to set these cars up. You know, we've both seen people that are incredible masters of their art setting cars up on iRacing, and we know how difficult it is. And I think that they would welcome it, although I think they know that it's not an impossible task. It's just one that's certainly you need the right people for.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm talking about car setups as if I know what I'm talking about. It's all, whenever I look at it in the garage, I get scared. It's all a bunch of numbers, and they sometimes flash at me, and I get scared, and I get overwhelmed, and I just leave it. I'm like, someone else can do with that. I just drive the car.
Yeah, I used to. A while ago I made setups, and then a guy basically said to me, "Oh, do you need help with setups?" This is before I made any friends on iRacing, really. Spoke to him a while ago. I can't remember his name now, unfortunately, but I was driving the... What was I driving? Oh, the Z4. I was driving the Z4 GT3, and he was just saying, like, you know, have you got any experience with setups and all this? And I was like, no, I don't know a thing. And I was like, I've made one, but I don't think it's any good. And he was like, let me have a look at it. And I was like, okay. I sent it over to him, and then he was just like, mate, what is this?
What have you done?
He was like, you've got... I'd done something with the suspension, apparently, that like made it rebound really hard, but then... I don't know, I can't remember exactly how it worked, but the compression of it meant that, like, it'd soak up a curb to begin with, but then, like, on the decompression where it'd snap back again, it'd just launch the car in the air. And I was saying, like, the car wouldn't work on the curbs, and he was like, yeah, no rubbish, Sherlock. Like, he was not very complimentary, but he was honest about it, and I appreciated it. You know, I appreciated the advice.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'd probably be the same. I have no idea what I'm doing in terms of setups. I can maybe fiddle about with ride heights, maybe play with a wing angle, but other than that, if as soon as I get into the suspension and rebounds and, you know, toe in, toe out, even cambers, I just get scared. I'm like, someone else can do with that.
Yeah, I'm amazed at these guys that go into a session and they go, what camber's this on? And then you'll give them a number and they'll go, oh, put it up by like 2 clicks and it'll feel great. And then it's like, what? But it's the ones that can like feel the difference in that. Like, I'm not going to lie, I just don't feel the difference. But some of these guys are so in tune with everything that's going on in their car. They know exactly what they want to do to it and when. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I had a teammate that was, when we were driving the Porsche RSR, they were like, oh, what's the diff preload at? And then I was like, just bump it up by 1.
Oh,
or
now
like 2. And then it was like it was completely different. And I was like, how do you know this?
Yeah,
what
the diff preload
wizardry?
is one thing I knew about, actually, which was when we were doing Daytona in the Ferrari 488. We did the Daytona 24-hour. Luckily, we had real racing driver Steve Burke on our side, ex-Brit car champion. And, you know, he was saying, oh, just change the diff preload. He's like, once you've got set up in, he's like, that's one of the easiest things to change if you want to dial in where the... where the oversteer and the understeer comes in. I was like, really? He was like, yeah. And I was like, nah, it can't be. And I tried it, and yeah, there we go. And it was exactly that. It's insane how people know these things, but then again, he's done it for real, so he knows.
Yeah, I suppose it's easier when you have real life people in the background that know what's going on. I mean, I was one of my teammates that was telling me about all of this, that, the other with the setups was actually worked all around different teams in motorsport. Worked in BTCC, I think as data engineer. Worked for a period at Brackley with Mercedes in the wind tunnel.
Wow.
So many different things. I think now he's moved over to America. I think he's doing something with NASCAR at the moment. I haven't actually talked to him for a while, so I need to get a catch up with him at some point.
Yeah.
But it was amazing how easily those skills and how much that knowledge transfers from the real to the virtual world.
Yeah, it's crazy, but it also
makes sense. But it's
you have to consider as well that some of that lies down to how realistic the sim must be for it to apply in the same way. You know, it's brilliant because I know a number of guys that they've used Motec in the real world before, you know, to do their real race car data, and then they come to iRacing and it's exactly the same, and they're like, oh, well, I know what
we
I'm
use
doing
Motec as well. Yeah, and like practice for big events, we have telemetry and we run it through Motec.
It's insane.
And the exact, like the numbers that they see coming through on the data and everything, all the different traces and stuff are exactly what they see in real life. I mean, it is amazing how much help having real life experience in your team, even if you're not the person that has that real life experience, but having someone there that has that knowledge helps you out just massively. I mean, I found that out firsthand when I was struggling for pace. I think I've said this before, but I was struggling for pace at Le Mans, and then basically just had some data, gave it to good mate Plowy, Martin Plowman, and he basically just told me, right, this is where you're doing it wrong, do this. Funnily enough, I did what he told me, and I was going quicker. Funny that. It's almost like he knows what he's doing. Almost like these real-life racing drivers know a thing or two about racing.
Yeah. Funny that, isn't it? How it works.
Yeah. Very, very strange. I didn't believe it at first, but I was swiftly proven wrong.
Oh, I
as
thought,
think
I thought you meant Martin Plowman's strange. I thought you was like, yeah, he's very strange, but he's alright.
No, I'd never say that about Plowy. Kelvin, mate, no. That's a bit bad as well.
Wait, what was Kelvin's surname?
Fletcher.
Oh, right. I thought. Oh, yeah, of course. I thought you were going to say Kelvin Welsh then, a mate of mine. I thought you were going to say he's
no,
really
no.
weird. I know he likes his cars, you see, and he knows a lot about data and stuff, so figured you might have mentioned him. But
iRacing's full of nerds, isn't it?
oh, it is, mate. Look at him.
Look at us two.
Yeah. Oh God.
Ugh.
No, it's great. It's wonderful how it brings everybody together.
Yeah,
And
people
that's-
of different ages as well. I mean, I feel a bit out of place at times, but then I realise there's 13-year-olds doing insane laps here, and I maybe think, oh, maybe I'm not too young to be doing all this commentating and all this other racing stuff. I do like making people feel old, though. It is quite fun.
Yeah, you do it to me enough.
I'd do it to you when I told you that I wasn't even alive for the 1997 Formula One season, that I'm racing in a tribute series of the Formula One.
Porsche Sports saying, did someone say Emmerdale? Do you like how I changed the subject there away from my age?
No, Chaz, come on. How does it make you feel that I wasn't even born for the 1997 Formula One series yet?
You didn't witness one of the best looking F1 series ever, and I feel sorry for you.
I mean, I witness it because it's online for me to watch whenever I want.
It's very true. It's very true. Very true. This is
Magic of technology.
Oh, it is. It's beautiful. We've got a nice little scrap going on with these
Yeah.
three at the minute. We've got is that the Tri-Racing Porsche in the middle? It is. And then we've got the Zenom Esports Lambo, but they are actually fighting with the BMW for position now.
That gap has definitely come down fairly quickly. BMW's starting to struggle, I think, later on in the race. The tyres past their best. Lamborghini a little bit lighter, but then that plateau, that cliff will start to arrive. You could just see, though, how edgy that BMW was. We saw it threatening to swap ends just through that chicane. Very well held by Stephen Daly. Tell you what, though, that BMW is certainly looking worse for wear. There's a few bumps and bangs on the front end.
Yeah, let's not forget they had that snap, didn't they, out of the chicane earlier on that put them in the wall. That very sudden snap as well. It came out of nowhere. That it was not one that we'd expect many people to save, to be honest with you. It was a very, very sudden snap, and luckily the car seems all right from it. It's not been ridiculously slow or anything, has it? It's not dropped off the pace. It's just in time. I think the Zenom car has actually been really consistent with this pace. It's another one of the cars that's been properly under the radar for me, is that Zenom machine. They've not been sort of making waves at the front or anything, but they've done the job they need to do to gain the odd position and gain points and stuff.
Yeah, they've just been plugging away. I mean, I think it's going to be a case of what ifs for that BMW
Yeah,
in terms of what could have been, but that's definitely not going to take away from performance they've shown. They are obviously now in behind. The Lamborghini dropped down into P9, but they know that they have that pace, and it's all about trying to realise it. Maybe on a circuit that suits the car a little bit more, Spa-Francorchamps, I think is definitely more a BMW-centric track. Play to that car's strengths a little bit more than I think Montreal would. Very stop and start Montreal circuit, isn't it? Where you sort of having to slow down, turn through. You need a car to be just on the edge a little bit more, maybe a bit more oversteery rather than understeery here.
Yeah, definitely. You need something that really rotates well and accelerates well as well. You need the gearing of the car to just be absolute rocket fuel when you come out of a corner. You want all the torque, you want all the traction. And sometimes you just don't get it from certain cars, and it can be quite frustrating to feel that, and I think a lot of the front engine cars are like that. With a number of these mid to rear engine machines, obviously they've got most of the weight of the car at the back end where the engine is, so they can use that to their advantage on tracks like this, and they could really fly out of corners. But you know, it's not always the same story, but it just depends on the driver, the setup, and the circuit. So there's plenty of variables at least.
Yeah, certainly. There's certainly many factors that go into play here in these endurance races. We're going to have plenty more factors for the 12 hours of racing. Plenty more time for things to go right, also to go wrong for some of the teams, some of the drivers, but hopefully we'll have plenty of cars, plenty of action to bring you for the finale of this DynamiXX Racing Simulators Endurance Championship and the finale of all the action, all the broadcasting here on Sim Racers World TV.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. I'm sure we'll have an enjoyable time of it as well. We've got less than half an hour yet, so this could still change. Stephen Daly, look at that, the sun going down there as well, glinting in front of the drivers, just chasing the Lamborghini down. The BMW pitted one lap before the Lambo on lap 177. I think we may still see some splashes and dashes here from these guys. Not sure quite how many, but we'll certainly see some of them coming in for it.
How splashy will the dashy be is the real question for these drivers.
Yeah, for sure.
Because, I mean, these two came in on very similar laps, but then does the BMW have this in the hole of a fast repair remaining? Can they get all that damage fixed for the end of the race? Maybe that's what's slowing them down, and then they'll have a nice clean car at the end to really put the pressure back onto Jens Goossens. We shall see. Also, though, looking further up the field.
Oh, here we go.
Into the
Lambo.
pits quite early, actually. Make that decision. I think they probably took the decision to try and come into the pits to maybe get clear air away from that Porsche.
Oh.
The Porsche, I think, did the same thing.
Oh, Ryan Parkins has looped it.
Oh.
He's had a spin at turn 1. Maybe just pushing a little bit too hard. What we'll do is we will just quickly rewind it, just see how he did it. Into turn 1. Oh, it's just gone gradually, hasn't it? It's not even like it's snapped on a downshift.
Too much speed in the corner, I think.
Yeah, just a little bit too much for it to handle. And
aggressive shift down into second gear as well was what might have been the final nail in that car, just losing traction.
But here comes Jens Goossens back out on track.
Here we go.
He's going to be out for the team's final stint of the race.
I thought it was actually the progress I was about to say higher up the field before we saw that spin from Ryan Parkins. Ward Mallarts. Now that gap has been increasing ever since they both came out of the pits. Ever since that Decimu.B car has made their final pit stop. That gap has been increasing. It's now 7 seconds. Not currently enough for Kim Bahayet to do the splash dash, come out and be ahead. But it could go that way come the end of the race. As long as he plugs away, gets the lap times down, extends that advantage, maybe with a bit of traffic in his favour, we could still see somehow Flemish Sim Sports hang on to P5.
Yeah, they actually could, you know. You're not wrong there. There could be that little difference. But Kimber Haight just coming now into the hairpin with the challenge by DB Audi right behind them.
Yeah, they managed to get ahead of them on the previous lap time, so they've got clear air in front. Nothing to worry about whatsoever in terms of traffic now, up until their pit stop, which we'll expect to see maybe 15 minutes time, if that.
Yeah, I was going to say if that. To be fair, I don't think we're going to see that much of a gap between the end of the race and when the last pit stop comes in. Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think people will be pitting sooner rather than later in this stage of the race. You know, I don't think many are going to leave it more than sort of 20 minutes before the end, which is what, in 5 minutes.
Yeah, the crucial bit for this battle is what is Ward Mallart's tyres going to be like, you know, what will happen to him in the final moments of this race. I mean, you can see the track is definitely cooler. The sun's lower in the sky. We were down at 23 last time I checked. Now we're down to 20 degrees Celsius on the asphalt here at Montreal.
Yeah, that's really prime temperature for these guys to push now right to the end of the race. The tyres won't be really feeling much of it. I don't think the Decimo car is going to have much of an advantage by whatever tyre strategy they were trying to pull. But
Also having a look, Chaz. We'll look at the gap between first and second. If we go to look at Ryan Parkins, well, look
there
who's
he
in the
is.
background.
Wow. Are they going to do it? I mean, at this point, looks like they're going to do it. But wow. It's a shame Ryan had that spin. You know, it's not affected their race massively, but it does mean that these guys may now lap the entire field if they can get up to and past Ryan Parkins before this race is done. It's been pretty incredible, though, once again, by this sim district, by Vibe BMS Esports squad. Another beautiful performance. And we are only 23 minutes from the end of the race now, Ed. I'll tell you what, once we hit the 3-hour mark, it has absolutely disappeared up the road, this race, hasn't it? It's absolutely flown.
Really has, yeah.
Considering how little physical battling has been going on, it is absolutely flown.
We would have expected it to slogged on a bit, but no, it's been properly exciting battles all throughout the field.
And it's all been about strategy and different ideas overlapping as well, which is one of the more intriguing types of battle you can have in motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah, it is all about the strategy. We did say come the end of the race, we might see some action come together. We've certainly had battling, haven't we? Seen Stephen Daly and Jens Goossens have a little bit of a scrap. Might see as well Ford Mallarts, Kimber Hayek have a bit of a tussle between the two of them for P5. Jesse Hendricks making his final pit stop, coming out on pit exit rather quickly afterwards. So a quick little in and out trip through the pits for the number 88 Porsche, staying in P4. Cars do look good in the sunset. I think it's one of the best times in iRacing in terms of how the visuals look. Really makes some of the paints come into their own, especially the Flemish Sim Sports car. I mean, that one looks brilliant, doesn't it, in the sunset?
Yeah, it does.
Looks brilliant any time, to be fair. Talk about sunset, it's actually reminding me of Sunset Bend and Sebring. I'm excited for the getting back behind the wheel of a GT4 car, Chaz. That's that's coming up.
Yeah, it won't be long till that comes about, to be fair. I think it's going to be a very interesting race meeting. If you haven't heard already, everybody, I'm helping Sim Racing Magazine run the Sim Racing Magazine GT4 Challenge. Ed is taking part in it. And we've had our first round of the championship. Second one is on Tuesday. Again, on my YouTube channel, so do have a look out for that if you want to watch. But right now, we are getting closer and closer to the end of this. And, I mean, these are the only guys, really, that have looked like a front runner all race, to be honest. I mean, Porsche Sport were great at the start. Looked like they were under a bit of pressure from the iLiveries car, I have to say, quite early on. But then the challenge sort of dropped off slightly. We're back with Kimber Hayek, though, in the Flemish car. Just seeing who's out of sync with the stops the most. I mean, who's had the earliest stop out of everyone? It's the Zenom Esports 1 Lambo, which is actually out of the race. That's Niles de Kuiper, unfortunately. Did we see an issue for that car?
I don't remember seeing anything glaring come through. Same with Remco Barlow. That car's last pit stop was on lap 78.
He did have this hit into the wall, didn't he, earlier? But since then, the car hasn't gone back out, unfortunately.
I guess they realised with the damage and the time to repair, maybe it was such that they wouldn't be able to get out until the end of the race.
Yeah.
Or be able to fight for anything realistically, which is a shame.
Yeah, big shame.
But we do still have some intriguing fights to try and dissect and digest. Kim now with his tyres in much better nick than Ward. The gap 10 seconds. Coming into the pits any minute now, Kimber Hayek. I don't know. Has Kimber Haight done enough? Going out for another lap. I don't know, Chaz. This could be very close indeed to see what happens.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of a close one, this, to say the least.
I mean, those tyres on that Porsche must be, you know, in absolute agony right now. Probably almost down to the rims. They've been run for so long. 3 hours on a circuit that isn't really known for being kind on its tyres. See the amount of quick direction change needed and expect the car. Look at this, he's having to use the wheel a lot to get it to turn. Direction change constantly. You're basically constantly using the mechanical grip, aren't you? Turning left, turning right. There's never really a moment where the car is just going down the straight and narrow doing its thing, because even through here, you are scrubbing the tyres just a slight amount through the right-hander. Getting it settled hard on the brakes. That uses the fronts as well. Acceleration uses the rears. Bumping over the curbs doesn't help as well when the car comes down. Sometimes it scrubs and scrapes a little bit with bounces here and there. Natural sliding, natural bumping up and down of the tyre surface. So it's been an amazing job for this Decimo BE car to continue going as it has done into the final, well, 17 minutes. Not long left for us to find out what happens in terms of the strategy in the battle.
And still pushing it over the curbs as well. That's one thing you have to consider with
massive,
tyres, isn't it? You have to really be careful over curbs, because they can properly affect your tyres. And I mean, at this point of the race, it doesn't look like he's got any sympathy for the tyres over the curbs, but some drivers do that and some drivers don't. So
that's how he has to drive the car now. He has to hit the curbs because it narrows out the corner. It means he isn't putting as much steering lock in and scrubbing the tyres.
That's a good point.
So he has to take the curves, has to hit him hard, and uses the suspension to great effect, but does of course leave himself at risk of having a little bit of a twitch, a bit of a moment,
and then
where
you've
it
not
just
got
hits
the
the
tyre
bump in the wrong way. Yeah.
Then you've not got the tyre underneath you to save it, though. That's the thing.
Yeah. But it's the situation that SMO have been forced into. Decimo decimating the rubber
Hey.
underneath them, aren't they?
Just had a massive Windows noise. I'm sorry. Humongous Windows noise just hit me in the face. So apologies for that. But we just need to wait and see what these guys can do. Cause
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to lose enough time. I don't know. I don't feel like they're going to lose enough time to the iLivery's car behind them, because it's 18 seconds. I think that's quite the gap, isn't it? I mean, that's more than a second a minute from where we are now.
Yeah. I think the real question is how much time will Kimber Hayat lose in the pit stop for the splash and dash? Because looking at it as well, iLivery's Vibe Sports will need another pit stop as well. So I think we can rule out that car in P7 getting anything more from this race in terms of passing Wood Mallarts.
Yeah.
Just because they need to make one extra stop. But yeah, I definitely am not sure if that Ferris Sim Sports car is going to lose out on P5, because it's extending the gap even further now, 11 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, this is very close. I want to keep my eyes on this. Yeah, this Lamborghini, Chaz. Thank you very much. This is going to be right down to the wire here. Every lap that goes by is heartache for Wood Mallarts, because he sees that Lamborghini get further and further down the road.
There's the gap. Physically, anyway.
Go around for yet one more lap. Probably come in maybe in the final 10 minutes of running. And then who knows what happens. He might come out in behind the Destimo B Porsche, but then how close behind will he be? Enough to mount a charge, perhaps, amount to have that last little bit of drama that I was saying could happen, Chaz. This is it right now. Never ever discount the DynamiXX Racing Simulators Endurance Championship for providing us with a last little bit of excitement to keep us going.
Yes, indeed. Things can change in the blink of an eye in motorsport, as we all know. And it seems like that's going to be the case again here. It could be anyway, as long as these guys keep it nice and tidy. Then they might not have much to worry about. But still, you never ever know. You never know.
12 seconds now, the advantage in the Lamborghini's favour here. Kim is doing a wonderful job just to keep the car going, to use all of the grip available to try and extend his advantage at a crucial phase of this race. Right at the end. 12.5 minutes now on the clock, up until the checkered flag is ready for our race leaders. Scott McFall again. Kimber Hayek carries on. Means that that means basically his final stop will be short. Won't need to take on that much fuel to make it till the end of the race, but will of course still need to make that pit stop.
Yeah, that's it for sure. I think really it's down to just persistence, pure persistence from both of these teams now to get the most out of it. And you have to be patient. You have to be really smooth with the car. You have to be very careful with it. You can't absolutely wring the neck of it at this point of a race. You know, you can't overdo it. That's going to be one of the main things they need to remember at this stage, because we've seen drivers do it before. Both you and I have seen it, Ed, where people have just tried that little bit too hard in the latter stage of a race, and they've pushed the limit beyond what it needs to be.
Yeah, and you can't afford that, especially if you're in either Kim or Mallart's position, especially Mallart's, where he doesn't have the tyre underneath him to press, to push as hard as Kim is at this stage. He just needs to stay with it, almost grin and bear it, put up with the fact that he's going to be losing time, and hoping that he's going to be able to keep the car in a good enough condition to make it to the end of the race and keep that gap as close to himself as possible. As we just seen Philip Eckert coming into the pits for iLivery's Vibe Sports. That's their final stop of the race done. His breathing space. The Desmo B realises that they won't need to worry about any cars behind. Worst they can finish, so long as they don't crash, is 6th place.
Yeah, that's it. You get to a point in these
13
races.
seconds as well, Chaz, sorry. 13 seconds.
Not long at all in the box, that. Not long at all. But it makes you realise, though, you know, these guys, once they have a certain time period of the race left to go, they can just push and just get on with it. You know, they don't need to then worry about what other teams are doing and what the plan is. They can just get on with the task at hand at this point. They can just push, and they needn't worry at all.
I mean, Kim is on an absolute mission. There is only one driver, or actually, no, correction, there's only 2 drivers on that last time round that were faster than him. That was our race leader and 3rd place Robin Van Gogh. Everyone else is slower than this man that we're on board with at the moment. So Kim is, well, he knows what he needs to do. Wring the neck of this car, try and give himself the biggest gap possible. All Mellarts can do is stand and watch. Almost, you know, screaming at the delta as it increases lap after lap, corner by corner, and that's a painful thing as a driver to see, because you want to have that control. You want to be able to know that you can fight, you can try and bring that gap down, but he's not in a position to do anything. He doesn't have any materials to fight with other than his old tyres, other than the fact that he's been able to save the fuel. Him and his team have put themselves in this position, but they're now powerless. It's all down to another driver, and when you're in that situation, when you're in position, it is nigh on soul destroying, Because
Oh,
you're just
yeah.
powerless. You have nothing else to do other than just keep going and hope.
Well, that's it. You just have to push. You just have to push. And I'm afraid you're right, Ed. There's not a lot you can do. They just have to get on with it now. And yeah, there's not much else to say. There really isn't. Sorry,
Wonderful to see, though.
I want to just clarify for complete honesty here. I'm struggling a bit in my throat right now, so I'm a bit speechless at the minute.
That's fine.
With COVID, but we're getting there. It's been
We're
a long
soldiering
day.
on. I'm happy talking. I'll do it enough. I don't mind it. I mean, it's getting me to shut up. It's the difficult part. Here we go. Give him a hit. Is he going to come in this time by... Time's going down now. Only 8 minutes remain for the 6 hours of Montreal race here. What a drive it has been for Flemish Simsport to put themselves in this position. Let's not forget there's another side to this story. It's all about, obviously, the agony that might be facing World Mallarts and Decimo BE, but what about Flemish Simsports? They're coming into the pits now. This is the real crunch time. This is when we will start to see finally the Delta coming in favour of Decimo BE. But will it be enough? It's a long old pit lane, but they won't be stationary for long. Speed limit is actually relatively high here, 80 kilometers an hour. So they will come to a stop here right at the end of a pit lane. They're going to get the fuel in and they're going to get moving. But Ward Mallarts, we've just seen on the Delta, he's gotten ahead. And actually, Kimber Hayet, did he overshoot it slightly?
Yeah, he did.
He did.
He did overshoot it. No, that's absolutely gutting.
And I think he realised he overshot. And he realised that was it. If he didn't overshoot, maybe we would have seen him have a chance of fighting back. But with that, the final nail in the coffin, Ward Mallarts can breathe. Decimo.be can breathe a sigh of relief as they see themselves, all their hard work, all of the varying strategy calls, all of the fuel saving. It's proven to be the right call, the right decision for that team to secure P5 at the moment. Heartbreak, though, for Kimber Hayet. One little mistake in the pits. If we didn't have that, maybe we would have been talking about a very different situation here.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it was a very short stop indeed, like you mentioned, but it's just motorsport like that. That can just change so quickly sometimes, can't it? It can be a real pain in the backside, but sometimes teams benefit from it, sometimes teams lose out from it. That is just racing, I'm afraid.
It was, yeah, I mean, Henrik Grava, he's put a great message. Wonderful drive by Kim. He was out of fuel and overshot the box, which is really unfortunate, but what a drive from Kim.
Yeah, it was solid stuff, wasn't it, up to that point? I mean, that tiny mistake really doesn't count for... That doesn't reflect the stint that he just put in, does it?
Yeah, I mean, I could make a pun here, but it doesn't feel right for Kim. Unfortunately, it was... He'll hate to hear it. Kim behate to hear it, rather.
I thought you were going to go down that route.
But it was that one mistake that I think cost them P5. I really do.
Yeah, yeah, it is. You're right. You're right, I'm afraid, for them.
I mean, there's still a little bit of action going on. We're seeing cars close together. I mean, there's 3 seconds, 4 seconds between Goosens and Daly. I think, though, that fight is one that's come to an end. So, if there isn't any incidents, accidents, it's just going to be about bringing it home for all of these drivers now. Just themselves in a circuit they've been driving around for the past 6 hours. An unforgiving track that's caught so many drivers off guard, unaware, punished mistakes very heavily. Seen some drivers really promising chances of good results dashed in an instant. I mean, De Vlamink and that McChallenge car, what a start to the race they were having. Looked like a really good package to go far, make up plenty of places. But a little mistake early on saw them brought out of contention.
Yeah, and it just never rematerialised from then, did it?
No. Same across the board for plenty of drivers as well. I mean, there was mistakes here and there. Drivers getting penalties from the stewards that saw them drop back as well. I mean, that BMW is a prime example. No one to blame but themselves, of course, with the incident between themselves and SMOBE in the end that gave them a hefty drive-through penalty. Of course, there is a silver lining for Daly, and that is the 30 seconds they will be given back come the end of the race. So they will finish, or at least I think P8. They'll try and close the gap down and think about maybe catching a P7 because Philip Ecker is looking at the delta between the pair of them. Let's have a little look and a comparison. Around about 33 seconds up the road. So if they can close that down, maybe they'll get P7, but I think as it stands, with all the different penalties and time being given back to them, that BMW a P8 is definitely not what that car deserved from the pace they showed early on, Chaz.
No, definitely not. No, I totally agree with you there. That's not what they deserved at all. They certainly were going to be hoping and deserving better, although Robin van Gogh has just had an issue not too long ago. He's just that downshift, it's just caught him out once more. You can see all the marbles there on the circuit, though, how disgusting this track has gotten now. Robin van Gogh gets going again, but I believe we're going to have, 2 more laps for this car, 1.5 minutes each. No, actually, maybe 3 more laps for Scott McFall in this Lamborghini. A bit of fuel saving going on, though. You could hear the car drop the revs very suddenly on the way in, and then he cracked back on with it and the revs went back up.
I think we do have only 2 more laps, Chaz.
Is my maths alright?
I'm trying to think now, trying to do it with COVID brain. I think they've got this lap, and then...
Oh, yeah, because they'll have a minute.
more.
Yeah, they'll have a minute and a half left as of now, yeah. Why, yeah, COVID brain.
So yeah, they've got this lap, and then 1 more to go. COVID brain kicking in for a final time this evening.
Or at least I hope the final time.
Hope the final time at the very least. You've got your temporary COVID brain, I've got my permanent COVID brain, but together we're making it work.
Yeah, boy.
Or maybe it's not COVID brain, maybe it's smooth brain. Aerodynamic for quickness of thought, but maybe not correctness of thought.
Yeah. Speed, not accuracy.
Yeah, that's it. That's pretty much my mantra for anything and everything that I've done. But anyways, Scott McFall, that's been a great race from both of those drivers. Scott doing the business to end up putting a lap on the entire field. Ryan Parkins with that late spin sealed the deal for it, you have to say.
Yeah.
In the background you can see that Porsche Sport car is on for its best finish of the season, a P2. They've gradually gotten better, I think, as they've got along, because where they finished, where was it, P4, I think?
4 at Hockenheim.
3rd at Brands.
3rd at Brands. And now...
2nd.
Here.
Yeah, 2nd here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Well, they go 1 better again for the final round.
Well, it depends if they're going to have people like Lauren Heinrich with them, I guess.
We will certainly find out if they get Peter Mackay, and maybe not. But don't tell them I said that.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Wow.
Now that I've said that, I know it's going to get back to him now. Love you, Peter.
No Christmas
you,
card
Peter.
for you. Wow. Savage. Savage Ed May.
Peter's the driver you want in at the end of the race, because when you've got all your drivers that are giving him the advantage, as soon as you put Peter in front of another car, that car is not getting past him.
Yeah, that's very true.
We saw that at Brands right at the end. It was brilliant. It was unfortunately the fuel that put paid to his chances of holding on to P2, but the driver that's held on to P1 all the race long is this team, Scott McFall, Sim District GT3 by Vibe, BMS Esports, the 45 Lamborghini. Only 1 final chicane to go, Chaz, and they will secure the race victory.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely insane job by these guys. Solid all the way through, and not a single doubt in anybody's mind that they were going to take the win. Round the final corner and down the straight they go. And Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMS Esports make it 5 out of 5. Can you believe that? Flemish Sim Sports crossed the line in 6th. Second place goes the way of Porsche Sport. Ryan Parkins crossing the line for them. And Robin van Gogh is going to be the next car up, but we have more of them crossing the line now. Philip Eckert is the next car to cross the line in the iLiveries machine. And then it is actually going to be, I believe, no, it's not Jens Goosens, it's the Tri-Racing Porsche that will be the next car to cross the line. But what another absolutely incredibly dominant victory for our race winners, Sim District by Vibe BMS Esports. I'll get the team name right one day. There goes Ewald van der Maren across the line. Jens Goosens there just behind as well. Dieter de Vlamink. Car 10, P10 in the end. Good recovery by them, to be honest with you. Really good recovery.
Hendricks just coming across at the front of the shot as well. P4 for them. Great result by that Dynamics pink car.
Yeah.
Very good indeed.
Hello.
Hello there.
And here we go.
Each other a little bit of a friendly face, and then here we go. Last step of the podium goes the way of Sim District by BMS Esports. The Audi comes through. What a race they had. Topsy-turvy. Back to front a few times, but they're going to be very pleased with that. A well-earned and hard-fought podium yet again by that Audi R8.
Very much so. Very much so. Really enjoyable race, that. Sim District cars taking another win, though. What an absolutely fantastic performance. Absolutely fantastic. And we will give you the race results. We'll go through everything now for you and show you exactly how that all rounded out. Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMS Esports, then, they take the race victory over a lap ahead of everybody else. Second place went the way of Porsche Sport, with Sim District getting another car on the podium, which was their Audi, the BMS Esport NL machine. DynamiXX Pink were fourth. They need more points in the final round to take the championship, but Decimo BE finish in fifth. Flemish Sim Sports eventually are sixth, ahead of iLivery's Vibe Sports, with Zenom Esports 1. Sim District GT3 by BMS Esports BMW, and then the McChallenge by DB Audi. Tri-Racing finished in 11th, ahead of Dynamics Bellspeed 5 laps down, and then the cars who unfortunately didn't make it to the end. Zenom Esports 1, WPR Racing, and Dynamics GT wasn't actually a car in the race. That was Jochen Lennart's messing about. Anyway, we have had another delightful race, Ed. I mean, it seems a bit strange that the Lamborghini's just sort of sat there chin-chilling while the Audi's going absolutely mental for third, but still, they'll be pretty pleased with that. I'm very sure.
See, a very, very well-earned victory for the Vibe BMS Esports Lamborghini. Sim District, yet again, proving well they are the teams to beat here. I mean, I was worried when they brought in the Audi that we were going to see just no one else have a chance of getting anything from this race, but good to see that they've allowed Porsche Sport to take a trip to the podium. They had a great race, didn't they? Finishing in P3. Not P3, P2 rather. Going one better than the P3 they got in the fourth round of the championship, but into the sixth. Form shows that they improve round on round, but it will take a big improvement for them to be able to challenge this team. The 45 Lamborghini, well, there has been no one close all season long, but coming to the final round, will there be a final charge from outside of Vibe BMS Esports for that P1 finish? We will certainly find out in a few weeks' time while we wait, Chaz, for drivers to come join us in the interview waiting room.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to feel like a long time until we get to that final round, I think. But I'm not quite sure what Scott McFall's plan is right now. But either way, it's definitely not get into the interview booth as quickly as you can. But still, very, very entertaining race. Very entertaining in its own way. You know, we've mentioned a number of times that it's not down to how many battles you have on track, but races can still be massively intriguing. And it's just all about the fact that this sort of racing demands so much from people in terms of their consistency and the way they manage fuel and all sorts, that you have to be so careful all the way through while still pushing the car to its limit. You know what I mean? You've got to really be on it.
Yeah. Oh, just sort of for a moment, we thought we had a driver coming in for the interview waiting room. It was the sweaty boy himself, Ryan Parkins. There we go, Chaz. They're all peeling in Porsche Sport, waiting in the wings. Let's bring them in.
Well, boys, I tell you what, me and Ed were just talking about the fact that you continue to improve time and time again here. You've gone from being 4th in your debut to then getting 3rd place to then getting 2nd place. And now, well, there's only one way to go from there, is there not? And that is to take the win at Spa.
Yeah.
Right, Ryan Parkins,
Thanks, everyone.
everybody.
Great. In the words of Peter Mackay, hello, race fans.
I thought you were going to swear. But no,
That is really good so far. I think that's like a nice little road, little journey we've got going on. The road to Sebring. It's quite nice. Yeah, having
Spa,
P2 here.
right? Road to Spa.
What's the last round? Spa. What was Sebring?
You can be on the road to
Race at
Sebring.
Sebring.
Yeah, you can be on the road to Sebring if you want, Ryan, but it might not do anybody any good.
Oh, we're going to Spa. Oh, okay.
He's booked his flights. He's booked his flights to Florida. He's got to quickly cancel them.
Oh, he's thinking, stuff this, I'm out.
Yeah.
That was
Well,
pretty eventful
great.
6 hours.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ryan, I mean, what was it like for you as a driver? I mean, I don't think you were expecting to do the first 3 hours by yourself, but you managed it all right. But how sweaty were you after those first 3?
Yeah, I was actually quite sweaty. Actually, I was quite surprised. But I didn't actually have a window open. I have a little window open. But then, like, Luke came on the radio and was like, "Yeah, you're gonna do another hour. Okay, fine." I felt good. As soon as I got in the box, I needed a wee.
Oh. I mean, me and Chaz, we were literally saying this. As soon as you're driving, as soon as you're racing, bodily functions don't come into the equation. But as soon as you stop for even a second, I've had the same thing. I've realised, I need a wee. I almost did a Pete McKay there. That's how tired I'm doing. That's how tired I'm getting.
Need a wee. Need a.
Yeah.
I looked it up when Lauren Heinrich was in the car. I looked it up online about what I could do about it. Because I've previously tried nappies, but it's not really like,
it's not very
great.
dignified, is it?
So, no one can see me at home. So, but I've looked it up, and there's a thing you can go and get called a stadium buddy. Look it up.
Oh no.
It's basically a pair of boxers with a tube, and then it goes down your leg into some like bottles by your ankles, and it says it's great. It keeps your ankles warm. So I'm assuming it's for like. It's quite Americans. I'm sure it's like baseball or something. Like
Just don't mistake him for the
American
Iron
sports.
Brew later on, right?
Yeah.
The Iron Brew.
What I'm thinking though, Ryan, is at those stadiums you sat quite upright. In the sim you sat quite leant back. What if the pressure's not high enough to get it up?
Pools.
It's just gonna run back down.
What we're
surely.
talking about? We're talking about weeing again. Or
Anyway, moving on. 2nd place though must be a pretty rewarding result for you boys today, because that didn't look like an easy one at all.
no, it's great. It's like it's one of these things of when we've come into the week. We haven't really done too much practice as a team, like just because of work commitments and everyone's doing stuff. So we threw it together, like a little setup on Thursday. Was happy with that. This morning, tweaks, and just come in and we literally did no prep. We just, as we're going around the track, right, we should probably start saving some fuel. About 10 laps in, once everything had settled and started. So that's really quite good actually. We're all really happy and had a good laugh. Driving around. Yeah, just we can't catch those guys up front. They're just too quick, But I don't know if the BOP is going to sort that in the future with iRacing. I don't know. But we really enjoyed it. We had a great time.
Well, we're glad you enjoyed it, because at the end of the day, it's not sim racing if you don't enjoy it, is it really? It's certainly one of the best things about the entire hobby, to be completely fair with you. Luke, obviously, overwatching proceedings, you must be pretty happy with how the boys did today. You confident about plans for Spa yet, or has that not crossed your mind?
Well, we've not even got the right track yet, according to Ryan. So, shows how much prep we've done for that. It was good. It was P2. We had a baby in the team within that 6 hours, so that was pretty eventful as well. So yeah, congratulations to Felipe and his partner, and it was eventful, and I quite enjoyed it.
New member of the Porsche Sport family. Love it.
Yeah. It was good. What a Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening.
That's always.
And you guys managed to do a full 6 hours, which was pretty impressive.
Yeah,
Some slog.
I'm feeling it now. I'm not gonna lie. My my nose and my throat are on fire, but I'll get through. You know, I've got to do another 6 hours tomorrow. It's all right. Well,
No biggie. Yeah.
yeah, no biggie. But no, it's still been a very, very enjoyable event once again, and it's going to be a shame to see the championship come to a close, and you know, obviously Sim Racers World TV coming to a close as well, as things will once the championship is over. But we obviously move on, and things will. But before we let you go, boys, is there anyone you would like to give a quick shout out to while we've got you?
Neville.
Neville the dog, mate.
Neville.
Yeah.
Felipe Lars's wife. She's just as rapido as him in real life. So yeah.
And on a serious note, Carl as well, who was helping in the background, always goes unnoticed when you're not driving. But and Peter was there in spirit. He was giving us updates from his rally where he's soaking. So it was good, but mainly Neville.
Mainly Neville.
Love it.
Yeah.
And not Lauren Heinrich, no.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well,
He knows he's good. He doesn't need any
I
credit
don't need
from
smoke
us.
blowing up his backside. Yeah.
Yeah.
love it. Well, fair enough, boys. It was an absolute pleasure again. Thank you very much for joining us. Well done on the result, and we look forward to speaking to you again soon. Have a good evening, lads.
You too.
Cheers, dudes.
Cheers. Well, there we go. Brilliant
Wow.
to speak to the boys again. Absolutely brilliant to speak to them. And we mentioned this guy before because the poor sod doesn't get any moment in the limelight from us pair, because all we do is focus on flipping bolting. But what we're going to do now is speak to Scott McFall for once. Scott, it's a pleasure to have you in the commentary box with us, mate. You must be over the moon with how that race went. Once again, a dominant win.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Thanks for having us in. I don't normally do the kind of media stuff or anything. I normally leave that for my teammate. But yeah, it's been good racing so far throughout the league.
And what do you make of Montreal? Because it's not an easy circuit, is it? It's so narrow. It's basically like a street circuit, just with the odd bit of grass, isn't it? It's not easy.
No, it's quite a tough track, and with the recent update as well with track limits, it's quite hard to keep the instant count kind of low. We spent the last hour of our stint there roughly on 24 incidents.
And is it 25 you get a drive through?
Yeah, 25 for the drive through, so we were just trying to avoid that at all costs, to
Oh
be
God.
fair. But no, it's been good racing.
I was going to say, I mean, what was the main difference you found with the track limits update? What was the main pain in the backside for you lot in that one?
For the chicanes, you can't quite use as much of the curbs anymore at Montreal. You used to be able to take quite a fair amount of the white curbing, but after updates it seems to be limiting it just to the edges of the track.
Ah, I see. I didn't realise they'd limited it that much, but yeah, I suppose if they bring stuff like that in, it's not sort of series dependent, is it? So it's, well, you have to adhere to it. Other than that, you get a massive telling off. So that seems like quite the pain for you boys. But another solid win in the bag, though. What's your confidence feeling like now towards Spa? You must be pretty chuffed with how things are going, at least.
I'd like to round it off with the final win at Spa, of course, after such a good season. But I think if Post Sport have got anything to say about it, I think there might be a span on the works for the last round, to be fair. But can only see how it goes and get plenty of practice in ahead of the race.
Yeah, just as another thing though to add on to that, obviously iRacing's brought out recent changes to the GT3s in terms of aerodynamic performance and also a few tweaks in here there to the tyre model and fuel. How was it like coming into this round trying to adapt to that with not really much notice?
Well, the setup, Ollie's been making the setups for us, and we already had something put together quite a while before the update, and we've just kind of stuck with it through it. But going from before till now, the car just seems a little bit more on understeer than it's ever been. So it's just really down to managing the cornering speeds more than anything is what I found the main difference.
So is it the rear end has become a little bit more stable? Because I know sometimes that the Lamborghini was a little bit prone to that, mostly on the entry into a corner. Is it a little bit more dialed out?
I would say it's a little bit more stable with the rear end, and whether it was just with our setup or so, though, I don't know. But for racing there, it was definitely stuck on the rear, but the front was a little bit more understeer than what it used to be with the Lambo, and it's definitely calmed down that sort of snap oversteer effect that a lot of people found with it.
That'd be interesting. It would probably be helpful because I remember in the Lamborghini when I was driving it at Spa, Puon was always a bit of a nightmare corner. The elevation changed, the rear end constantly went to brake traction. Maybe that'll help you out in the final round of the season as you search for the supreme 6 wins from 6. Scott, thank you very much for jumping into a word with us, and very best of luck for Spa, mate.
No problem. Thanks very much, guys. Also, thanks to the Vibe team and the BMS Motorsport guys as well for all the hard work that they put in from behind the scenes.
No worries. Thank you very much, Scott. All the best.
Thanks very much, mate, and to you for the good streaming that as well.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you very much.
Might be mentioned there.
Cheers, Scott. Nicely said.
Cheers,
mate.
guys.
See ya.
See you later. Bye.
Nicely said
There
by
we go.
Scott McFall there. And, well,
Yeah.
we come to the end of another broadcast, Ed, and again, that one flew by. Sorry, I've dropped something under my desk and I'm having to check out where the hell it's gone. There we go. I'm back in the room now. But yeah, we complete another one, and well, another dominant performance by this Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMS Esports Lamborghini. Doesn't look like anybody can really stop them, does it?
No. The only criticism you can have from them is that the name's a bit too long. Other than that, they have been absolutely faultless all season long, and they will look to cap it off with a 6th win from 6. But you never know what Porsche Sport can pull out of the bag. He
Well,
said,
yeah.
Scott McFall, didn't he, earlier? He's a little bit worried. Would that come to fruition? Well, only time will tell, Chaz. Only time will tell.
It will indeed, mate. Thank you, everybody, by the way, for watching today. We apologise for my voice and sounding like absolute death, but COVID has got me by the testicles, I must admit. But it's been a fantastic day of racing. Thank you very much for joining us, everyone. We hope you all have a wonderful evening, and, of course, we will see you for the final round at the start of April. That's all from me, Chaz Draycott, and the wonderful Ed May, though. Again, have a good evening, everyone. We'll see you for the final round in a few weeks.
should say